bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench, coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round here, know we get hype.
Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bossing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends. We back again. We back again. I'm bouncing up before they count to 10. We back again. We back again. Tell your mother, brother, sister, and your friends.
Hello everyone and welcome back. This is VCT Game Changers APAC. Tashbunny here alongside Kentrell Quack, the Quack Man. Today we're your duo casters and it's gonna be a really exciting one. It already feels like the grand finals because today I finally get to cast for, I would say, one of our biggest favorites to win this tournament, which is X10 Sapphire.
I know, right? And it's not just X10 Sapphire, it's X10 Sapphire versus W Streak Female. Both Thai teams, so I think they know each other pretty well, but unfortunately only one of them will proceed forward in the upper bracket. Aside from that though, Tash, what do we have in the lower bracket?
It's gonna be really exciting in the lower bracket, but let's wait for the brackets to come up for that first because I really have a lot to talk about. But I really want to talk about yesterday. So if you guys weren't watching yesterday, we had some of the most interesting games. It's X10 X Team BO, and they were going against one of the most interesting teams ever. Give me a second, let me just pull that up from yesterday. And I don't think you were watching yesterday, will you, Quack?
Not that much, but I did see some clips. I saw you popping off.
I had to. The games were just so intense if you think about it. And I think that was one of the best things that you could think about. It was X10 BO, and it was against BMG, also Black Magic, an all Thai team as well. And, you know, despite the Black Magic that came through, it was also a very exciting thing because it was a 2-1 and one of the closest games I have ever seen. And then after that, we also had another game going on yesterday, and I have to say that the second one between Winstreak FE as well as
Big Scythe.
Yeah, Big Scythe as also one of my most anticipated games if you think about it. Mostly because those two teams are, I would say, household names, at least for Stage 1 and Stage 2. We've seen their performances, and I have to say, seeing them perform was just on a whole nother level. It was like seeing VCT, APAC, LCQ all over again.
It's these teams who are, they've been around the scene for the longest time, but they don't always get to qualify for the Opens just because there are some stronger teams like SMG and Alter Ego Celeste, of course. They are always blocking them off, but finally here they get the spotlight onto them. But still, they have some challenges ahead. And of course, this is our format. We're in the VCT Game Changers APAC Last Chance right now. Only two teams, the top two teams from this one will actually qualify for Elites. And then from Elites, the top one, the one winner from that one will move forward into VCT Game Changers Champions or Worlds or whatever you want to call it, the global event. And that's the thing that everyone's fighting for.
Everyone is fighting for that. I mean, everyone talks about the prize pool, but you all know that the real prize is not the friends you make along
Right.
the way. It's actually heading
It's not
into
the friends
next
you
game.
make along the way.
Yeah. No, that's the consolation prize, bro. But anyway,
Who cares about friendship?
I didn't say that yet. Like, moving on, these are the registered teams. You can see that there was
Ouch.
wow, there were so many teams that
I know.
actually signed up, and I was actually so surprised the amount of teams, or rather the support coming in. It really shows that for the female community, for the girl or lady community, there's just so many who really want to make it up there and showcase their talents on the big stage.
I love it so much, but that said, out of all these teams, we only had 8 that actually
I know.
qualified for the playoffs, and these are the teams. They are still very much alive and kicking right now, but today we have to send 2 of them home.
Already?
That's the thing that I'm very scared of, Tash.
I'm crying. It's only been one day that I saw them, at least 4 of them play. But for now, these are teams, and I know that there are some teams that we haven't casted for, or at least haven't seen yet here. At
Some
least,
are new.
Yeah, some are new here, like Black Magic. I don't believe they've made it here yet, but I think they just came together from a bunch of other teams come together. ARF Starlight has been hyped up like crazy, especially all over Twitter. You all know how strong they can be. Basics as well. And of course, for me personally, Madness is going to be where my heart is, especially since we all know that there are 2 Malaysian girls in there. But this is the eyes on the prize here. The prize pool. First and second place, $1,200 each. But getting into elite is the main goal.
That is the main goal. I mean, money can't compare to having your name, your team's name, your player's name inside of VCT Game Changers APAC Elite, where you get to fight against the top teams and hopefully make it out against them and find some revenge, because I think that's the dish that's best served cold.
Oh, yeah.
That said, this is the bracket. X10S versus Winstreak Female first. And then the next one, which is also kind of huge to me, I think, ARF versus Big Scythe.
Oh,
And you know why?
absolutely.
Because Margot, who is the IGL or the headliner of ARF, she used to come from Big Scythe, Tash.
Oh my god, the rivalry is so real. We love a rivalry storyline, don't we? Well, maybe not rivalry, but like, I really want to interview these girls and say, what do you feel when you see your previous teammates on the other side instead of with you? What are the feelings that come through? You get mad, you get annoyed, you feel very satisfied when you get a headshot on them. Who knows, right?
You want blood.
Of course I do. We like that bloody, you know, from friends to enemies or storyline. Everyone talks about how much they love that, you know, friends to lovers trope or enemies to lovers trope. But why not friends to enemies? The opposite,
Yeah,
but better.
why not?
Yeah, right. But speaking of that,
Could be fun.
it's absolutely fun. It's really fun as well. I mean, especially when you think about those, you know, those roster changes that pretty much happens every time a tournament ends. It's always really exciting to see which team will finally get their chemistry back, which team will be retaining and trying to fix. And we all know out of all those teams, X10 Sapphire is just one of those teams that will retain their OG roster for a long time. And this is one of the reasons why I'm really, really vouching for them, because not only is it the power of friendship, that's number one, and number two, in terms of how they play, it's kind of like, you know, when you have a friend who is kind of like on the same vibes in terms of brainwave, it's like you and Heyimquack.
You click.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. We're friends now, but after this, you know, we're gonna 1v1. We're gonna become enemies. That's the storyline that you were hoping
I
for.
don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just gonna like contradict you right now. You know why? Because you said when we were talking about the format, you said friendship doesn't matter. Like that's not the real prize. The real prize is making it to. It's a consolation.
Yeah.
That's why with X10S, X10 Sapphire, they might have been together for the longest time, but they kind of messed up their chances to qualify into Elite from overtime, from open overtime. They made it really far, but they choked at the end.
It's always coming close, but not quite enough. It's almost a similar storyline to SMG when they finally clinched it in the end. But for W Streak Female, they had a rebrand from L Streak to W Streak, and I think it suits them so well. We saw them play yesterday. They have one of the most interesting lineups I've ever seen. They also have a sub for certain maps, especially seeing Rosie on Fracture. She's absolutely chef's kiss. But Kapiki on Viper too. Oh my god. I never thought that would come a day where I'm like, this player plays on this map, and the reason why she's on this map is because, hello, she does so well on it.
It's awesome. But that said, I mean, if you have any like 2 players that you want to highlight, who would they be?
From which team?
From each team, like one from each team.
Okay, for me...
So I got my answer.
You have your answer already. Wow. Okay, so for me, personally, I'm a big fan of Ginny. From
of course.
Yeah, I know, we go way back.
Everyone
we go way back. Like, I met her in Malaysia a long time ago, been following her.
Oh my god,
yeah,
I'm
since
jealous.
2016. And now 6 years later, she's still in the scene. It's insane. And of course, Baby TZ. We've seen Baby TZ. She's been playing so insane. But that is my pick, at least for X10 Sapphire. But I'm going to pause that for a second because these are the map picks. What are your thoughts?
Oh boy, I wasn't quite expecting this. I mean, seeing the results from yesterday, it was both 2-0s for each of these teams, and they had quite the performance on Fracture. I thought they would have gone in the Fracture again, but here we are. These are the bans, and these are the picks. Icebox, Haven, followed by Bind. And I think for the Thai teams, this is just a very clear choice, because this is what they're good at. This is what they're strong at. On Icebox, rather controlled. They will be able to come in with those retake scenarios. And as for Haven, it's a little bit of just a hint of chaos. And I think X10 is the one that's going to perform better on Haven, just because they show that they have a bit more game sense, a bit more leadership in the form of Ginny, and not to mention just a lot more dueling potential when you have players like Baby TZ or Polly, and especially Muffin.
Oh yeah, Muffin is absolutely insane. Now, there is a reason why Ascent is banned by X10S. We did see them come so close over in the last stage, and it just comes to those last crucial moments that they're not able to really hold an area or a site, especially on attack. And I think that's the reason they said, okay, since we cannot figure out this Rubik's Cube that is Ascent, might as well let's take it out of the whole situation. Sometimes a ban or a pick doesn't necessarily mean that we're playing to or on our weaknesses or our enemies' weaknesses. It's more for like what we're more comfortable with. And I'm really liking these more, I would say, personalized bans and picks over those like, oh, they're bad on this map, so that's 50-50. Who knows, you might do better than them. So I'm really liking this as well. I think for X10S, one thing that I really learned is that you don't have to be too aggressive or too calculative. Sometimes it's always good to go back to basics. We always talked about this. Like for X10S, their biggest weakness has always been the overthinking.
That is so true. I mean, we definitely see some signs of that in some rounds. But that said, though, I mean, yesterday they had a pretty good performance against ARF. You know, ARF, new team, big headliner. Margot is in it. She came from Alter Ego Celeste last year. However, X10 Sapphire, they won both maps on Haven and Fracture 13-10. 13-10, Tash.
Whoa.
That is so... It's not even close. 13 to... Oh, excuse me. I said 13-10. My brain completely farted. I meant 13-3. My brain did the math and I went different. 13-3 is like so...
It's a huge... it's huge.
Huge gap.
Yeah.
And taking a look at some of the numbers, every single player had a positive KD in both maps.
I mean, are you surprised? We've seen how Margot performed before. We know Shabby. We've seen Crescents. They are players that would consistently do well, but at the same time, we question like, what's going on here? Is it X10S actually stepping up in a very insane way?
I hope so.
Or is it because it's the first series that they're going to and they had jitters? Because these are really players that we always yell and scream for, especially when we see them in those aim duels, in those 1v1s, in those clutch situations.
It's such a thing to think about, and it's tough to quantify sometimes because all we have to go on are the VODs and the numbers, but when it comes down to it, sometimes the player's mentality towards these games really factor in. And I think for ARF, part of the reason, due to the fact that they are a new roster versus X10 Sapphire, who are a team that has been together since like last year, you know, there definitely is a bit of chemistry going on between both sides, and I think X10S, they showed that they can come out on top just because of that fact.
I'm really
Moving
curious.
on from that, though, W Streak Esports, also not that new, right?
Not that new. I wouldn't say that they're super new, but they definitely have that experience in terms of how they play. Especially, I mean, when you think about it, most of their team have played together, and they're and I would say that because I think the reason why I'm kind of rooting for them, even though I'm a big fan of X10S, is because the fact is, not only are they, is that only because they're playing against X10 Sapphire in terms of like, how they've played together, they've scrimmed together, they've probably even trained together when you think about it.
Very much likely.
Yeah, very much likely. So we can expect very similar game style and gameplay, but mostly because their performance yesterday really, really stole my heart. We've seen some big impact plays, and this team, not only are they really great at like playing that holding hand game, having each other's backs, but also they're great at having one person bait and willing to die for their teammates. The power of friendship is definitely there.
Teamwork.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about, power of friendship, power of teamwork makes the dream work. We always say this stuff. But whatever it is, we're moving on, and the first map is going to be none other than Icebox. That is W Streak Female's map pick. What do you think about Icebox?
Icebox is a map that, I will say this over and over again, it's a great map for aggressive plays. There's so many different spaces to take, especially as you're taking up site. And in a lot of Game Changers games, it really shows which team knows how to get onto site or take a site compared to a team that doesn't really know. A team that likes to go fast only takes it from one area, but then you have on the other hand, a team that likes to take up space, like say going from under tube to B, or going from A and then taking over mid. Those puzzle pieces are very, very important, because you need to make sure that you're not gonna have any of those empty holes for people to come through. When I say aggression, it's because there are these openings, you're not really sure where exactly, which corners some players are gonna come through. And I think X10S loves playing that game. They're the team that is, I will say this over and over again about them, individually they are strong. This is why this map is great for them, because they don't have to rely on playing with each other. And I am worried about W Streak for that, because yesterday a lot of their games were more of like a combination of ultimates, a combination of utils that bait and swing. So if you don't have that situation, are you able to fend for yourself?
Wow, great question. Brilliant points. Is this what we're doing now, Tash? Are we going into predictions? Are you predicting that X10 Sapphire will win this series, or at least this match?
I'm not predicting. I'm just talking off of what I've seen before. I haven't really seen W Streak on this map just yet. I really hope that they've really done their homework.
I really hope so as well, because if I had to predict, I'm gonna go with X10 Sapphire, just because they have shown in the past that they are fully capable of going in with a triple Sentinel composition, and that says to me that they are banking on their years of experience. They are banking on the fact that they don't need teamwork or utility to play it. They have that individual potential. That said, if W Streak Female can come in with insane teamwork, with such a meta composition as what we're seeing right now, they might actually stand a chance at breaking some of these defenses. Triple Sentinel means that your defenses, your site control is going to be impeccable. And we're seeing that right now. Sage, Chamber, plus Killjoy. I mean, that's incredibly defensive.
Personally, I'm a big fan of the KO pick. Just because you get such a big radius on clearing off the backside, even close, especially as you're getting onto A or even yellow on B. So the reason why that's so great is because it disables those early, traps, or even those players playing that. They have to reposition themselves, because with that suppression, they can't really do much in order of trying to get away or even trying to leave. It gives you so much space. But on the other hand, if you look at how Alyssa has played her Killjoy, it's a whole nother level seeing that, because she is just able to play that aggressive sort of Killjoy who just waits in the corners and just catches people off guard, hit them straight between the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the utility that Alyssa has on the map right now. Alarm bot towards the bottom of boiler, a turret inside of kitchen. That's the entirety of middle controlled. Unless you make use of your shock dart or some utility from KO, or you just shoot down those things, you're not going to have much space walking in towards the middle. However, right now, the Streak Female trying to make a hit towards the A side.
Mimi's just like, she's been cracked since yesterday. She's been cracked since yesterday, and she's still feeling it today. How does it feel to wake up in the morning and just say, I feel like I want to be cracked today?
I can't answer that. I can tell you how it feels to be quacked, but whatever it is. Right now, they've made the rotation onto the B side, and if they can't take down Muffin, this side will be theirs.
Muffin has to give her that space. She saw 2, immediately repositions. I'm liking that she's waiting for her teammates to immediately come in. Gonna be 1 hit by Alyssa and Muffin, 1 each. Mimi with 2 in the bag is looking so good for her. Alyssa moves away. It's still gonna be a 3v3, but the wall immediately going to be brought down here. It's going to be a little bit harder for that plant. They do have, I would call it an ice cream cake, I suppose. They have it there. But Mimi, she can get the right click. He is suppressed, but Polly gets a small little one, but Nuki in the backside, we all know she loves to play the hero. That's 2 for her. Can she make it 3? But Ginny is there. She says no 3 for you. And she is just gonna stick this. Noxie from the backside, she gets the heal. Is she gonna be able to get it right? Because she knows she's coming through, but it's gonna be Ginny with the band-aid save. Ginny stepping up when she has to.
When the wound starts to bleed out, Ginny comes in with a band-aid, kisses you on the boo-boo, and just seals it right up, and that completely stops the bleeding. I mean, look at how they completely came in with this retake. It was a good job holding the defenses coming in from yellow, taking off some of the players as they tried to push in. But what really took the cake was Ginny in this little 1v2 scenario. That one headshot over onto Nuki made things so much easier to deal with Noxie, and that's really how XNS took this pistol round. Now, moving forward though, the question is, how does W Strike Female buy back into the next round?
Did you see how calm Ginny was? She just like, let's get it to half. Not even panicking. She didn't even do that shaky shake thing that we always see a lot of players do. You always see that, right? When they're panicking. That is insane, I would say, discipline.
Yeah, truly is. Still though, what's even more disciplined is their positions right now on the map. X10S not budging at all, standing their ground. Even if Nuki walks all the way up to Tube on the minimap right now, she's going to get spotted out by this turret, and it's going to be easy for Alyssa just to rotate back around. They have nothing but classics on the side of W Streak Female, and the best that they can hope for right now is just maybe a frag or 2, maybe try to create some space and get the spike down.
The best scenario you can ever ask for. That recon just now did not get any value, so Muffin is safe, and look at that, she's already gotten 1. And she get 2, yes she does. She's gonna get 2, finally teleporting away. But Ginny is so very low, 20 HP left. Go ahead and pick from the side there, but Muffin with 3. Mimi does retaliate though, finding Baby TZ in the end, and Alyssa, we know how strong or how sharp her shots can be. And Polly from the top side. I'm really liking this top-bottom sort of play they're having. Mimi is so very low. Mimi does get the upgrade. She's playing in that corner, gets those teleports out. Is Polly moving forward here? Nuki gonna be the next victim. Whoa. There's still 1 more to worry about. She still has the poison orb if she wants to play, but Mimi, she's gonna move forward. She's not scared, but Polly will be the one to get her first.
Yeah, when you run out of time, all fear just leaves the body. You know you have to move forward, but unfortunately, even then, you're facing a squad of 4 Spectres. And if you pay attention to the minimap, to how some of these X10S players are positioned right now, Muffin in the elevated spot just makes it so tough for WSF to find her. Not to mention now the fact that some of them were low, all of them retreated towards the back. They knew they had the round, and I love seeing this from X10S just because you know that they are in it to win it. They are playing such a safe and careful game.
X10S always loved that sort of playstyle, calculated, slow, just kind of plays with you a little bit, where you have no clue where they're going to be coming from. And on defense, it might be even worse because they're not going to push out to you. It's very different than what we saw in stage 1. On that aggressive side. Regardless, that's already 2 utils thrown out there just to buy some time. Alyssa not being able to see, and the wall, I believe, is about to be erected soon as Baby TZ is still waiting on the top side. She was the only one that went down earlier. All she has in hand is the Sheriff. Knowing Baby TZ, she can actually get those headshots if you want to. There is 1 tag as Nuki does get Baby TZ in the end. Nuki moving forward. Nuki, very, very aggressive player. You know what she loves. Mimi once again popping up. It's gonna be Muffin. That will be her second victim. There's still two suppressions in the backside there. Nuki can just play off that information, flashes out. Everyone is flashed, but Polly, the run and gun a little bit too strong for the rifles. As Nazi moving in the back. I think he does find Polly copy kick and two. I'm gonna copy kick. He's not able to get the last one because Rosie is gonna clinch that. As they take this round, I have to say it's a great round for them because they only lost one player.
Absolutely right. I was a little bit scared when Nuki fell to one of the Spectres, but once you start to see how the rest of WSF played towards the end of that round, incredibly defensive, all they needed was that opening duel. Because they knew that XNS were playing safe. They knew that XNS were playing this rather defaulty style, and you could see that Mimi was also doing such a great job at holding off the rotations, just lurking towards the bottom side of middle. She was able to take out and thin down the numbers, and when it came down to that, they just needed to win the remaining duels. Coming into the next round now, though, XNS starting to move forward, blocking off middle with a wall. Look at that.
Where did that recon come from? What a shot coming in there. I believe that was from the side of Ginny. Y'all know that she is the lineup Larry. Lineup Ginny, let's change her name to that. As we wait, it's all just silence, and they are just seriously taking their time.
You can see on the minimap that they have changed some of their positions. Originally, we would see Alyssa trying to control middle with her utility. This time around, she's stacking up on the B site. And then we also have Baby TZ plus Polly to slow down any potential pushes coming in from the A site. Snakebite plus slow orb equals insane stalling potential. And then Ginny able to rotate between both sides. This is a strong defensive position. WSF are going to have a tough time cracking this one.
What's really annoying about having Polly's at least orb there is that if you were to push through, one spray is all she needs just to bring you down because of that decay. 30 seconds left and they're not even close to the site, and Muffin, she has the tour de force. She's unfortunately gonna get spotted out here, has to reposition. Also, her tour de force has been disabled. She has absolutely nothing. They're running up fast here, but she's not scared. Alyssa finds Nuki in the end. 10 seconds to go. They're not able to push forward. Rosie from the side, that's fine. When Mimi gets one each, 5 seconds to go. They have to force this, but I don't think they have the time. Unfortunately, time is not on their side. It's gonna be like that. It's gonna be X10S taking the round. It looks so good.
The patience from the side of X10S. I mean, they're not even sweating right now, Tash. They've got ice in their veins. This is Icebox after all, and they know that they have control over the entire map. No info, but that's okay. Once they sense the hit coming towards B, everyone rotates over, everyone comes in to push them off the site, prevent them from getting the spike planted, and now WSF are in a tough spot because they really need this round or they will not have economy for the next.
This is very similar to what I saw yesterday during Breeze, where we saw that they actually committed so many utils. They wanted that explosive play, but no commitment came through. And time was ticking. I'm wondering, why are they not able to fix this yet?
I think what they're really trying to do is to try to find some of these opening picks, but with the way that X10S are positioned, it's a little bit tougher for them to do that, which is why information is absolutely key right now, and WSF are just not quite able to find it.
They do have the null command. They can play explosive if they choose to, but look at how the utilities are from X10X. It's just so great how much control they have, and immediately BBTZ is going to be reacting, and so will Muffin.
Down, B.
2 picks just like that, and they already know where the spike is.
Instantly drops towards Garage. Of course, there's going to be a second player. It's another easy pick for Muffin.
Remaining.
Wherever the remaining players are, it's not a problem for XNS right now. Again, like I've said before, full control over the entire map. Rosie, the last one left, Hash. There's not much that she can do. She's up against the entire world right now.
Look at how no one is pushing up to her. Maybe there's just gonna be Muffin, but I don't think she wants to overextend as well. They are very disciplined. Yes, they can take her rifle away, but why risk it when we can bring all of our rifles to the next round? And it's gonna be Rosie, the last person alive here. And that's what I was really worried about for W Streak. That ability not being able to play together because they were just so separated.
You're right. You can imagine that call coming in from Ginny, coming in from the entire squad once they shifted positions. Again, no way that WSF finds any kind of a pick just because every single one of these X10S players are just hiding, watching angles, and as soon as someone gets tagged, ABTZ reacts. As soon as they find more players, once they got the spike, Ginny's calling out like, we don't have to push this, guys. We could just stay behind, which is why right now, off the unfortunate eco round, WSF calling the timeout, trying to fix whatever problem they can. It's not going to be easy though, Tash, because again, they just don't quite have full info on where some of these XNS players are. Without that info, they can't get that opening pick that they're looking for.
They do have Cupcake for that hard intel. They have Nuki if they do want to throw those dives a little bit deeper. But if they want to play the slow to slow game, maybe they can go with close knives, then push up forward together since they love playing that sort of situation. Like it or not, that map control from X10S is a force to be reckoned with.
It's here to stay.
It's scary. Like you have no clue what's happening over at mid.
It's just not a chance at all. I mean, you might want to pull out your magnifying glass, you know, look for some clues. Put on a detective's hat like Sherlock Holmes, but it's elementary, my dear Watson. I mean, look at this.
Telescope at this point is that tiny.
Yeah, it's the same setup again. Alyssa with her utility towards the middle. Ginny this time trying to assist Muffin towards garage. And then meanwhile, it's this Sage plus Viper combo on A site. It's perfect. Oh no!
Yuki gets an opening pick that she wants and immediately look at the rotation coming in on toward A. That is how they want to play this. Get the pick, take up the space, but look at that. Immediately now command comes through as well. Muffin gonna be punishing Mimi for that pick, but for now Baby TZ play this close side angle. Even though they have nothing, they have their aim. Alyssa already with 2! Expression is gonna catch one. But no one will be reacting to it. Slows do come out. Recon Bolt gets one scan here. Baby TZ is found as Alyssa does eventually bring Yuki down. It's gonna be very irritating. No fragment, no flash. Gonna be a little bit harder to get onto the site as Cupcake as well. She wants to inch forward. They do hear the owl drone here. Cupcake might be seen, but the teammates are in the back. They're ready to bait. Moving forward here, finds Genie. Unfortunately, didn't get the shot. Right, there's Alyssa again with a 3K. Baby Tizzy reacts as well. Clean, I have to say, from this team. Those crossfires are absolutely lethal.
It's just a lethal weapon. This one wall from Baby TZ set up the perfect crossfire, the perfect hold, not to mention Alyssa coming in with a lockdown at such breakneck speeds just to support the team, just to prevent WSF from continuing to push forward. It's such a strong defensive side that I don't know if WSF are going to be able to find any more rounds. They have to do it right now because this is their full buy round.
It's not going to look good as Polly immediately going to take up the space. You have the Sage wall and you have the Viper's pick. If you are playing close on the top side, it's going to be easy pickings for them. As Muffin, fortunately, does not get tagged. She can choose to keep holding this area if she wants to, but the walls are going down. You see the rotation start coming through as well. See the knife there? They're smart. They know that knife was coming through. The anticipation was already there. Now that the knife has been used, they can actually go forward and take up those close angles once again as Muffin, fortunately, whiffs that shot once more. But it is enough to just kind of deter them. But Noxy will be the first victim. For now, it's gonna be Yuki getting that Alyssa. Good for 2. Will she be good for 3? Not quite. We know Alyssa's jiggle picks have been absolutely insane. As Yuki says, yep, I agree with you, Tash. It is very scary. I'm gonna be repositioning to another spot. It's only just me. My friends are gone. I have 4 spectators on me. The pressure is so high. She's good for 1, not quite. Alyssa, we know how she plays, and it's looking real good.
Tash, we can see with the X-ray vision that there were like 2 or 3 players on the other side of that corner, And as soon as Nuki peeked in, I mean, she had no other choice. She got met with the firing squad that is X10S. Alyssa, 3K in the previous round, 3K again in this round, and she is not slowing down anytime soon, girl. I mean, look at her. 1 point away from her ultimate, and she's just doing so much for her team. 11, 2, and 3.
She just used
Right?
it 2 rounds ago. She's been farming.
What even?
Farming kills, rather. Not farming orbs, yeah?
Yeah. Who needs orbs when you get kills?
Exactly. We've seen Alyssa before. Love how she plays with the Sentinel role. Wouldn't have it any other way, but Rosie gonna be putting up that Viper wall here. And I think that wall is a dead giveaway as Polly immediately finds Nuki's head. Woo! X10S. They're sharp today.
What a drive-by. That's so fast, and it's all crosshair placement. Right now, Ginny.
Look at that!
We're back in
That
for
is
another.
nasty! That's an
Yeah, we don't
ADS
double
kill.
dip like that.
Hoping that we have that. But Polly is gonna be found eventually. Has to move. Snakebite gonna come through as well. Noxie is pretty much primed and ready for that shotgun as well, just to give some space. What's gonna be happening? But Alyssa is going to find cupcakes. And suddenly, there's only 2 left! WSF, what are you gonna do when there's only 2 of you?
remaining.
Polly swings out, catches Noxie off guard. I don't think they know where exactly
Teleport's ready.
he is. They might have an idea. But Mimi
30 seconds left.
gets one,
She gonna
eventually
do?
gets a ding. Unfortunately, doesn't bring her down. How is that possible? So unlucky.
What you
It's gonna
gonna
be
do?
Ginny that finds her. Multi-tiered,
What you gonna do?
multi-tiered firing squad. They were all over the place.
What you gonna do when X10S comes for you? I know, right? I mean, just look at this. A single hit, a single sound towards the A site. Everyone rotates over, and it's just so much insurmountable firepower, insurmountable reinforcements for the site. WSF haven't quite explored middle, or maybe they can't because of the utility from Alyssa. They haven't quite been able to break the B site just because Muffin's there with the operator. What option are you left with?
It's so scary playing this long area. I don't think she knows. Oh, never mind. She does get found out eventually. Thought that shot would have hit
She's
her.
not afraid.
Didn't even hit her actually, not even once. But it's gonna be A site that they want to hit here. They did break the wall. Rosie going upwards. Slows as well. Snakebite 2. A very, very deadly combination of utilities, and Fragment will get them some space. Gonna get one, at least from Yuki. We all know that she's really great with those opening picks. But look at Polly. She seems to bust another one. Maybe 2, not quite. Cupcake kick retaliates.
Okay.
Only 2 down.
Well,
Here.
locked out. Hunter's Fury.
Yes, Hunter's Fury has set. Is immediately gonna hit Noxie just like that! She's good for 1! Doesn't get more value than that. Still good enough. They are gonna be getting one more. Lockdown does get destroyed eventually. Yuki, she's gonna be taking up more space. She loves playing these very, very sneaky angles. We know how she plays. She knows Alyssa is right about. She probably heard those storm
got 2
grenades
flashes
there.
too.
Unfortunately, timing not on her side. She had to move away. Ginny moving forward here. She knows there's one on the back. I don't know if she
No
knows
way.
there was one right behind the box. There can be wallbang. Immediately Nuki. Alyssa does have her back though. Maybe from the side. Gonna save her. Double kill! Just like that. Disallowing the beauty. There's only Muffin left. Still gets Mimi in the end. But this
she's gonna
plant,
halfway.
I think she's gonna be able to. She can't do anything. It's not planted for her.
No!
Unfortunate situation. Is she gonna be able to get a kill? Looks like she is at least. So that's 1 consolation prize.
I don't know if I even want that consolation prize. Look at the score, Tash. That's what, 7 rounds in a row or 6 rounds in a row. They're 8-1 right now. And X10S, they're still coming in with this absolute fortress of a defensive side. WSF managed to break it through a little bit just because they knew about that crossfire setup. Nuki would have no choice but to back up, and that's where, Baby TC would have to back up, and that's where Nuki got the first kill. But that said, following that, the retakes are still too darn good.
It's just unfortunate because the plant wasn't for her. She was just so way back. In the round that it felt like we finally got it. It's so heartbreaking. There's gonna be one suppress at least. That's one thing that they know. Just waiting for that swing out. Look at the discipline coming in. from Polly. She does not budge or move, but she knows that if she moves, that will really pop her head. No command is there. Immediately knew she's gonna be reacting, but Polly from the bottom, but Rosie is there to say something about that. Noxie from the side. She still wants more. Gonna get at least the heal here from Noxie. This time they're gonna be at least planting it properly. But Noxie backside does find Cupcake. Mimi
One enemy remaining.
takes control of mid. This is exactly what they wanted. They know Alyssa is right there, and Noxie gets two for herself. Plant comes through
I
as
love
well.
that. I mean, you see how WSF finds these opening picks now. With the wall gone, with the setup starting to get adapted to, they know where some of these X10S players are positioned. It's easy for them to create a little bit of space pushing into the site. Now, where things really get hectic is with the trades that just kept swarming in. And X10S, because of that that failed reaction, they weren't quite able to support the site on time. And WSF walks away one more round in their pockets. 8-2 right now. X10S spending the timeout just because they can.
I think it's great that they got this timeout. Just because, number one, their momentum has been cut. And number two, they need to figure out what exactly went wrong in that particular round that WSF has managed to figure out. End of the day, I'm really liking how Mimi was taking out that mid area, catching everyone in mid rotation. We didn't see that coming from Mimi earlier. She would either get picked off, try to make noise at B, or she'll be playing with her teammates. I'm liking that instead of playing everyone together coming onto A, you kind of like figure out if you want to take another route or maybe send one person or two people onto another area just to take up more space. Because with those crossfires, it's a lot more easier for them to break into X10's, I would say, defenses.
And we saw an example of that in the previous round. We had one player coming towards the middle just to cut them off on the rotations, and that's another factor into how WSF are starting to change things up. We love to see this. We love to see them push down the middle. If they can overrun this entire spot, it's going to be tougher for Alyssa to deal with it. Whoa.
This is a new place.
That's a good spot.
4 players up the tube? No, 3. I'm nervous, Dash.
I'm nervous too because that area. Oh, look at the damage coming through.
Nice.
Wall up, allowing any control or at least any access to the kitchen side. Slow them down, but we will be the one to punish. Noxie gets one each, but Ginny gets one trade at least. Ginny good for 2. Owl drone coming out. Changes her mind actually. Play this corner here. Let's get one. It's a nasty corner when you think about it. Immediately gonna reposition. Saves herself. There is a revive coming in from Baby TZ. Alyssa's back in the game. You need Alyssa. Really helps with those information gathering. Some slowers at least. But you want to play that Slater's come out. Will that Tour de Force come out though? Where is it gonna be? Does it get a pick? Is also another question. Mimi does spot out that
30 seconds
eventually. She's not gonna. Her teammate's gonna get rid of that for her. Gonna move forward. Changes out. Spots Alyssa over in Snowman. Worried about the push from the right side here is what I'm worried about. Plant. Hesitation. Alyssa. And you can queue up PK. Get Mimi. Get one each. 13 seconds. 12. And Mimi lots of spending. Just getting in the end. In the nick of time. Mimi finally stepping up.
Last round in the half.
Such a sentinel, Mimi. Oh my goodness, she was lighting up the kill feed yesterday and she's doing it again. This time top fragging, 11 kills on the board. Just because of her tour de force, the sudden decision to pull that out, she was able to react fast enough to some of these peaks. And being in such a deep position, I don't think Alyssa quite expected this. She knew that she was low, that's why she pushed up front. But you know, when you land your flicks like that, that's what happens. If WSF can take this round as well, that's going to be solid for second half of the match.
It's going to get a lot of value from that recon. Regardless, they do hear the sound of an operator. It's going to be Muffin on that.
Poison's off.
Take flight.
Only going to cut noise. Need some information. Rosie, she knows exactly where that shot came from. Rosie, I don't know if you want to be there. Oh my god! She outguns Muffin! This time, Muffin wasn't able to live to tell the tale. Snooki playing from the side here. She has no clue. They have Polly on the top area. Stay as quiet as a mouse here. I think They do want to challenge Polly's Viper's Pit. Slowly pushing forward, does throw out that snake bite immediately. Polly has to reposition. Plays very sneaky corner, moves for maybe he does find Mimi. Oh my god, Polly good for one, but Noxie does find her in the end. The revival does come through from Noxie. Alyssa gonna take mid here. And immediately Ginny playing the really back corner, and there is another Viper's Pit here.
Spike planted.
Matt comes through as Baby TZ finds Yuki in the end. Rosie playing the back corner. Playing a very safe angle because all she has to do is survive. Let them push into your world. But is it really? Can XNS take that space is the question. Baby TZ, do they know that she's flanking? Cupcake is pretty low. Just waiting for the outside. Trying to get lucky here. Turret is inside the area. Not reacting to it. She's still the upper side here. Sprays through, doesn't find out. Baby TZ still finds one. Alyssa gets one. Rosie does say no to Ginny. Rosie good for 2. 3K to pocket. Baby TZ gets one. Baby TZ still gets it in the end. 4K.
No time.
Does she have time? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
What a clutch.
Absolutely insane
Switching
by
sides.
Rosie. 8-4 at the end of the first half, and WSF have basically secured a good enough spot that they can come back into the game on their defensive side. I mean, so much to unpack here, but you can start to see that XNS, they're starting to get a little bit antsy. They're starting to go a little bit maybe too aggressive with some of these peaks. I mean, just to start things off, Muffin with the operator, she went for the shot, and that's when Rosie took her down. It softened up some of these defenses, and not to mention, lockdown coming in from Alyssa, no problem. Nuki had a lineup for that. The fragment absolutely countered that spot, and it's just such a good take. They absolutely cracked this code.
Feel cracked. Mimi. Oh my god.
I know, right?
She's just stepping up. You're seeing her take up so much space. And the idea of how she takes up space is what I really want to highlight here, because they've spotted out Alyssa. So the idea is that possibly she's not close enough to the utils. I can take this space. But that last round in particular, I'm seeing a whole different WSF that's not too aggressive, playing that I don't have to peak sort of game, and it's really working out well for them. And I think if they're able to get that plant down, they're able to be not the team that's going to be peaking. It's looking real good, because I think in that last round it felt like XNS went a little bit on overheat.
Yeah, just a little bit. They started to play peekaboo a little bit too much, if I were to say. But, you know, for a WSF, 3 rounds in a row on the attacking side against XNS, if I were to foresee the future, I think it looks good. I think there's a sign that this is a sign that they could actually come back into the game. But that said, we still have to see how XNS actually plays on attack. They've got 3 Sentinels, maybe 2 if you count Chamber as a duelist, but it's going to be tough for them to actually create a lot of space because they don't have that much mobility.
Yeah, I think we talked about this over on VCT, APAC, LCQ as well. Team tried this and it didn't look great for them on attack. So having a chamber on your team means that you're relying on those opening picks. Yeah. So if, say, that WSF does the same thing, plays very quietly, just kind of hold on the areas with their utils. You know, talked about it, how we saw WSF yesterday playing great util combinations. And if they're able to do that again, I don't think it's gonna be any easier for them to even take space, because on defense I understood why it was so hard for WSF to take up space, because they have so many utils to deal with. It's almost impossible.
So much. I mean, talk about Alyssa with her utility towards middle. We had I mean the Sage walls coming in from from Baby TZ, not to mention Polly with the Viper. It's just
Muffin's trademark.
There's way too much. Layers on top of layers. Yeah, the trademark as well. But, of course, WSF, they start to figure things out towards the end. And A site was their site of choice. Coming into the next half, who knows how this is going to go. I'm curious to see how WSF actually defends.
I preach over and over again about how aggressive this map should be played, or, you know, ideally should be played rather. But again, both teams not running a pure duelist still baffles me. But at the same time,
I think it could work.
But at the same time, the way they play with those agent lineups makes sense.
Right?
Yeah, it's just
With
how
the way
they play or take space and take time.
Poison orb
It
emitted.
makes sense because if say that WSF decides to go with an actual duelist, those utils will just drop their duelist like a fly. It's almost hard to do so.
The compositions that we're seeing from
Poison's
WSF, I mean, this is the trend now. It's a lot reminiscent of what we see from those EMEA teams, especially G2. No duelist is still okay as long as you're able to break into the site. But what they're doing right now isn't quite working out so well because their positions have been compromised.
30 seconds left.
Not getting that recon, at least the shock dart not hitting anyone at all. Polly is walled out. It's going to be a little bit hard to get onto the side, at least on that side to take up that space. Post plant is what they want to go for, as Mimi, she does have the headhunter. We know how terrifying her headhunter can be. He comes forward there. There is the poison orb as well. Not allowing them to actually move forward. Muffin does get one. Eventually it's going to be Rosie that's going to go down. Ginny just waiting for that tap. But look at Nuki already moving forward. But look at the headshot from
Oh
Ginny.
my god.
Nasty, nasty situation.
Filthy, Tash. It's absolutely filthy. We start things off with WSF trying to play it safe, but being too far back towards the site just kind of gives your opponents a little bit more space to push up front, and that's where they can
Space, yes.
exactly strafe shooting. And then when the first player falls, Rosie has to back out, and at that point it's easy for XNS just to take the site. And this is one thing that I really want to highlight: Baby TZ and her deliberate wall placements. It's not a very common choice to wall off screens horizontally like that. What they're really doing is to just cut off that one route, which means WSF only had one single pathway in order to retake the site, and at that point it's easy pickings for XNS. This time around though, look at this discipline again. They're not going for crazy aggressive peaks. It's just a default hold.
X10 is known for that default play. It messes with the opponent's mind. They have no clue where they're going to come from, what they're going to do, where they're going to hit. Look at the spike. It's still down. They still haven't figured out where exactly they're going to go just yet.
If you're at WSF right now, you're not quite sure where X10S are. You don't hear their footsteps. You peek and you see a little sliver of a head, and now you're thinking it's the A site. But by this point, look at where these players are positioned. So far back, Raptors, screens. How are you going to defend the site like this? Oh, you have no choice to play for retakes.
I was a bit concerned for her over there. Still jumps off. You do have rifles this round. Takes some damage.
It's not good.
But Rosie is quite low. Cupcake takes some damage here. Can she hit those right clicks? Is the question. Ginny will get knocked. Alyssa and Polly get one each. Cupcake, let's find Polly in the end. Ginny finds Cupcake and Sully's only Nuki. Nuki gets the ding, but not the kill.
An interesting idea from WSF. I mean, they did not have the economy. Might as well try to find whatever they could, whether it's a kill or two. They can't plant the spike or really defuse it, so they can't really get that money bonus for the next round. So I can understand that instinct to play really defensively. But if you do that and you completely give up the site to your opponents, you are playing a 5v5 retake with nothing but pistols against Spectres. It's such a tall order. And at that point, you kind of just defaulted the round. You gave it away to XNS. 10 to 4 is the score right now. And if they can't pick this one up, they're going to be in for a world of hurt, Tash.
World of hurt means going home. And I don't think WSF wants that, at least just yet. I really want to see that confidence that came through from them yesterday, especially on map 2. But it always feels that way for some teams, doesn't it? Where they do so well. I mean, they don't do so well on map 1, and suddenly on map 2, they just completely shine, and it just catches you off guard. And it might be the same thing for WSF. If you look at trends for yesterday, regardless, I'm wondering what exactly have they figured out here. They can actually at least close up the score a little bit, boost up their morale.
That's it, though. Still, it is undeniable that X10S are in the driver's seat right now. They have the momentum. This is forcing WSF's hand. They have no choice but to use the timeout right now just to figure out whatever they can, make these rounds count. But once it comes down to it, if XNS starts to feel the pressure, they can call a timeout as well. So they're sitting pretty, if you're asking me. I mean, they might have Spectres and Marshals right now, but they know how to make this work.
One thing I like about X10S is the fact that how they play is very reminiscent to Bleed back in stage 1, stage 2. They played very slow early, then suddenly at 50, 40 seconds you see these explosive plays, and it's very, very hard to keep up with those speed because you might be in whole other different parts of the map because you have no clue where they've been.
Again, that's what it comes down to. Both sides not really giving up information to each other. It's just the utility that's really making a little bit of sense. As soon as that poison cloud goes off, it's easier for XNS to hit any site that they want just because you're left with lesser resources. And right now, if they can overrun the sole player that is holding down B, oh my gosh, WSF, they've over-rotated.
30 seconds left.
Mimi, she's the only person there, and she might be punished if she's gonna beat that muffin straight to the head. She had no chance to react, and look at that, a free upgrade. We love that. Look at Marshall for Polly, she's gonna take it. Because we all know that Polly too can get value. Any weapon can get value in the right hands. Suddenly, it's gonna be silence again as Cupcake was able to find out Alyssa in the end from the side. They're gonna get suppression there. There'll be a lot, but look at that, Polly! Immediately switches out to the Sheriff. Moving forward, she is not afraid. Noxie only half HP left right now. Ginny, and of course she's not gonna do that, but Polly does get one more Muffin!
One enemy
Finds
remaining.
again, Cupcake! Finds Muffin. Doesn't know where Ginny is, but look at this angle she's playing. Ugh, not a great one.
I can't believe how strong X10S are right now on this map. This is such a dominating side. This is WSF's map pick, by the way. How is it that X10S are doing so well? 11-4 right now. This round was WSF's bonus. And yet, X10S are just walking away with these wins. I mean, such a careful approach. All it took was one headhunter shot on towards Mimi, and she's gone. They had the sight off of that. WSF, they need to rein this back. They need to calm themselves down.
It's a hard situation.
Right,
And you have a
Tash,
team like X10S who are just playing defensive. You saw how Ginny was placing herself. It was aggressive, but at the same time defensive. I don't know how to explain it, but she doesn't have to peek. Wait for people to come to me.
It's almost hard to breathe right now if you're playing on the side of WSF. Still, they're trying whatever they can.
Shutting them down.
Not really moving all that much, but they just don't have the guns this round. Trying and waiting to hear whatever they can, pick out whatever they can. But X10S are running in full force, all 5 members.
Get that spray from Baby TZ, gets Yuki, but here the wall does come up. They are gonna get that plant. That's one great thing about X10. Despite everything, they still managed to get that plant. Their post plants have been impeccable. Very slowly, we're seeing a very, very slow reaction here from WSF. So they're not quite sure how to play this, as Rosie does get caught out at the end. That Recon does find one in the backside here. Alyssa does get one more. Cupcake is good for a while. Alyssa good for 3 though! Again! Very, very clean. Only Jimmy lost.
Match point.
How many triple kills have we seen from Melissa at this point, Tash? I can't even count them. I got 10 fingers. I'm not sure anymore. She's got 22 kills. 22 kills! Mimi, who's the top wrecker on the other side, I think that's almost double what she's got. I just can't believe how sharp Alyssa is right now.
It's actually insane because yesterday what we saw from WSF is those insane thrifty rounds, and they do so well on them, and I was banking on them to do that again today.
That's a spray conversion and a half. I'm not sure if we saw that towards the end, but it's just so strong. And here we are, Tash. Match points.
Already?
Can WSF actually turn this thing around? We've got Mimi on the operator. If anyone can do it, she has to be the one to push them off this A site.
I believe in those copium moments that we saw from Orangutan, 11-1. And I hope for that again.
Are you
Comeback.
huffing that copium?
Not quite. So long as WSF doesn't have that confidence, it's gonna be really hard for me to believe in it. Because you saw that hesitation come through from them earlier as the retakes come through. This time round, the only information they have is the sound of the owl drone. This time, footsteps gonna come through as well. You can see this confidence coming in through from X10S. They're feeling really good. Clearing out the backside there. Unfortunately, doesn't get that, but it doesn't really matter for them because there
30
is
seconds left.
the lockdown coming through as well. It's gonna allow them so much space, and Rosie, what she can do is just throw those snake bites, and I think it's a little bit too early for that.
Wow.
She doesn't have any more utils.
Well, there we go, Tash. This means it's gonna be a full 5-on-5 retake.
Mimi, that's
But what they don't know is that Mimi
Fury.
has the operator. Not to mention that Hunter's Fury coming in from Cupcake.
Still got the flat though.
That's so good.
There he is. Con. Destroyed, but Ginny is gonna not getting anyone, but Mimi does find Baby TZ in the end. Alyssa does find one to grab Mimi. Good for 3. Mimi is tapping up. Noxy from the backside. Cupcake as well. I think it might be too little too late, but it doesn't really matter because finally WSF finds their rhythm.
We take a step back, and then we take one step forward, and this dance will continue. 12-5, WSF not backing down. An expensive round, sure, but one that counts when it matters most. Just because Cupcake lands the perfect Hunter's Fury shot, just because Mimi with the operator lands the perfect operator shot.
It was all Mimi.
And I know,
She had 3 picks.
she's coming back in.
But that's the problem. When you only have one player that's coming back in compared to a few more, it's gonna be really hard. But look at Alyssa though. 23. Look at Mimi. I think she's starting to get very confident here. She's starting to push up. Unfortunately, it gets spotted up with the turret. So you're not seeing anyone at least push up because they don't know who exactly is the one that's peeking.
This could be a jack-in-the-box surprise for X10S. They're kind of anticipating some kind of a push. Maybe they heard something, but it's not going to be simple. Unfortunately, though, with the owl drone, Mimi has no choice but to back off, and now we might see an operator duel between these two chambers.
I love seeing the battle of chambers. Mimi doesn't go out, but her legs are gone.
Oh my
That's
god.
painful.
I felt that one.
Yeah, me too. That fragment is just gonna take up some space there, not allowing them to push forward. But X10S, they know how to just wait for it. Alyssa is gonna throw her turret there. Let's get some value. Wall does come up. It is gonna be immediately tried to take it down, but there is a little corner there. Mimi does find Polly again. Rosie finds Baby TZ. Yuki's trying to get some information from outside. Flashes out. Not gonna convert it at least into a kill. The wall is there. That's Alyssa. Rosie, 1 each. Mimi gets 1 more. Ginny gets 1 kill. Gets the Hunter Spirit. Rosie pushes out. Gonna be the defuse. Gonna bring them back to 12-6. The dream is still alive, and I am huffing and puffing.
I love that, man. You huff and you puff and you blow X10S all the way back off the site. We talk about walls, but the brick wall that is this Noxy barrier orb just at the right time. Maybe gotten it halfway, and that's what really counts. Ginny, you can throw the Hunter's Fury all you want, but when you have 3 players breathing down your neck, 3 players from WSF, they come into play. This is how WSF are showing that they do have that confidence, Tash. They know that the spike plant is going to come in, but that kind of costs a bit of positioning from X&S. They have to push up front in order to get that spike down, and it makes it easier for them to pick off some of these players as they try to get that thing planted. 12-6, and this is a bit of comeback potential, but like I said earlier on, X10S, they're still comfortable. They have the momentum. Once they start to feel the pressure, timeout called. Momentum completely shifted, and this is where they could actually close this out.
There was a tiny, minor mistake there by Baby TZ. Was a small little gap in the wall between that she put up. Costed them. I have to say, XNS, according to trends as well, have a bit of trouble closing out games. We've seen XNS get to 12 so many times, but so many times we see the enemy team come back and get that overtime. Next XNS, they need to figure out how to just close it off.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh my gosh.
Trap destroyed.
Still, Viper's Pit is one heck of an obstacle for XNS to deal with, and now Tour de Force, they've got their Vandals. If the B site gets cracked open, this is going to be a problem for WSF. Mimi's going to have to pull off some acrobatics here.
Oh, she got spotted out.
Okay.
So unfortunate, they know exactly where she is too. She has to give up that space, but Polly going up real fast, breaking that wall. Would prefer to see that wall used for a post plant rather.
Oh, look at this. XNS trying to bait out some rotations. They're spending some ammunition, some positioning or utility just to possibly bait them over. But WSF aren't really moving all that much. I love that Rosie's still hiding inside of her Viper's Pit. Middle, a little bit compromised, but if Cupcake can get a bit of intel here, this would be perfect.
All the information she needs, Shock
30
Dart does
seconds
come
left.
out. But look at how fast they're taking up this space. They don't even
Oh my
realize
God,
it's
she's
coming
going
through, but Baby TZ is gonna be stopped by that. But Chini's gonna find her first. Cupcake does find Baby
Spike
TZ.
down,
In
mid.
return, the spike does get dropped. We're gonna get it back. The Null Command is making it real hard. Cupcake gonna try and get that value. She does. It's gonna be on to Ginny. Alyssa does find Yuki in the end. It's gonna be 2. Cupcake is online. It's gonna revive coming through to Yuki. And it's looking real good for WSF. Finally, the momentum is on their side.
Brought it back. Lost it, but you take the bull by the horns. And now, XNS, you know, we still might be in for a 5-round differential, but it's lovely to see WSF come back into the game like this. I just want to highlight the one snake bite from Rosie. She might have been in the Viper's Pit, but as soon as she heard footsteps coming in from middle, she came in to support her teammate with the best timed snake bite. It slowed that down. It kept Cupcake alive.
Because of that, Cupcake was able to get those picks too. And this time, we're seeing a very aggressive WSF, just spraying in through mid, not allowing that space anymore. Mimi, she's primed and ready. For now, still silence, but look how quietly they're getting
Oh my
onto
gosh.
A area. But there is one in the backside here. It's gonna be Muffin. Just checking, making sure no one's flanking.
Oh no. It's okay. I love that Mimi's being proactive, switching around positions, keeping X10S on their toes. But the thing is, these positions are so far back that X10S gain a lot of space. I think what WSF are trying to do is to bank on the fact that they've got nothing but sheriffs, but even then, these sheriffs are deadly!
That's what we want to see. Thrifties can be big value, and I said before, any weapon is great on the right hands. Regardless, X10S, the team that wins those aim duels. Wall, gonna go down here. Cupcake gonna try and get some information. Does get 2 scans, perfect, but Noxy is gonna find it easy, but Genie is the one who will retaliate to Cupcake's swing. Noxy does eventually get found out here as the sprays come through from Rosie. She is aggressive. The damage does come through from the nano swarms, but Noxy does find Polly in the end.
2v2.
2v2. They need to do this. They do hear those taps come through. Muffin spraying through, gets one in the hand, not get 2! They finally
Attackers win.
close it up! For the
Thrifty.
Thrifty, what a great way to win the first game of the first series. It's gonna be X10 Sapphire.
You had to say it, Tash. You had to say it. The right guns in the right hands can change destiny. And this is what we've just seen. Again, this was W Street Females map pick. They had it. They came back towards the end of the first half, but here and when it comes down to it, match point, all of a sudden, it's just that amount of space given up to X10S allowed them to come in and slap WSF unconscious. What a way to close out this map.
As I said before, sometimes when you hit round 12 and only starting to perform, it's a little bit too little too late because you have no room for error. And as for W Streak, momentum heavy team, we saw it yesterday, we saw today, and perhaps they just needed a little bit more time to really figure out how exactly to take it on. And by the time they figured it out, it was already round 12. Regardless, though, they do still have 2 more chances. Do or die. Well, 2 or 1, depending on how they perform the next map. And this is a situation that they need to figure out. Regardless, though, if you look at the score, Mimi, again, the player that we really hype up, that really is stepping up. But compared to Alyssa with 26 in the bag, her performance pales in comparison.
It's incredibly wondrous how Alyssa was able to get this. I mean, again, so many rounds that we saw. She had triple kills on top of triple kills on top of triple kills on top of triple. Stop me, Tash. I'm kidding.
The idea of how she plays that the Killjoy is a very interesting one. Swinging off the information she gets from her nano swarms, her alarm bots, her turret can give her all of that value. And on top of that, I mean, if you look at, I think it's very similar to what we see from Baby TZ as well from last stage. I mean, if we saw Baby TZ was the Killjoy previously, she was a sharpshooter, and I think because they play with each other, you can see that similar playstyle just shine through, and that is the signature Killjoy that you will see from X10S.
It's just such a strong team. I mean, again, coming back to it, we just saw that ratio 9-5 in terms of frag wins. If we look at the statistics, every single player has a positive KD, and this shows that X10S, they just have that really strong defensive side. I mean, look at the replays right now. All of these setups help them gain so much momentum, so much confidence that even when WSF wants to try to come back into the game, they had no issue just finding that one perfect round to close this out.
I think what's really great to say is X10S's explosive plays is something that WSF was not able to deal with, as well as the great utility usage as well. WSF may be great with those aim duels and gunfights, but the fact is the confidence as well as the momentum was on X10S's hands. Even in situations where, even in those explosive situations, they take up so much space. It was really hard for WSF to kind of deal with those aggressive sort of plays. I think if say that WSF did have the same confidence, was able to play as aggressive, it may have been a whole different story. Because we only start to see the aggressive plays and the confidence come in when we start hitting that match point for X10S.
Yeah, that last round is a perfect example of what you just said, but even then, I kind of want to believe in WSF a little bit, just a little bit, you know? We see that they have the potential to really adapt to some of these defenses coming in from X10S, so as we move forward into the next map, which is going to be X10S's map pick, Haven, I don't know how this is going to go, but maybe WSF have some tricks up their sleeves. Let's find out what they've got for us right after this break. Don't go, guys, we will be back.
Woo! Is that okay?
Yeah!
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
A little bit of a comeback from Win Streak Female, but unfortunately still wasn't enough against X10S and their incredible ability to frag out. We move forward into Haven. Now let's see if WSF can actually come back into the game. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Tash. We're going to bring you a lot more Valorant action.
It's going to be a really exciting one. As Quack said, too little too late for the comeback from W Streak, but there is one more chance for them as we move into Haven. As we all know, with X10's plays on how they do attack, love those defaults coming through. My question is, what exactly are they gonna do in order to stop this very slow yet explosive playstyle? A lot of discipline is needed, especially on defense for them, and I think the best thing that they can do is play together.
I have to agree with that. I mean, if you play separated, it's easier for your opponent just to pick you apart. But the other thing that they need to consider is X10S picked this map. They picked it for a reason. They did really well against ARF yesterday, 13-3. And not only that, they came in with a new meta composition.
Oh.
We don't often see this, but Muffin picked the Neon yesterday.
Oh, very, very similar what we see from Paper X, from what we see from Boom. They love those fast-paced agents, and I think they're really, really going back to, you know, embracing how they used to play back in stage 1, the explosive fast plays, and it suits them so very well. And in big maps, that's the reason why you want to have a Neon, like Fracture, as well as Breeze and Haven. Neon is, I feel like it's gonna be a staple from now on. You get so much space in so little time.
It's really a quick-paced agent, a quick-paced game, a quick-paced map that's going to possibly throw WSF off guard, and they're gonna have to adapt really quickly. They're gonna have to adapt on the fly, or at least have some kind of counter-strat planned just from watching yesterday's VODs, because if they don't, I mean, X10S, they have the potential just to run them completely over. If we take a look at the last time W Streak Esports played Haven, unfortunately, Tash, it was quite a while ago.
Yeah,
they played
it was back
against
in stage
NGX. I know, and not only that, their composition from before, it's not quite bad or anything, but it is a little bit dated.
It's a little bit dated, so I think they may have an idea on how to deal with it. But when it comes to, from what I've seen yesterday, at least from their game against, I think it was Big Side,
Big Side,
it felt
yes.
like they were really quick to adapt, especially on the second map. So I'm really hoping that maybe in case like their composition isn't gonna change, I really want to see the adaptability come from them. I want to see more proactiveness, because the only person that was proactive on W Streak FE earlier was just Mimi. The rest was all still playing a very default, very, I would say it's a very one-dimensional gameplay compared to the rest. And you talked about taking up space, and it felt like X10S had full control of the map, even on attack.
Yeah, it's something that's going to be a little bit tough for them to deal with. I mean, comfort picks are great because you are able to just play in your comfort zone, play with what you know,
Play the
and you don't
muscle
really have
memory
to.
game. Give
Yeah,
your space,
exactly.
your brain space to think about other things.
Exactly. That's why. So when you have that extra brain space, right? Like maybe your brain's got like, I don't know, 1 terabyte of information.
What are you, KO?
1 terabyte of disk space, and then you got like 750 gigabytes left to deal with adapting to your opponents. It could work. It could work. And that's what it comes down to. If we can see whoever the IGL of W Streak is, if they can come in with the best possible read, the best possible anti-strats, they might just be able to steal this map away from X10S. That said though, I want to see one player step up to the plate. Mimi was absolutely phenomenal, but we need to see more players coming in from Dolph, who I think subs in as the 6th player for W Streak.
Dolph yesterday was insane. She is a very aggressive player. Loved seeing her on the Rays as well, going crazy. So I am expecting Dolph to really take up that space, go aggressive. And I'm also hoping for Nuki. I mean, we saw Nuki yesterday playing with the Rays. Playing with the Neon. I believe it was Neon. Yeah, let me just double check that before I get my information wrong. Yes, it was. So, no, it wasn't. It was actually, she was actually playing something else.
Initiator.
Yeah, she was playing Initiator. So, sorry, Nuki on the Initiator is very aggressive. Yes, that's right. So now, if Nuki, she's able to really step up yesterday. She was able to take those big fights. And I want to see more from her, if possible. Because when you look at how they played yesterday, the reason why they're able to sub around is very similar to why we have Team Secret and the 6-player strat. So I'm really expecting a change in pace because that change in pace happened yesterday on Fracture when Rosie subbed in. I'm expecting the same now. But looking at that, no neons.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, it's Nuki on the Reyna.
Okay. Well, I mean, they haven't locked it in yet, but here's the thing. Why sub out Mimi when she was doing so well? Maybe she's not that comfortable on Haven. That could be the reason, but she's got those hot hands. If Dolph comes in and they are subbing Mimi out, Dolph really has to be the one to come back in just to carry this team to victory.
I do like the breach pick, but the thing is, having Baby TZ or at least a chamber by Mimi, I would have liked it better than a Killjoy just for this map personally. Because when you have that chamber on attack, you have that trademark to stop those flanks and rotations, and we know that X10 loves to do that. A Killjoy is as good, but the firepower coming in from a chamber is just too good to give up.
Man, well, whether it's the chamber or the Killjoy, we have what we have. The teams have their reasons for it. Again, like you mentioned before, Tash, it comes down to WSF and their potential to adapt. If they can do it, they just might be able to take this map away. But of course, they are starting on the attacking side. And look at this on the mini-map already.
Look at this aggression!
So confident, I can't believe it.
Dolph is already so very low, guys got flashed out.
What are you doing? Oh my god.
Look at this aggressive pushes.
Just push C right now.
Just go and run. I'm surprised that they're not reacting this way. I mean, yesterday this happened to WSF. They heard the footsteps coming, and they would have gone aggressive. But this time, Mila gets the head, but Nuki does find one in return. But without Dolph, it's gonna be a little bit of a problem. At least to get those pick knocks. He does find Rocket in the end. Polly finds Nuki. Train on train. Aggressive angle. But look at this. They are just trying to bully them off the area. Your spawn, nah, it's my spawn, I say. The trademark does find them. Ginny from the backside here. Polly playing the smoke. Criminal Polly gonna swing out here. Polly doesn't get anyone just yet, but Cupcake is there to find Polly at least. One-on-one. Cupcake does go down in the end. But Ginny, what a nice rotation.
Tash, this was the exact same scenario that we saw in Icebox.
What is this?
Came down to it, and Ginny was the last one left, and she secured that final kill. Might have almost lost her hit to Cupcake, but unfortunately, it is what it is. WSF, again, that adaptability. They saw 3 players coming at them. They held their ground. They tried to fend them off, but they couldn't quite do it. And once they felt that pressure, they knew the inside was open. They ran for it. They got the side planted, and that's what counts. They got quite a bit of money to work with now. Dolph going in for the expensive Sheriff. If she can find some picks, that would be great.
This is like seeing W Gaming from Paper X. This is how aggressive they're playing. But look at that. They really would. But look at those sprays coming through. Nuki had no chance. They knew exactly where she was. And WSF, I am expecting them to actually just run backwards. This is what we saw from them yesterday, at least running away instead. But today, they say they want to fight, and a fight they're getting, but they're not actually winning. This goes down to 2 though, baby. TZ and Polly get one each.
Enemy remaining.
And Sully's only Cupcake left. Cupcake! She just said, surprise. Try and pop one head, but you know, when you have 2 crossfires at you, what can you do?
Surprise, surprise. It's just unfortunate is what it is. I mean, such aggression. Completely the opposite of what we saw from X10S on Icebox. Always pushing up A long like that with like, 3 players, no less.
They're like, round 1, we're gonna play very quiet. You're gonna think we're so defensive. And round 2, we're gonna be like, haha, you thought it! Sorry, I got too excited.
Oh. No, it's good. I feel it too, Tash, and I don't know what they're gonna pull off this round, but you can bet it's gonna be crazy. Instantly down the middle, looking for those CQB duels.
Actually, does get paranoia. Noxy does find Polly in the end. They're going fast, but it doesn't really matter though. They have better guns. They can counter to us, we'll spray at you. And you've already lost 2 players. Immediately gonna be rushing straight to A, but Lopua is holding A, and she has a Marshall. Has to reposition. It doesn't really matter. She has the high ground. She can see everything on the site.
Destroyed.
Slow and steady. Magic does get destroyed though, but look at that, not getting that value. 13 HP left. But Imagine gonna go down to Noxie in the end. 20 HP left for Muffin, but can she land ahead? Ginny was already there to do it first.
The rotations.
Noxie, the only one that went down, but they do have some upgrades at least. So for now,
Okay.
you're gonna be happy with this, and you know that Ginny is a sharp shot. Ginny with the rifle, she can just spray at you. She can flick if she wants to. Dolph, she needs to take up space in the backside. She does eventually. She changes her mind because no one is actually
Spike planted.
watching Garage as well. They said, okay, let's just play this for post plant. You have someone playing in the backside, behind the boxes. It's okay to anticipate, but that swarm grenade, they don't make a noise, hasn't been popped, and right now they're going to spray and pray. That's what you need. Yuki does find Muffin in the end. It's only down to Ginny. Ginny, where are you gonna look? Is there even someone on the site? You have no clue. Shoots the ground one time, does get splashed. She has all the information she needs. All they have to do is just go together. Don't get isolated. 1, 2, 3. It's gonna be Dolph! Gets it! I was so worried for her with 20 HP.
Oh my god. That definitely did get me a little bit nervous. Ginny managed to get it halfway. However, she stood still in the same spot, and that means it's an easy pre-aimed shot for the WSF girls, and easy for Dolph, who, by the way, has been popping off. The 2 share shots from the previous round, and this time around, a little bit more support coming in from Cupcake with the Paranoias. It's giving WSF the positioning that they need, the timing that they need to rotate off onto different sites, and that's exactly what they did once they took down Baby TZ.
They're not changing their pace. I was expecting to go slow. Really flashed. Has all the information. Counter flash coming through. No one's pushing out just yet. Paranoia as well, just to clear out the area. Would have expected them to run the other way. That's what I would do. Have full control of sight as well. A completely empty. They have no clue. But I think the idea is to go B. Not a big fan of that though.
Got concealment.
Well, B would be really tough to break in. Like you said, Tash, not a big fan, just because of this.
Look at the crossfire.
Like, yeah, perfect crossfire. A-link, C-link. It's one of these tougher spots to break into, but if they can actually take down one player, it makes things easier. They're throwing a lot of flashes in, but it's not quite working out just yet. A lot of resistance coming in from XNS.
Just wait till those utils, because look at that, they're running the other way. Skedaddle, let's get out of here. We got all the utils out of the way. Let's run straight to A, but Baby TZ is there!
Oh.
Immediately finds Dolph.
30
That's
seconds left.
their duelist out of the way. It's gonna be so hard to actually get onto the site now. The hesitation is coming through. Rosie does find Polly mid-rotation. And for now, they change their mind. Rosie goes for 2.
God.
Rosie, she's on fire right now. She wants to get those picks. She wants to find the mid-rotation. See, she knows that this area is completely clear. She's calling to friends.
10
Come
seconds.
here.
10
But
seconds
they're running out
left.
of time. They have to rush this. But look at this pinch coming through from XNS, and Rosie knows exactly how they're playing this.
And all it comes down to is the timing of this rotation from
They heard
X10S.
them.
They want to come in with a retake. They might not have heard Ginny yet, but
But Ginny knows.
she's got to time her peak perfectly.
She also
Her
has-
teammates need to draw the attention away from the site itself.
The knife as well. She can't use that. Yuki will be the one that's gone out. Really find that chance to suppress as well. Let's get the diffuse halfway. Ginny good for 2. Ginny good for 3. No, Rosie and Cupcake and 1
enemy
each.
remaining.
But Alyssa will be one to find Cupcake in the end. Rosie half HP. All she has to do is just waste time. She doesn't have any utils. Peekaboo! I see you! Gonna have to switch. No bullets right now. But Alyssa says, it's fine. I'm just gonna bring my gun to the next round. Both of them gonna be surviving another day, but not meeting, at least.
Well, sometimes that's what you gotta do. You gotta know when to fold. You gotta know when to cut your losses. Walk away with a Vandal in your hands that you can bring into the next round. That said, though, what an incredible performance for Ginny. She picked off 2, exactly. It completely turned the attention away. I thought it was going to be the other way around for Ginny to come in the flank, but instead it's Ginny who drew the attention away for the other 2 players from XNS to take down the site. Unfortunately, still wasn't enough though, just because C Long is such a tough position to deal with in a retake scenario.
I was gonna say that I was expecting them to at least know because Nuki did go down first. Regardless, here's Muffin. This time, all she has is a frenzy. Alyssa does still have a gun. We know that she can hit those heads. They can't see anything though. They can't go into garage. It's been nebulated out. As for now, X10, playing these aggressive angles, they have nothing to lose. Well, maybe Alyssa, but the rest? It's just a frenzy. We just want to go for picks.
Not just any picks too. If she can find something really up front, she could just pop into her overdrive.
Blinded.
But this is smart coming from WSF as well. They're starting to adapt to this, and this is what we were talking about, Tash. They know that X10s love to push out together as a trio.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
I'm loving this change of pace coming in from WSF.
Here we go.
Usually they try to go fast, but this time B is where they want to go for. Take up space will be Dolph and really taking space. Not outside, but Muffin from the backside. Overdrive does find Noxie. So she does take some damage there. Has to move away! Dolph does find her in the end, but doesn't realize Polly's at the bottom side. But finally
Spike
does
down
get
mid.
dropped in the end.
One
Yuki,
enemy
the
remaining.
hit. Rosie gets one each. The Seekers come out.
Pull cat.
Just to find Baby TZ. Where are you? We don't want
Found
you
one.
to even go
Plant the
close or
spike.
bring that to the next round. Plant does come through. She does have the
10
tour de
seconds
force.
left.
Is she gonna get the
Spike
pick is the
planted.
question. She hurt them. They're playing in from ceiling. Does get flashed as well. Baby TZ, are you really gonna push out here? It's not a great situation. Look at how far away they're trying to wrap through.
Okay.
Trying to fight from the other side. She's sticking it. Rosie, all you have to do is just jump peek. She didn't hear you. She does hear your footsteps. Does find
No
Rosie
way.
at the end.
Team working.
It's already halfway. Has to find
Not
them.
like this.
Unfortunately, whiffs.
Not
She
like
still
this.
gets it, baby TZ. What on earth?
A 1v2 clutch, and it brings X10S back into the lead. 3-2. They win that round. They got the economy for the next. And it all starts with Baby TZ and her sudden tour of the force. It's just,
Enemy remaining.
oh my goodness. WSF had everything right going for them. Rosie with her picks, the timing on the rotations, and even then, it's still not enough.
Clutch.
Here.
Best I've
They
ever
were
seen.
adapting. I loved seeing that from WSF, but in terms of firepower, XNS are clearly on top.
With the tour de force.
Pulling
What?
heavy.
You know how hard it is to clutch with a tour de force.
Right?
Raj, that's what they want.
She did it.
Look at that. Flash, they all get all the information they want. There was even a gravity well in there, but Dolph already on the site gets rid of the trademark before it actually survives. But look at that Nuki going forward, gets one for the hit by Polly and Baby TZ. Polly good for two. Noxie does find Polly in the end, and this is good value. This is their eco round. And they want to do everything they can to make it not sustainable for them. Dolph already with the upgrade. She does have the knives, does get concussed. Gonna quickly move away. Flash comes to Noxie. Can she hit the head? Is the question. Not quite. For now, Alyssa, Spike, and Muffin gonna move forward. They only have one person to deal with. It's gonna be Muffin! It's gonna be getting that. What a nasty angle she's playing with.
Again, it's just X10S doing whatever they can to induce that sense of chaos. Pushing out a garage, controlling it that way. If you were in WSF shoes, you're not quite sure where they could be, and sometimes you're so focused on the firefight that's in front of you that you're not quite sure where some of these other players might have rotated to. And that's where Muffin finds that final kill, hiding in the perfect off angle. 4-2 now is the score, and this is WSF's last chance at keeping the economy on their side.
X10S.
Oh, and Baby TZ operator.
Oh yeah, of course. Just insane with the operator. Nuki will be found, but Nuki does still get the kill in the end. Polly and Alyssa get one each. 2-for-1 situation. And they're loving it. Thought that they would have won that. That's through the flash too. Very unlucky, you have to say.
Oh my god. It's like you buy two, get one free. No wait. that's wrong. You buy two at the cost of one. Still good. It's still value.
Buy 2, free 1. I like that. Actually, no. Buy 1, free 2. That would be the right one. Yeah. Could it the other way. Sorry, guys. Here in
Round's not
Malaysia and
over yet, though.
Singapore, We love getting that value.
Oh,
We're gonna put a Nebula there. It's gonna be
Asian
hard,
that
but
way.
look at the Rolling Thunder come through. Polly
nice.
is gonna be playing behind this area, and we know that area can be very lethal. But look at the crossfires coming through. Noxie and Cupcake get one each. Alyssa does find Dolph in the end. Cupcake is so low, 25 HP is all she has to work with, and Alyssa's gonna push through. But the crossfire, she still gets it though. I am in shock because Alyssa should not have survived that.
There! Alyssa again! 4 kills this time, and she's 8 and 4 on top of the scoreboard once more. Different agent too, but she still just does it perfectly. No utility really needed, but it's the support that came in from Polly. She placed that star purposefully on the C site in case of any potential firefight coming through. And as soon as Noxie sent that Rolling Thunder in, it might have knocked her up, it might have pushed her off the site, and she might have lost her life, but that lingering Nebula just gave Alyssa enough of control over the site to come back in for those 2 huge kills. 5-2 now, once more, X10S have all the momentum in the world. WSF forced their hand. This is the timeout that's being called again.
It looked good for them, if you think about it, but I was not expecting that insane flick, and I thought it was a crossfire. You are right. You did notice that Noxie got distracted from the other side. That was the reason why she was able to get that. It's a very bad situation for WSF. It's one of those situations where you just kind of question, we can do everything right, but X10, they're just so good at distracting, so good at just catching us off guard.
Oh my god. If you take a look at the mini-map as well, Tash, I mean, Muffin is thinking about it again, all the way down middle. They know that WSF doesn't have the guns. That's why they're going aggressive, starting the hunt.
It's a very different momentum or play style from Icebox. It's very aggressive, but
Oh, my
Muffin
lord.
with the opening pick and Polly good for 2 Alyssa as well! They're just so happy to play up in grass. You can't outdo us.
I can't believe this. Rosie, what are you gonna do? Like, how do you find 5 of them?
What?
That was gonna go.
Muffin, look at how many angles.
Tash, do you know the Muffin Man?
Muffin Man, you want me to do the voice?
I can do the voice. Alright. Can you do the voice?
What
I don't
Muffin
know.
Man? Which Muffin Man? I have so many voices, man.
I can't. Every single round, she's pushing somewhere, whether it's with the high gear or doing it slowly. She sneaks right up underneath your nose, and WSF just can't deal with it. No guns, and it's a 5-finger death punch from X10S to secure that round. This time around now, they got the guns again, but how do they create the space when you are faced with so much resistance?
Muffin is the master of taking up space, because once she does, the cavalry comes with her, and suddenly
know.
you have nowhere to go. I think this is the problem with WSF. They're just not quite able to take up that space, but look at this aggressive
There's
push
the
from
cavalry.
Alyssa. But she does get flashed. They know she's there. Dolph doesn't find her in the end. Knocks against Muffin as well. The greatest punish gets flashed. Ginny survives with a life. B-Hop save her life. But now Flash comes through. But there is a guided light to save her. Maybe TZ good for 1 with the op. But Polly does find Rosie at the end. Cupcake and Doxy does get 1. And finally, they clawed their way through. They found 1 point to their name.
What a good round! WSF! They just stood still, knowing that there was going to be a push coming at some point. They flashed out the right spots. They caught Alyssa out. And just with that, they managed to push all the way in. No matter the circumstances, they were able to trade out those final frags. 6-3. And then X10S calls their own timeout as well. Again!
They have to.
A paradigm shift.
Because the momentum has stopped. What they're doing from before, those aggressions that they used to do, are now punished. So now they have to figure out another way. What we're doing is not working. What can we do to make them really, really, I don't know, catch them off guard?
It's, oh my goodness. I mean, both sides, honestly, they're in this tug of war right now. So much ebbing and flowing that WSF are trying to adapt to it, but X10S just continues to change their strategy again and again. Some rounds we see Muffin holding A short, trying to push up front. Some rounds she's pushing down the middle. So if you're WSF, you want to play it safe. You want to hold back and just try to fish out for that information, that juicy information.
Where's the Muffin Man coming from this time?
Oh boy. Get out of my swamp!
Nice attempt. I would have to say.
It's terrible.
But speaking of attempts, let's see if Baby TZ gets this one. You know that she is insane when it comes. I don't know if they spotted her out there. What the dog doing? They see her, and she gets punished immediately. We know that WSF is great at punishing. Finally gets the flash out. Doesn't see anyone. Genie gets the fragment. They have to give this space. Have to respect that. Don't want to put in too much damage. Chip damage and Nuke and Dolph is there. Not quite enough to really scare them just yet. So for now, Dolph
You
should
should
go
run.
explosive if she wants, but look at that lockdown coming
interesting.
through. And this possibly is what they need.
It gives them the control and the space that they need. They can go in to get the spike planted right now. But of course, it comes down to the timing of the retake from X10S. All 4 players already in position for this, but they've been
Spike planted.
completely smoked off.
Retakes on A is incredibly difficult, and look at the crossfires coming through. They may have popped that a little bit too early as Dolph doesn't concuss here. Muffin goes forward, gets one, Polly gets one more. Nuki, Rosie good for 2, Polly from the top there. Raining pain, Rosie is online. Beautifully done. Love their post plant, and this is all they needed. They needed time to put down that post plant.
Put down the post plant. Put down that boot. Because you might try to push in, but as long as we have the positioning, as long as we have hell under our control, we will drag you down with us. And that is how WSF wins in this post-plant scenario. All the positions, all the pushes coming out of the A site, it's just not good enough. X10S, A site is that tough to retake. 6-4, and WSF are starting to claw their way back in. Oh, but Muffin again. Oh, I can't believe this. Is she really doing it? Tash, is she really doing it?
She has to overdrive. She can get away with it.
Oh my god.
But here we go. Here comes the overdrive. Where is she coming from?
I'm
Clear out that area. I'm really liking they're being careful with this. Immediately Seekers do come out, finds her though. She has to give up the space. She can't go too aggressive right now, but you see the positioning as they push through. Paranoia as well. I don't know if
she's
they
running out of charge.
Cupcake is there, but look at Cupcake's gonna be found out. Cupcake is there. Cupcake for 2! Stop the overdrive. Polly does find 2 of her own. For now, the push is out. Baby TZ gets 1 more. It looked great for WSF, and suddenly they're a man down, or rather a lady down. Baby TZ only has 5 HP though. She moves forward. She taps 1 out. Immediately gonna buy some time with those nano swarms. Suddenly they have their Nebula. It's a one-way smoke. They can't see anything. Cupcake sprays 1 enemy remaining. He gets 1 as well. It's gonna be Ginny. And right now, it's just gonna be Polly. She is so very low. She's sticking it. She's doing it. She'll get found on the end.
The firing squad from WSF have arrived, and it's just a rain of bullets whizzing past all over your ear, your left ear, your right ear,
Your knees.
and suddenly you get backed in the head. You take a bullet to the knee, you become a guard, and this is just perfect. I mean, look at how fast they're playing now. They're comfortable with this, and it's so unfortunate for Muffin as well. Kick things into overdrive, push so far deep, tried to flank them. But it comes down to Cupcake just holding down C like nobody's business. And she peaked just as her overdrive ran out. So unfortunate.
Timing is everything. Just being patient. We're seeing that patience being rewarded over and over again by WSF. Regardless, Splash comes through. Baby TZ playing the aggressive angle, and she's still good for 1. We love this aggression coming in from Baby TZ. Muffin does get Dolphin return. Rolling Thunder comes through as well. Now let's find Muffin in the end. Pushes through, doesn't realize Alyssa was playing that nasty corner. Here's the Cupcake. Noxie as well. They're trying to get that space over at mid side. They can go for B, but it's really hard to really hold on to B for the post plant. Alyssa, she smells a Cupcake. Coming in through B. Misses the knife as well. Cupcake, check your corners. It's very important. I don't know if she saw her. She doesn't! Alyssa was a little bit
Spike down,
faster.
mid.
She was already crouched. Ginny, we're waiting here.
Worthless.
Now she's good for one. Is she good for two? Is the question. Gonna easily bind, but there's no one there. And for now, it's gonna be Alyssa. We know that she's great with the sprays. 3K in a pocket. She's gonna be very happy with that.
Good attempt, but
Switching sides.
unfortunately towards the end of that, she was still completely surrounded. And this is just how X10S really plays this. Consistently pushing out from every single spot. Every single bit, and they just go behind enemy lines. If you were WSF, you send out your Rolling Thunder, you do whatever you can to push them back, but it's still not enough to hold your ground. They really needed to find those frags, but they couldn't quite do it. And with that, unfortunately, they only have 2 players left, and it's overwhelming odds.
Speaking of overwhelming, the aggressive plays on defense is too overwhelming for WSF to handle. Yes, certain times they do get that value when they get those picks, but you see, even though X10S is playing aggressive, it changes every single round. You don't really know where exactly Muffin is going to be coming from.
Different.
You don't realize that maybe TC is already pushing in from C, and it's very reminiscent to what you expect to see from a Fracture. If you know that they're going to hit one area, we try and pinch. That's the whole point of playing on Haven, and it feels like over and over again, WSF gets pinched. Yes, sometimes they figure it out, but the adaptability coming through from X10S is just something that's just really hard to deal with.
They keep changing things up. They keep shuffling those cards. You might want to try to find that one card, or just to wait long enough to try to figure out where they could be coming from, figure out what that magic trick is. But because they keep changing things up, you're always confused. And sometimes when you wait that long, XNS just comes in to suffocate you, especially like what we saw in that last round, pushing out from all 3 lanes. A, B, C, completely surrounded. That said, I want to say that WSF, they were able to turn things around for a little bit. 5-7 is pretty good
It's
for the
pretty
first
good.
half.
It really is, I have to say. But I think like what I was expecting was to see what happened from yesterday, where we saw, if say one area was being pushed out aggressively, we saw Mimi wall up, we saw Mimi throw out the slows, and immediately they run to the other side.
Mimi's not here.
Yeah, but Mimi isn't there. We saw the reaction come
Right.
through, but everyone was moving together to the other side. But this time, it felt like WSF really, really want to take these duels. They want to take these fights. And in a lot of situations, they can't win it just because of how aggressive. There's just this sheer firepower coming in from XNS. They can't win.
And it's so fast too. It really is just incredibly fast. You are unable to react, unable to fight back. Still, like I said, 5-7. Now they're on the defense. It's not that bad, but they really, really need to play something that's not quite default. If WSF goes back to a very standard style of gameplay, X10S are going to read them like a book. X10S are going to destroy them, unless X10S starts to overheat too. So that's the win condition for WSF right now, and that's what they're doing. Dolph pushing out.
We've seen Dolph get insane value playing as the duelist.
Okay.
No value from that dash though.
Ooh, fake dash.
You thought
No peeks.
that I will dash, but we will not be deterred.
Oh, look at X10S playing default too. They're so safe.
This is their playbook. They wrote the playbook on default plays.
Here.
They've heard it,
He's the only one here.
but one thing that's really hard about B, it's easy retake. But they managed to bait out one of those smokes, and I think that's good enough for them.
2 of those smokes actually. Cupcake has none left. If X10S actually take Dolph down right now, they will have the A site. And that's why Dolph needs to play it safe. She backs off completely, calls for the rotations, and this is good.
This is very aggressive angle. The press comes through, but baby TZ and Alyssa straight to the
30
face!
seconds.
Oh, I felt that in my bones. But for now, look at the crossfire coming through here. A retake is incredibly hard. It's one of the hardest we've ever seen. So many angles to clear. Using the turret as sort of like an entry. We do know that Muffin is in hell. It really goes down. We got Baby TZ with 3, Ginny for 1. Clean round for them. Only losing Muffin, but Muffin says it's okay. As a duelist, I'm supposed to lose my life for you guys.
That's the teamwork, and it really does make this dream.
I would
work.
take a bullet for you guys. Literally.
But it's also just how fast they were able to hit this site. They slammed it down. No breaks, just completely wrecked WSF's defenses. They tried to hold off a short, but unfortunately for them, I mean, Baby TZ plus a combination of the ghost that some of the other players had just completely took them apart. Here it is, the bonus buy for XNS. They've got the Spectres. They're going to make this work.
Dolph does have a Marshall. She wants to get those opening picks. She's still playing the same area.
Same playbook, though. Look at this from XNS. They're playing the
Wait,
same
Dolph!
positions.
Oh, she's not pushing out. I was so scared for her. Get spotted out. Immediately, that concuss is gonna come through. Dolph pushing out. Do you know there's someone waiting right beside you, Dolph? I'm praying for you. Praying for that Dolph senses to come through. Oh, she feels it. She knows it! Breaks it.
Okay. Baby TZ.
She didn't see anything. Baby TZ was like, don't fight me. She's safe. She's safe for now. She's safe for now. Look at the firing squad. The Polly is gonna get 1. That's the power of the Spectre. We love the Ran and Gan. But for now, Baby TZ is gonna peek out. Spots Dolph there. Don't know if Dolph made it out alive. Yes, they did. It's a game of tag over there on A side. But look at Noxie, not quite getting value. Muffin, Polly, 1 each right now. And Baby TZ say, yeah, I'm not chasing you. I'm gonna go help out my friend. But see that Muffin really reacting to the Nebula expiring. Quick reflexes.
Tash, the Ran and Gan, the spray and pray. It seizes the day, and
you are the one who taught me those words, sir.
It's true. It is what it is. I mean, you called it perfectly, and that's what they did. Dolph, unfortunately, all the way on the other side of the map. Such a long rotation. They already know where she is. It's just that one shot that they're looking for. Going with her. Dash. Oh, like this. Oh. This is so annoying.
No.
Oh my God.
No.
She has no choice but to die to the spike. She has no choice but to die to the spike. If she wants to buy the next round,
she has to. She needs the 1900.
Oh my God. So dirty, so disgusting.
Baby,
XNS.
easy. I'm tweeting you after this.
Please do, Tash. They need more attention. Such a strong team, and they just perfectly read the situation perfectly. I mean, they know where these players from WSF are positioned. They know that, okay, this side is probably the safer one for us to hit. Let's just run it down.
I'm still very amused.
It's like peeking with a shirt, just a tip. All right, I'm hitting back.
That comment didn't
Keeping
make
you
it
trapped.
any better. This is their bonus.
Target's destroyed.
Immediately gonna destroy the turret, but teammates are here to help out. But with all the manpower focused on Garage, leaves A completely bare. Look at the utils on B main. But look at that, Rosie.
Nice.
Really reacting to that. I'm really liking these bolt plays from Rosie. It makes her play really well, but Dolph, do they know that she's here? A bit too early, but it's okay! She still gets 1!
It's a good pickup, but then again, it's a Phantom donated to the lovely foundation that is X10S now. With that upgraded weapon, they are rotating back. Oh,
no, she
potential for the wall bank, but they're ignoring her. You know why? Because they actually have the C site.
Wow, imagine being ignored. Oh no, she's not ignored. They found her in the end. Really planted here by Muffin. Still a 3-on-3. Flash does come out. That Nebula will buy some time. Polly playing in the smokes. She wants to see them push through. Ooh, barely missing that paranoia. We do hear those footsteps right now. Polly can swing out. She wants to. Does get flash. Pushes out. Runs straight into Nuki. Sorry to come picking it right now. The firing guard is here.
One enemy remaining.
Let's get 1. Only 1 person. Easy work from Cupcake. All she had to do was move through. She barely missed that firewall as well. The fast lane.
That really made me nervous. If Cupcake, down at 20 HP, ate a single bullet from Muffin's Spectre, they would have lost the bonus round, and that could have been so dangerous for WSF. But thankfully, the bakery was open, and she landed that perfect headshot onto its Muffin. What is this? It's the duel of like cupcakes versus muffins, Tash.
I know you haven't had dinner. It's okay, I get it. But my question now was like, you know, putting yourself straight at the end of that fast lane. I mean, it's somewhere I would look. So
Yeah.
honestly, I think like she was trying to peek through that, but the timing just wasn't there for her. I believe just caught her off guard.
Here's the thing, because they lost 4 players in that round, WSF has no choice but to go with slightly weaker weaponry. And this means that XNS, they could just hit them really hard, and that's what they're trying to do. Bring some rotations over and go back to B site.
Never underestimate the power of the Ran again.
Ran again?
Yeah, if they can get those angles, a lot of damage, but Cupcake is good for 1 at least. I was so worried she wasn't gonna get it, but for now, look at that, the spray's coming from Yuki! They didn't know she was there! The power of the DPS! For now, Muffin, oh! She wasn't gonna get that! Fortunately, she does. Let's get rid of those Seekers. Gives her some time. She does have overdrive as well if she wants to go fast. But now he's not gonna beat that because she's gonna hit head! So for now, Rosie will not be allowing her that fast. Because the dog will be able to get it. But ABTZ, she has an op in hand. Changes out. She doesn't want to lose it. But this is a very dangerous game. She does get concussed.
30 seconds.
Running out of time here. She has no choice but to just plant it here. But how are you gonna plant?
my God.
Aftershock has to give her that space before Noxie with a swing. That's a great use of util. You know she has to push either forward. So she was ready for that.
It's beautiful. I mean, util's one thing, flushes her out of position, or at least pushes her back. And also, the idea to jump on top of the box makes it that much tougher for Baby TC to actually get the conversion.
Look at that trade, though. You know
So
that
good.
someone was gonna be near that side. That is the power that I want to see from, you know, dual swings. But I never get that in my solo
And also the
games.
ran again from Nuki.
You want to
that too.
play? Let's
That
play.
too.
Blinded.
But for now, look who is in the eco, and it's gonna be X10S. 9-7 is honestly very great score for both teams. I think because of how big this map is, it gave WSF so much space to be creative with how they want to play, how they want to take up space. It's not as compact like in Icebox.
A little bit more freed up, a little bit more open. 3 separate sites, and XNS are still working as a team to try to gain control over some of these spots. Muffin kicking things into overdrive, but she can't quite push in because of that nano swarm from Rosie. They're gonna have to commit to a site now.
They have to. 56 seconds left, and this is a very big map. It's gonna be through sewers. But Dolph is ready. She has a judge. Do you want to be
Muffin's gonna run out
judge?
of overdrive.
Oh, they changed their mind, I think.
Oh, she's gonna play it safe instead. She ran out of the overdrive already. That's a bit of a shame.
She popped it a little bit too early. Flash has come through. Found the flash as well. Gonna go fast though, but she is still waiting, pushing through the smoke. But there's the concuss as well. Dolph not in a great position. She does get one though. Still good enough for her. Alyssa hits Dolph back in return. Taking back A is rough. You are gonna see that can't come through, but Rosie does go down. It's still there though, at least. But Baby TZ is just too good on the up. They win this. It's really hard to counter that, even with the lockdown.
Quite the back and forth. WSF actually being able to gain some retakes. Coming back into this round, of course, though, I mean, XNS just switch up the pace. They rotate from C to A, and all of a sudden, WSF again not quite able to out-frag, out-duel the girls from
Even
XNS.
out-rotate, let's be real here. The only reason why that happened was because Dolph was only good for 1. They already got smoked out. And suddenly you have 3 other players just not able to get onto site.
Oh my gosh, and now look at this. The round's barely started and they're already into
Oh my
C.
god, look how fast this is! Muffin and Baby TZ get 1 each! We love this kind of pacing coming in from X10. And because they're always changing up how fast they can go, WSF is just like, what are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to stack? Where are we supposed to go?
When that happens, perhaps your only option is to really play off-site and just wait for retakes, but that's tough as well. Now, making use of whatever utility they have, they try to go in for it, but X10S are just holding these angles perfectly. Nuki, the only one left, trying going for a bit of a peek, but sustaining damage down to 50 HP. She runs away. They already know where she is. One shot takes the cake, but no! That was all she can get. Muffin closing things out. It's the cleanup crew, Tash.
Even though they had two bodies on C. Look at this pace. Runs out, slides, gets one. Immediately clears out backside here. Because Muffin is just so proactive and taking care of all the areas. Yuki did try. But yes, this rotation's coming through, and we're not seeing that teamwork, at least from WSF, because they're not able to. It's just way too fast.
My name is Muffin, and I am the fastest woman alive. And now she's going into A. Straight into the cubby and relay bolting just to hold off WSF.
And through here is Muffin. She fears no man. Only near. No! She probably should be though. Goes down, but look at her teammates there. Get one each, but Cupcake good for two.
Down A.
Equalized again, 2v2. Ginny? Change of mind, perhaps, as they run
Picked
away.
up the spike.
They have the spike, but
Oh,
timing,
Rosie has to move.
Cupcake can't see anything. They hear all the footsteps. They hear all the footsteps they need. Teleport from Cupcake coming through. Where are you gonna go? She hears her. Oh, unfortunately, has to cancel. That does happen though. Rosie's the only one on site. Timing again, not there for WSF.
Yeah.
She does get suppressed as well.
They're going to lose a little bit of that initiative coming into this retake, and this allows for X10S to get into some sneaky positions. Utility not quite on the side of WSF as well. They've got a Shrouded Step, a Dark Cover, some health and guns, but they really need these duels. If they can take down Polly, that would be great.
Sprays are there. Not quite enough to take her down. Does eventually find her DN Rosie.
Oh, there it is.
She gets one from the side though. Is Ginny and Ginny. Good for three though. Looking strong for her. She knows she's the clutch master.
Match point.
Such a cerebral play. I mean, she went all the way to the back of C long thinking that, you know what, if they come down to it, I can just hold down this one alleyway. But no, instead she seizes the initiative to push up front just because they wouldn't expect her to be around the box. Gets the perfect wallbang for the first one and then the headshot on the next, knowing where they would be positioned perfectly. 12-7 now, Tash. This is match point for X10S again.
We want to see X10S be able to just close it down, but we want to see the initiative come through from WSF. You know, sometimes in these crucial high-pressure moments, we keep the dream alive. A fast lane comes through, immediately gonna clear out Link, and for now, immediately gets one. Noxie behind the box. Does she see her? Doesn't see it quite yet. People there has to respect that, but here comes Rolling Thunder as well, just to kind of buy some time.
Gotta go.
No follow-up though. Cupcake. She wants to catch him from this side. Polly is waiting. Not a good time to beat Astral Form. Never mind. She's back out. Does see one. Finds the BTZ. Good for two. Cupcake always gets that value. Good for three. Can it be four is the question. Alyssa still very much there. Let's hear the tap there. Dolph.
Aw, at least they tried.
Finishes it off. High pressure cooker moments is what WSF really thrives in.
You turn up the heat, you turn up the pressure, and out comes a beautiful purple cupcake, and it's just such a poggers moment, I have to say. 12-7. They lost so many players early on, thanks to Muffin, thanks to Polly. But even despite such catastrophic circumstances, Cupcake just sneaks up in the best possible position. She saw her go into actual form. She knew Polly was in the corner. She saw Baby TZ peeking out, and that's when she gets the first two, and then turns back around just as they were distracted over onto A Link to find that third frag. Tash, this is great, but they need 4 more rounds to go into overtime. Can they do it?
You want to see that overtime to happen. But look how fast it's going. Fast lane plus the overdrive coming through immediately. It's gonna concuss the area by some time. And suddenly, all of Seaside is in their hands. Noxie, wanna try way in. Can't see anything. Gets spotted out by the Trailblazer. Alyssa is low. But it doesn't matter, but she's playing these sneaky corners. Rosie She wants to be
You are
sneaky.
divided.
She wants to but look at that. You have the Out
Enjoy
command
your
come
trial.
through. You also have the Cosmic Divide. They're just saving everything for this round. Look at Polly. Does go down eventually. Gets an upgrade from Rosie. We know Rosie
seconds.
can get those picks. But suppression is a little bit too much for her to deal with. 1 versus 2. What can
Ooh.
Rosie do?
Time.
There's 2 different angles they're watching, and suddenly
Oh.
it's 13 to 8.
Attackers win.
X10S. They seal this off very, very well, and it's a 2-0. X10S will be going off to the upper brackets, and unfortunately, our favorite WSF will have to go home.
It is that unfortunate, but history will repeat itself. X10S closed this out in fashion. Such a quick pace, completely different from what we saw in Icebox. And again, despite an almost comeback from WSF, they weren't quite able to continue on with that W streak.
I just want to say something.
Sorry, not true to their name. What?
I joked. They're not going home. They're going to lower brackets.
Oh yeah, they're going to lower brackets.
A little bit too excited there, but
They
they
have a
do
chance.
still have another chance. Honestly, given the fact that how they managed to just hold their ground against X10S just really makes me so excited for them. Because it's really hard to go against a team like X10 Sapphire. And even though it's a 2-0, I have to say that it was actually closer than I expected it to be.
I really love their potential to adapt. I mean, when they make those right calls, those right reads, they are able to win a few rounds. I would have loved it a lot more if they actually made it into double digits, but it is what it is, and X10S come out on top. And of course, you have to give credits and applause to the Muffin on Neon.
Muffin Girl.
I mean, look at this, Tash. Muffin Girl, yes, not Muffin Man.
On Neon, with 21 kills, I'm not surprised, and that's exactly why they chose Neon. Her potential to slide in with the fast lane and overdrive, just get all that space and those frags as well, just catching WSF off guard so many times. I love how they played aggressive on this map to the point that WSF sometimes feels a little bit pinched. But in a lot of situations, I gotta applaud it to WSF. They too can press down on the brakes and say, just wait for them to come to us, and severely punishing X10S for it. And every round feels very, very close, despite some rounds can be some flawless, at least for them. You really can't see the potential coming in for WSF.
It's tough for WSF. I mean, they tried, but again, XNS, like you mentioned, they have so much versatility and so much potential just because every single one of those players have the ability to frag out. I mean, earlier on we saw Alyssa, this time we saw Muffin, and it's not just Muffin alone too. She's supported by so much of her teammates' utilities, whether it's the KO, whether it's Polly with her smokes. There is so much that comes into what allows for Muffin to find these moments. And of course, I mean, the clips say it all. A lot of these, Polly, Alyssa, Muffin, of course, at the end as well, they are able to frag out. Look at these microflicks.
What I'm really liking is the fact that I feel like for this map in particular, so deja vu. Reminds me of what we saw from Paper Rex over in Stage 2, or even Masters. Just so aggressive, especially on Seaside, how they take it. It's very, very similar. And I want to just question, like, how many times did you watch them Paper Rex play to learn how you do that? Yes, they were punished so many times, but it didn't deter them from changing their pace. We didn't see any dramatic changes in how they play as well. Every round is aggressive, but what was the difference between Paper X and them is that they're very flexible in how they approach the idea of aggressive. It's not necessarily the fastest that we've seen, not like Paper X, but I have to say, the speed is enough to really catch them off guard. And I have to say, so many teams need to really, really watch how X10 play in Haven, because they are a team that you really don't want to meet on that map.
Yeah, but well, because this is the upper bracket, a lot of teams can be watching this, they can study this, and they could find some way to counter whatever it is that they're doing. Fast plays can only go so far, though. They still have another round, I think, upper bracket final to go for, and that's what XNS has. That said, we're going to go into the lower bracket after this. ARF versus Big Scythe. New team versus ex-teammates.
Ouch.
Gonna be rough. Gonna be interesting, gonna be spicy. So don't go away. We will be back after this break.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. We back again.
Oh, sorry about that. Let me retry
Whoops.
that again. Welcome everyone. Welcome
Rewind.
to the VCT Game Changers APAC, and this is the last chance qualifiers. Tashbunny alongside Heyimquack from the upper bracket run. We have seen some of the most intense matches from X10S all the way to W Streak FE, and now we're going down to the lower brackets where we're gonna see ARF Starlight and BIGG fight it out, see who gets to stay and who gets to go home.
I mean, just a bit of background, right? We were talking it up. ARF, fairly new team, but what it really is ARF picked up some of the players from the BIGG roster, namely Margot and Crescents, and then along with like a whole bunch of Singaporean players. So it's kind of big, but also that means that they're going to be playing against their ex-teammates. Rue, by the way, is from Renata Swipe, aka the team that got picked up by Team SMG.
Wow.
So some big names,
Solid.
but
Solid
they didn't
too.
have a really good performance against X10S yesterday.
Technically, this
13-3
team
for both maps.
is still quite new. But if you remember
that's right.
correctly as well from their previous playstyle, usually they tend to shake a little bit on day one. So I'm expecting a big showing, at least on day two
Today.
from them. But on the other hand, when we talk about BIGG, yesterday they had some of the closest games as well with W Streak FE. So I'm just wondering, what has ARF Starlight seen from that match against the W Streak yesterday? And as for BIGG, have they really figured out what exactly is missing from their chemistry? Because yesterday, when we talk about Aferlin, great at those clutch potentials, Giver, great at those picks, Mochi, great at getting those multiple frags, and Skaru, a very aggressive, duelist. But Yamori is who you want to look at here, because she is a high impact player, high frags, high utils. Not only can she play aggressive and selfishly on her own, something that you see from Famous, from Presija, or now Famous in Boom Esports, not Boom, sorry, Onyx. But she's also very impressive playing just like Forsaken as well.
Yeah, it really changes things up a lot. Again, just because they both were one team, ARF and BIGG, you know, and now they're split up. Mochi was also one of those players who used to play with Renata Swipe and Paler from last year. So she's really familiar with the girls from Team SMG. She's really familiar with Rue as well, who's under ARF. So Yamori, Aferlin, Giver as well. Ex-teammates with Margot and Crescents. It's going to be a big old clash, and that's why I'm really curious to see what the map picks are going to be, because that's going to give us a little bit more information to work with, because otherwise it's just going to be a big old massacre.
It's going to be really interesting when you think about it, like how exactly these teams play. What do you know about each other? What should we look out for? You know, that really is what you want to see, at least from players who have played from each other. Ascent, Icebox, and Breeze. I'm really excited to see this game go all the way to Breeze, because from what we saw from BIGG yesterday, they were high impact in Breeze, especially Yamori, Giver, so good with those picks as well. They would shine, but for Ascent and Icebox, it might be a whole different story.
Yeah, it could be a little bit tough. I mean, the thing about Ascent is that ARF has a 100% win rate so far. They've played it 4 times under their new roster. They've won 4 times. Can they make it a 5-for-5? We'll find out. Moving on from that, though, Icebox and Breeze, they're still kind of untested, whereas BIGG has been a little bit more tested on Icebox. They play it quite a bit, 6 times overall. Not the best win rate, but you know, maybe they're a little bit more comfortable on it. Maybe they've got some setups along with the agents that they have. So again, it's a huge toss-up, but unfortunately the thing is, Tash, only one of them will move forward. The other one has to pack their bags, has to pack up their mouse and keyboard, and go home.
I mean, technically they are playing from home, so
Okay, fine.
so it's
Can't
not
go
that
away from
dramatic,
like-
but it is a very big upset when you think about it.
It's a last chance qualifier, Tash. It is dramatic. Come on.
This is the last chance to play this year, and you know, as pro players, you want to be able to compete. You want to be able to go far if possible. And I have to say that even early, just seeing these big names play, against each other already on day 1 and day 2 is just like a shock to me, because you don't expect this big match to happen until later. But honestly, it is. That's what's quoted by our famous meme master. Don't know the name, but he is definitely a meme master. But anyways, going back to the game itself, what are you expecting from map number 1? Going to the side of Ascent. Personally, I mean, if you look at Ascent, big map, very hard to get onto side unless you have the full mid control. But even from mid, you can divide it into 2.
Oh, like, what do you mean?
Like, there's market area and pizza, and then of course there's the garden area. So sometimes because that arch is there, you can kind of like cut it into half, not necessarily giving the whole area of mid to the other to the enemy team.
So smoking it off and then maybe rotating through. Yeah, that's definitely something that a lot of teams do. But what I'm more curious about is the statistics of what we've got for ARF. Like I mentioned, they are still newly formed, but they made it through the group stages almost flawlessly of this Game Changers APAC LCQ.
Are you surprised though?
Yeah, it's quite surprising. And
you are.
one of the ways that they really did it is through Ascent. Like I mentioned, it's a 100% win rate. It's not that easy to do that. I mean, Ultra Ego Solos might have done that before. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think it's going to be a little bit tougher for Big Side to actually deal with this. But then again, just because, you know, ex-teammates, they might know each other pretty well. I'm curious to see what the agent composition will be. Just based on what we're seeing from VLR, though, ARF are the ones with a slightly more adapted, slightly more meta composition with the Astra, the Fade, the KO, and Rue, of course, on her trademark Raze.
They have a lot of comps that they play, so you can you can expect very flexible plays. I'm seeing one of them that's most played as well is with a Cypher. I know a Cypher isn't necessarily in meta, but after what I've seen during VCT APAC LCQ, we've seen the power that can come through, how sneaky they can be. I really want to see a Cypher. Like, bring it in. I know that you don't really use a Cypher on that. Your most used pick is a KO, KJ, and Omen, but please, give us what we want.
Give us what we want. I think it's going to be fairly even for now until we see more.
I'm surprised there's no chamber though.
Yeah, no chamber, just similar compositions. They're sticking with a defensive Killjoy, maybe making use of the utilities to control spaces. Other than that, it's still double initiator. It's still one duelist. It's just slightly different because you have either the KO or the Sova, the Jet or the Raze, the Astra or the Omen. Like, it really could go either way here.
That's the problem when you have a team that has so many compositions. It's hard to read, it's hard to figure out what to anticipate until you go into that round 1 itself. As opposed to what we see from ARF, it's the same similar composition over and over again. But looks like it's gonna be different, I believe, from ARF. Nope, no, it's the same. But from Big Side, it's different. It's a Sage this time. It's gonna be going on Skaru, and they're gonna go let Yamori go ham here, putting her on the Jet, which is impressive.
I'm wondering if that's locked in, because that would be a very curious composition.
I haven't seen a Sage in Ascent for a very long time. Yeah, but for
and not to mention, this would mean it's double Sentinel.
I think it'll be solid defense. But if oh my god, imagine. Okay, now that we have a Sage on there. Okay, hear me out. Davai style battle Sage. It's Skaru.
Okay.
It's Skaru. It's reminiscent of Davai. You can see Jing playing aggressive as well. We saw Jing as Julius on a Sage. Why not?
But only on specific maps. I'm more curious about the Sage on Ascent. You're gonna have to use really interesting setups. Benkai did this. Benkai did this at the start of Masters 2. So who knows? It could work because you have that one spot with the Grim Wall towards A, and then like maybe Mochi can teleport on top of it. Yeah, so it's pretty interesting. Oh, I'm thinking of Heyman, but yeah.
There's one on Market that you can get so many picks over on Top Cat. There's one on B to see the whole side of B in the backside, but it's gonna be a defensive wall.
Just blocking up short for now. They can easily break through that though.
taking their time with this, but all that
They can
noise.
smoke out garden.
They closed the door. This is great that they closed the door early. Actually,
And breaking it too.
close it. And then let them break it. Buy more time.
Well, look at what. Oh, okay. A little bit of sound, just baiting maybe a little bit of utility for forcing the door, but they're actually headed to the B site. ARF.
They don't have the door as well. It's easier for them if they want to rotate back. They have a lot of time. Well, not really. It's 50 seconds to go. Doesn't this remind you of Lead early days? Very default, very quiet. Like Grenade's gonna just clear out that area, and I'm glad that they cleared out logs as well. Immediately gonna close the door. That'll be rude. Maybe in the backside. There's two actually. It's both gonna be found. They know they're there. Presence. Do some shots here. Margot does get giver. First Aphrodite is looking for the right click. Straight up face. Aphrodite good for two. Making three. Not quite chance to reload. Unfortunate, but Yamori is there at least to get one in return. But Ru already two. Skaru and Mochi one each. Love it. Great way to start the round.
They didn't even have enough time to get the spike planted. What a read from Big. Just because they had the first point of contact, they also had the footsteps and just sensing that, hey, nothing's coming towards A. They're probably going towards B. They were fast enough with the trades that ARF just did not have time to brief, did not have time to get the spike down. 1-0 to start.
Imagine if Afrolin switches to the knife earlier. Jumps up.
Done.
I mean, we saw it happen! Paper X did it!
True.
One day. For now, not gonna be the day. It's very interesting seeing Skaru play more defensive instead of aggressive. I was expecting her to at least stand on the wall, get those picks at least, but I think playing safe is better than being sorry. At least early.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out.
She's really just using the wall to stall them down and maybe get a little bit of intel as well, because it forces them to break down a panel.
That's two smokes already. So
ARF have the potential to rotate, but if you take a look at what's happening towards middle, both players watching angles, ARF can't really go through it, so they have no choice but just to run it down. They get hit by the paranoia though.
that's great, but it doesn't really matter. Right, Legit Queen good for one. Ru as
Are
well
you
gets
kidding?
one more. Outgunning the Spectres. Are you kidding me? After the side here, after good for two. Yes, she is. Switches to the gun. Good for three. Shandy gonna stop her, but give her from the top side. Closer than I thought. But even though they lost, this is the value you want. They took away 4 Spectres.
Exactly, I was just about to say that. It should not have been that close for Big. 4 Spectres gone means that they're gonna have to go all in on the next round, and if they can't win that, it's back to reset economy, and then ARF might be able to find the momentum. So let's see how ARF really performs now that they have a full arsenal of Vandals and utility.
It's really interesting just now how ARF got caught off guard. Sorry, ARF got caught off guard.
Oh,
Their timing and their rotations didn't quite hit just yet, but we've seen ARF get those crazy headshots, especially Yamori. Give her as well. So, I just want to see if they're able to actually get that. They do have those sheriffs in hand, as well as those 4 spies from Afflin, Giver, and Mochi. Gonna be checking out grass area, this garden. Not gonna get picked just yet. We didn't see anyone trying to get control of mid either. Just very happy to go in through main, baiting out those utils. But this time, you're not seeing those utils come in from ARF at all, except for the smokes from Mochi.
well, a little bit of a Prowler spent trying to get a feel for how Big are actually defending this. But Big are also just playing it so far back, trying to make some rotations work. As soon as the hit comes in, though, all the way onto the A site.
Taking their time, one did go down. Great position. That's a double smoke for them.
30 seconds.
Presence flashing through.
30
Does push
seconds.
out. Haven't been spotted out. Does spot out on the side there, but Crescents! What a great reaction time coming through. Immediately spots out after and give it from the side. Catches one off guard. Door is closed.
Take flight.
Breaks it. Really easy. Aldrone. Does it get the value that they want? 14 seconds to go. They're gonna get it down. But they do get found eventually. Presence 4 HP left. Thankfully doesn't get hit by that bolt. From the side, gonna wait out that nano swarm here. They know at least this area is clear. Turret is there, just to make sure that no one is playing these close corners. They can go explosive, push out together. But then on the other side, look at where they're positioned. What a nice crossfire coming through. Immediately spots on Crescents. 4 HP. That turtle shell play. I love this area, but it's not good enough, is it though?
One enemy
Great
remaining.
crossfire. Give her
Wait.
just one more. Legit
Oh, she
queen.
disconnected.
I think she disconnected. It's just so unfortunate. Despite not having legit queen, they do still do pretty well.
Well, that is very, very unlucky. 3-0 for Big Scythe because one player was not around, and
Could have been their round, honestly.
it really could have. I mean, this entry coming in from Crescents as they hit the site was perfect. The pop flash from the KO, and then swinging onto both the left and right, taking down 2 players, really gave ARF the site. But in that retake, it just wasn't meant to be.
There's a technical pause
Technical
coming through.
pause, yeah, definitely
Oh
necessary.
man, because if you think about it, there was a 4 versus 5 and they came that close. So unlucky for them. The timing was just not on their side. It seemed like she probably disconnected as they were trying to get onto site. Just right in front of B.
Well, that said, it's still a great retakes, and again, you mentioned that clutch potential coming in from Efrelin, the entire squad working together
mean,
just
this
to
is
retake
insane.
sites, and
You
yeah.
saw her sprays! She's not afraid to play close, as is Sova. We rarely see those aggressive Sovas. Usually Sova playing from the back, giving team intel and info, play those lineups, but Sova that plays aggressive, that's a whole new world, honestly, and I think that a lot of players rather, are starting to find value in that.
It's one of the best agents for Ascent just because you have lots of lineups that you can use, and you're able to get a lot of intel, not to mention the Hunter's Fury, which is such a strong ultimate that allows you to deal with post plants, deal with retakes, deal with even just spikes being planted, cutting off rotations as well. What I really want to focus on, though, is the fact that this is 3-0 for Big Scythe to start. They won the bonus round. ARF just lost the momentum completely. Unless Legit Queen can somehow come back into the game and do something with that Hero Vandal, it's gonna be rough, and it does not look too good because you're a new squad and you want to perform better.
Personally,
They did win the group stages.
I really want to see Crescents get that. We did see Crescents get those headshots as well. But it's not gonna be her. It's gonna be still a Legit Queen. It's gonna be breaking off, trying to get the mid control, but immediately Yamori with the up. Yamori, we all know
Now
how
we know.
crazy her pick potential can be. How if you cross her crosshair, it's gonna be instant death. She's good for multiple picks as well. She has one of the most insane flicks I've seen.
And that's why we don't see ARF peeking middle anymore. They are terrified.
They're like, it's Yamori, guys!
Nope, I'm out of here. Back into B, where there's a bunch of Killjoy traps. Not to mention Giver waiting for the perfect swing.
Oh yeah, Giver as well. Very scary person to deal with. Mochi not getting that value, but
What?
Giver's turret though will be the one to find Rue. Bernard does get the mark there onto Applin. Still
that's a
gets
shame.
one regardless. Amori waiting. They know there's one. Not too sure where exactly. They know it's B main and Margot.
30 seconds left.
That smoke will save her life. She's able to cross. Mochi just giving her that space to breathe. They can rotate if they want to. But just 2 of them? What can you do? Mochi reacting to the noise with 13 seconds to go. I don't know where they can go, but Mochi was there with the Guardian, and the Guardian, she's guarding heaven.
Spike planted.
Underneath Yamori here with the shorty! And she's singing. Got them apple bottom jeans. Sorry, I had
Okay,
to.
Tash.
I had to.
We do this every time we cast together. But still,
Only on Game Changers.
it has to be said, right? It's not just a shorty, but also the fact that Yamori, operator, it blocks out so much. ARF were unable to do anything around the middle. I think Shabby was kind of stuck around A slightly because of that, but it's also a slight disconnect in the team's ideology. Because one player was stuck on the A site, meanwhile the rest of them are all trying to hit B. It kind of seems like they are not on the same page. They have to fix that real quick.
One of the most tilting things that can happen is coming back from a disconnect, and then on top of that you lose a round. It can be mentally draining. But for now, because of this reset, I'm hoping that this timeout can give them that mental reset. Because sometimes you just need to just recool, just figure out, just cool off. It's still very early. 4-0 is not the end of the world in my opinion. But as for Big Side, just how dominating their map control is scary. Look how many people they put onto mid just now. Look how many utils onto B main. So because of that, it gives them so much flexibility to just move around the map.
That's something that we need to look out for. Yet Mori is going to be incredibly mobile, especially towards market. She can peek into B, she can peek into mid. ARF, unless they can take her out somehow. I mean, they've got so many agents. Xavi can do something with the gravity well, or maybe even just the Nova Pulse. It needs to be done, but the shot's been fired. Crescent's denying that dash away, allows her to push up, gets the headshot.
What a great opening from Crescents. Just taking the side here, immediately finds through. That's gonna be Afrolin caught off guard. For now, they have full control of the site, and suddenly there's only 3 left. 2 lady disadvantage. Let's have Big Side. And here's the lockdown as well. Personally,
It's
gonna be there just to make sure that they can really
10 seconds.
get this round. But for now, the tap do come through. That Nebula will at least hide them in the backside there. Give her gonna use her utils to make sure no one is close, walling up B as well. But look at that, the fire squad from lane. Rue closing it off. That timeout was exactly what they needed to put them back in the right mindset.
It's incredible. That's one way to hold down lane. You got one player just standing over the ledge, and then another one on the other side. It's full control over the back site, and that denies any chance at a retake from Big Scythe. 4-1, and ARF just might be able to come back into the game. And it's all off the back of Crescents with her entry.
I'm really worried that it's the null command that will be the win condition regardless. We'll see if it is.
Still sent out just to clear and check the corners.
Oh,
Not quite able
Margot.
to find anything, and Marco all the way from tiles able to find the first hit.
Here comes the showstopper. It's gonna be Rue immediately taking up space here, but she can't see anything. You don't know that Giver's there. Finds her in the
Now she
end.
does.
Gonna be good for 1. Lockdown destroyed as well.
Spike planted.
Great timing, I have to say. Very unlucky, at least for Giver. Scaru, watching for anyone pushing in. For now, what are you gonna do? You have no clue where the other members are. Afrolin from this side. Look at how much area they have covered. The knife is eventually gonna find Afrolin. They can just turn their eyes away at least from the mid side.
Found them.
For now, one of the triggers spraying out there, Margot. The swing is lethal. It's all down to Scaru. She's gonna get one, not quite. Crescents, a little bit better there. Scaru whiffs.
And we bring ourselves back into a 4-2, maybe even a 4-3, considering the fact that Big Scythe can't quite buy up in this round.
Arf's
What
mental
a
state
way to
is
make it work.
so great.
Yeah, it's just sudden changing out the pace, a little bit more confidence after the timeout. They go in with that commitment. I want to hit a site, and I'm gonna do it. Everyone works in together, with Margot finding the opening pick, and then Rue pushing up front. We got flashes coming in from Crescents. It all gels together.
Revealing area.
You hear the blades don't come through as well. This is very aggressive, but she's gonna get a pick is the question. Looks like she got tagged as well. 20 HP left for Mochi. Not a great situation. The idea was to have the paranoia out. The timing wasn't just sinking there, as ERF was ready for it. Gonna get caught out here will be Crescents, but no follow-up at least from Afrolin. Aldro coming through. Not getting the tag either, but does see how many people is on mid as Karu gets the headshot onto Crescents. That's one of the initiators out of the way. Don't have to worry about those suppressors anymore as well. Slows on catwalk, but you can still send the Prowler for the information. Skaru not gonna be spotted out. She did get a headshot just now, and I really think that she wants to do it again. Unfortunately, this smoke, Nebula, not gonna give that value, but I was really hoping that she would be able to keep through the tiny little crevice, but she's not going to try and do that. But look at that haunt! Clears out backside. Hunter's Fury comes out, doesn't quite get that value. No tags either, but Margot good for one, Margot for two, immediately gonna reposition herself. Gonna use a swarm grenade just to take up space and Rue finds Yamori walking on top. Give her straight ahead, finds Margot. Rue finds another one, but for now, it's gonna be a crossfire there. Afrolin finds Rue, and for now, look at that. Afrolin gets 2 headshots! Gets an upgrade as well! Afrolin only half-life left. Shabby. Not quite getting that shock dart coming through. 39 HP to a full HP. Shabby!
Concentrates
Jump
over.
is all that she has. She can just waste some time. Just gonna push out here. Afrolin solo. Where are you looking, Afrolin? Wasn't expecting Shabby to push out like that. And she wins the round.
Slightly overheating a little bit, perhaps. I don't know, but that was a very good shot with the Sheriff. I mean, along with Giver as well, of course, but towards the end, just whiffing a little bit here and there.
Right, though. She knew that Shabby was on the left.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's one of those things, and you just kind of, you maybe consider that she might have hopped over. I don't know. But whatever it is, again, ARF going faster and faster now, 4-3, and they are not slowing down back into the B side, but it's all but a fake. Look at your mini-map, Tash.
What a great way to beat these new kills. But Giver does still got one. Crescent's gonna trade it out, though. It's great. No more utils to worry about. But you know what? Crescent said, haha! Look at how many people.
Face your fear!
But I think they know. A is empty. Nobody's home to accept the nightfall. But does it really matter? The revive comes through for Giver as well. Those utils are what I needed. They're gonna bring it back. Closes the door. Plant comes through. They are one player down. They're just gonna be playing from main here. I'm not too sure
Yeah, they have to.
if it's the best way. Just give up the space. Look at
Either
smoked
you
out.
play from main or you play from hell, but whatever it is, you need to make your shots count, because this is 5 players that you're dealing with, and they have quite the number of
Oh my god, they didn't realize Crescent was there!
Crescents.
Oh, that's huge. For now. Oh, Yamori, timing. Not quite right here. I'm gonna get a tap here. Haunt does get bring in that mark of one person. But throw out that Prowler onto that Margot, just spraying through. They don't have time. They're just gonna run away and just say it's fine. We're gonna catch you off guard, but unfortunately, as she's about to shoot, goes down to a spike.
Oh my goodness. We just traded 4 rounds, and not to mention kills as well. And you have to give credit to Crescents at how she's nailing so many of these. Whether it's a site being hit, whether it's a smart call by the IGL to pull off a fake, it's still Crescents cleaning things up with these frags. And now she's got her ultimate again.
Crescent's showing how big impact she can be, making the space, making sure her teammates can just stay safe. Haunt not quite gonna get anyone here. There's a knife as well. There's 2 kills, not getting value. That alarm bot does still get triggered regardless, even if it doesn't get a pick. You hear those shots coming through as well. Just to make some space, stall for time.
They have to go in though. And it's a bit of a split. Might just work, but the thing is, all of them are playing from backside, playing from PT as well. Giver's the only one here that can slow them down.
Sees no follow-up. That Crescents will be the one with the opening pick onto Giver. Yamori does find Shabby in return. The knife gonna suppress Afrolin. Can't use her retails at least for a while longer. But it doesn't matter for them. Just waiting for the teammates to come in from multiple angles here. Look at how they're surrounded. There's also that null command. It's gonna be so hard to get onto site without any information, without any UTs to play with. Gonna gonna buy some time with the Nano Swarm as Crescents. She places very close angle. Yamori coming on the side here does spot the head! Find Crescents, Mochi good for 1 as well as Yamori picks off 3! And Ru does find Yamori in the end! But don't do that because Mochi is gonna just swing together and find Ru in the end.
I will not die here.
What an attempt with a null command just to possibly stall or hold them back or just make their chances of winning this retake slimmer. But even then, just because they pushed in together as a squad, just because they landed their shots, be it from stairs or lane, Big Scythe were able to take those numbers away. They were able to take the sight away, pushing in. Who needs a paranoia when you've got the sharpest Vandal in the world?
Really liking how they do retakes as well. One from main market as well as CT. Making sure that every single angle can be cleared. Making sure that everyone has clear passage onto site. Now, personally, that can be very scary. Just because you can't play together from far away like that. But because they're very, very confident in how they wanna, how their own skills rather, they're able to come in together, meet up eventually. And finally, I was a little bit worried that Ru was gonna get the isolate, but finally changed their mind and swinging together was the best thing they can do.
Yeah. It's just, that's what happens when you have fast rotations, fast calls, and you're able to commit yourself to the site. You completely surround and keep your opponents trapped in, and towards the end, Ru just really could not find anything more except for the first one. Trapped inside a boathouse. It still is working rather well, though. This might have been the first time in a while that Big Scythe were able to win out a retake. If they can keep it up, they might just be able to come out on top of this first half, but then again, ARF just might turn things around. Off of a technical pause, though, we go straight into a tactical timeout.
Interesting. I think this is a good time for them to really figure out as well what exactly they did right on that round. What exactly they can do to improve. I wouldn't say that their timing for their rotations was like the fastest though, but the fact that they're moving in together, waiting for the teammates is the best thing. Because they knew, like, when you peek one by one, Margot and Crescents will pop your heads if given that advantage. So I'm really liking this idea that they know what to look out for from ARF. But as you said earlier, it is former teammates. So.
Exactly. They know each other rather well, but...
Just like how you and me know each other.
I know you like to eat broccoli.
Oh no, please don't talk about that.
Look it up, fellas. Anyway. 5-4 is the score, and we just might be able to tie things up again, depending on how ARF plays this. Judging by the minimap, they probably want to hit the A site, but how they do it is a whole other thing. Big Scythe, though, trying to go a little bit more aggressive with the piece this time, trying to go for some info plays.
Wait, one way. I don't feel like... It felt like yesterday when Yamori was on Initiator, she was doing those big picks, but now she's on Duelist. It's even more crazy. But oh my god, I was about to say caught with your head on your ability charm, but no. She survives with her life. That was terrifying for her. For now, just standing caught of Guardian Yamori. Big picks! And look at that swing from Ru as well. Finds Scaru. Paranoia comes through. The reposition catches him off guard. Ru good for 2. Closes the door. We're no longer welcome onto the site. But look at those picks. Sprays through. Eventually does find them through the wall bag. Margot does find Yamori in the end. Absolutely smart. You know exactly where she is. And she says that's fine. I will make my presence known by knocking on the door. I'm surprised they haven't planted it. What's going on here?
They dropped it earlier on towards the top of mid, and that's where Giver is. She heard the footsteps, so if she times this just right, she might be able to catch them.
She also has the
off guard.
30 seconds left.
Oh, she's the ideal area for the lockdown too. You can't destroy it from over there. Just waiting for now. You hear as well that they know that Giver is on that side. She's still good for 1 with the Spectre. Are you kidding me? Athelin. She gets an upgrade as well. Just waiting in this corner. Trying to clear out hell. Drops down. Clear everything. But here comes the party! Does the party find anyone? No!
One player
Traded.
standing.
Little bit late. Gets a trade onto that. Giver finds her in the corner. Switches out her gun. Doesn't get any value.
No
Running out of time.
Oh, no time.
You have to stick it. But where exactly she's gonna come from? She's there! She pulls out her rifle, but Margot was just a little bit faster.
Not just that, the magazine was empty as well.
Oh no, she
Zero on the ammo
forgot.
counter. It was a little bit unfortunate, but that's just how the cookie crumbles.
You're making a lot of bakery jokes today, sir.
But we don't have any muffins or cupcakes in this
One
map.
enemy
But
remaining.
anyway, between Big Scythe and ARF, right now it's ARF's show. They are able to hit the sides fast enough, consistently enough.
They know how to
Big
waste
Scythe are
time.
struggling on retakes. Yep.
Great way to waste someone's time. You know the 3Gs.
What are they?
Gatekeep, girl boss, gaslight. Waste their time.
No! Stop! No! We're not doing any of that toxic stuff.
Apple does spot someone up on main there.
More compliments on the side of Big Scythe, though.
Does get tagged as well from the haunt. Apple only. That's a great combo of util if you think about it. Got a lot of value from that because of the decay out of the mark and also the fragment. But her
Revealing
half
area.
HP. Affluent has no shield at all. And does come through. Recon Vault does get the value. They know like how many people are on the side. But Skaru gets the headshot out to Marco. How do you outgun someone that hard? Through waiting, pushing up forward, just waiting for the jump. They didn't expect it to be there. Not good for Through though, too, because Affluent is gutting the headshot onto Rue. Here is the lockdown coming through. He's pushing up here, gets one. Shabby gets one as well. And the Queen good for two. Breaks the lockdown as well. And suddenly, Yamori gets one. He gets two, gets three. Yamori! We know that you are insane, but you don't have to do it every single time.
Yamori. My goodness. It's... Oh, wow. Something clicked.
In the half.
Something clicked. And you can see that switch flip inside of her. She turned things on and just went in for it with the Vandal that she just picked up as well. The lockdown was good and bought her a little bit of time, but she was just able to reposition long enough to go in for the triple kill.
Beautiful spray transfer.
As soon as that lockdown came in as well, you could tell the Big Scythe, they really want these last two rounds. 7-5 could give them an advantage as we move into the second half.
Getting so many heart attacks. Those clutches are just too much for me. Prowler was out as well. Was it a Prowler? I couldn't see this now. Probably not. Ability is still up. You do hear the sounds of the guns firing. I really like that they're just able to take their time. Just make some noise, bait out those utils. But Big Scythe, they say no. We know and see how you play.
Changing up the pace this time. Nebula might be a little bit telling, though, that they might be crossing mid. And that's why we hear a couple of shots coming from Yamori. This might be an eat now, as we can see that Nolchi as well as Giver are prepared for this hit coming through from Garden.
They know that there's someone there just gonna take up that space from the area. Some taps coming through as well. But oh my god, Rue ate so much damage! Yamori gonna destroy that. Hunter's Fury is out as well. Doesn't get a tag.
30 seconds
No, it
left.
doesn't.
Oh.
Plant does come.
Spike planted.
There is the lockdown as well. Gonna wallbang that easily and destroy it. Hitting actually though, they have to give up the space. Running out of time. No one gonna get caught. It's alright. Still have some time. Regardless, look at Crescents. This is what she does best. No one is watching the flanks. Thought that you would have someone, but Yamori does take Margo. Rue does find Giver in return. Yamori finds Rue as well. But for now, here's Crescents from the backside. Hits something in the head, but the Blade Fury does find that Yamori. 4K Shabby gets two of them, but Skaru stops that from happening. Views come through.
Nope, no time.
Though. It's unfortunate. ARF, they know how to play with time. Honestly, as long as time is on
Switching
ARF's side,
sides.
there's nothing much that ARF can do. Sorry, BIGG can do.
Just barely did enough with the Guardian. And what did we say before this map even started, right? We knew that this would be close. Did we know that it was going to be this close, 6-6? Oh my goodness. I mean, Crescent with the flank was a smart call, but Big
They were ready
Side
for
reacted to that.
They
Yeah,
had 2 people waiting there.
exactly.
They didn't even peek. What they did was just wait. Like, oh, right, they're shooting.
Which is,
Let them
again,
push out.
kind of looks like a problem that Big Scythe are going to have to... No, a problem that ARF are going to have to look to solve. Try and solve, because a lot of these rounds are won just because Big Scythe were able to find their way onto the site. Initially, the issue was that ARF lost too many players in the process of defending the site that their retakes weren't able to work. Following this, though, they start to fall back, which just gave Big Scythe the sites completely. And then they tried to soften the blow using Hunter Fury here and there from Efferlin. It didn't quite connect. It did not quite connect, and they weren't able to retake still, even though 5 players were alive. And that's just, it's rough. So we end this first half 6-6. I don't want to jinx it, but we're going to see overtime.
I have a feeling that we might, just because of the trades and blows. But it depends, because we all know that for Ascent, defense is a little better than attack. But seeing how they're doing on attack is already this good, they're gonna have more advantage on defense. I am very worried that they're not gonna be able to just kind of like close the gap at one point. Regardless, we're seeing that big plays coming in from Yamori. Every single round, I have to say, economy-wise, even though they're winning those rounds, it's not necessarily like the biggest gap in economy, because it comes to a 1v1, it comes with 1 player left alive, they're all losing their guns. Even though you do get the plant, you win the round, but the amount of money that you have to spend in order to get your guns for the next round is a little bit more. So I think like what we need to do is to figure out how exactly can they increase their survivability, make sure it's not as close. Because so long as they can increase the gap in economy, it gives them so many rounds or so much more room for error, especially if something were to happen.
I think that's a good word to use, survivability, because sometimes it's the economy coming in, sometimes it's securing a long enough win streak. Other times, it's also just positioning around the map itself. You need to position yourself in a way that you have some kind of escape room, some kind of wiggles room to work with, so that you're not just trapped in once you meet contact. So I think defending now for Big Scythe, they just might be able to do a little bit more than ARF. But then again, it could go either way. Both teams really are that evenly matched. Big Scythe on the attack now, so all eyes are going to be on Yamori.
Yeah, let's see how much space she can get. Here's a technical pause first, coming through. Wondering if ARF's internet, or rather connection, is doing well. But now, if you look at both duelists, I wouldn't say there's a big disparity between their score. 15-13, 9 deaths to 10, 1 assist to 2. I would say that Ru and Yamori are both in the same mindset, same game style play as well. But the difference between Ru and Yamori is the fact that as a Jet, you're a little bit more mobile, which is something that you kind of want on this map. Granted, we haven't really seen Yamori get those multi-frags just yet for that double dash. So it's a situation where you want to see, like, okay, if say Yamori is able to get double dash, 2 picks early, immediately dash away, imagine how much space she can take, especially towards CT side that she can clear.
Well, then again, they are on the attacking side, so she might be relegated to more of an just entry role, trying to dash in to create space for a team. Whether or not she can actually get 2 more kills after that's a whole other thing. For Ru, though, on the other hand, she's been rather proactive, especially on the attacking side from before. if she can do the same thing on the defense, maybe get into some forward positions and maybe get some sneaky corners, throw big Scythe off guard. It really could be something that they could use. But at the same time, I mean, just to point out again, when we go back into the game screen, both teams are so evenly matched that all of them are in the same positions on the scoreboard against their counterpart roles. Duelist versus duelist on the top, initiator versus initiator on the second. It's incredible how similar they are.
It's not like there's only one star player. It's everyone pulling their weight, everyone very confident in their own abilities, and that's what makes these two teams very similar. But for now, we are gonna go on a quick break, because after this, we're gonna be seeing the second half to see who exactly will be taking the first point. Don't go anywhere. Oh, sorry about that.
All good.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
ชอบสแต็กจากทีม DIX อะค่ะ Vision Striker เก่าอะค่ะเขาเล่นเป็นตัวซัพพอร์ตอะค่ะแล้วเราก็เล่นเป็นตัวซัพพอร์ตเขาเล่นเป็นตัวซัพพอร์ตได้ดีอะค่ะก็เลยชอบก่อนที่จะเริ่มแข่งนะคะก็ซ้อมแล้วก็ฝึกฝนตัวเองค่ะเล่น Valorant เยอะๆค่ะหาข้อผิดพลาดแล้วก็หาอะไรใหม่ๆมาเล่นนะคะร่วมกับทีมวอร์มอัพรูทีนตอนนี้ก็ถ้าเป็นส่วนใหญ่เลยนะคะก็จะยิงสนามยิงเป้าอะค่ะแล้วก็ยิงเดธแมทต่ำๆก็ประมาณ 5-10 เกมต่อวันนะคะอันดับ 1-3 โดยประมาณค่ะแล้วก็เล่นแรงอย่างน้อยก็ประมาณ5 เกมต่อวันค่ะถ้าตอนนี้เพลงที่ชอบไม่เชิงว่าชอบเท่าไหร่ค่ะแต่ก็เหมือนกับว่าหลอนอยู่ในหัวค่ะก็คงเป็นเพลงสักเพลงหนึ่งที่ชื่อผมอะอะค่ะอยู่ดีอยู่แคมป์ก็ปาร์ตี้กันอยู่แล้วก็มีคนเปิดเพลงนี้มาแล้วอยู่ดีมันก็แบบติดหูมาตลอดเลยค่ะเพลงเนี้ยif pistol ถ้าเป็นปืนพกอะค่ะจะชอบโกดมากกว่าคลาสสิกค่ะส่วนถ้าเป็นปืนหลักก็จะชอบแวนดอลค่ะถ้าให้เลือก150ปิงหรือจอ60เฮิร์ตซ์เลือกจอ60เฮิร์ตซ์มากกว่าค่ะเพราะว่าเคยเล่นจอ60เฮิร์ตซ์มาก่อนแล้วก็คิดว่าน่าจะเล่นได้ดีกว่า150ปิงค่ะถ้าให้คอสเพย์คงจะเป็นไวเปอร์ค่ะเพราะว่าตัวมันสวยดีค่ะแล้วก็เป็นเมนเอเจนต์ของเราด้วยค่ะคิดว่าในทีมทั้ง3คนมีคนที่ขำๆน่าจะประมาณ 2-3 คนนะคะก็มี พี่จินมีซีโฟที่แบบเข้าขากันดีมากๆ ส่วนก็มีคนนึงเป็นเป็ดอะค่ะที่แบบอยู่ดีก็พูดอะไรตลกๆออกมาค่ะ ประมาณนี้ค่ะน่าจะเป็นเพื่อนแล้วก็พี่น้องค่ะ เป็นฟิลครอบครัวค่ะสตรอเบอรี่ค่ะทำไมล่ะคะมันอร่อยค่ะ แล้วก็สีมันสวยค่ะ มันเป็นสีชมพูมันน่ารักดีก็คงจะเป็น AE ค่ะ ที่เรายังไม่เคยชนะเขาในรอบชิงชนะเลิศค่ะ ก็เราจะพยายามชนะเขาให้ได้ เป้าหมายส่วนตัวก็แข่งเกมนี้ค่ะ ให้เป็นที่หนึ่งของภูมิภาคค่ะ ก็เป็นแชมป์ของ APAC ประมาณนั้นค่ะ แล้วก็ถ้ามีเวิลด์ก็อยากมีโอกาสได้ไปแข่งเวิลด์ร่วมกับเพื่อนๆในทีมนี้ค่ะค่ะถ้าเป็นในช่วงระหว่างแข่งก็คงจะพยายามตั้งสติอะค่ะ แต่ก็ส่วนใหญ่จะได้แบบกำลังใจจากเพื่อนร่วมทีมมากกว่าค่ะว่าแบบถ้าทำพลาดก็แบบไม่เป็นไรเราโฟกัสวินใหม่วินหน้าอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ ส่วนถ้าเป็นหลังแข่งแล้วถ้าเรายังรู้สึกแบบแย่อยู่กับอะไรที่เราเล่นผิดพลาดไปก็คงจะอยู่คนเดียวค่ะอยู่กับตัวเองค่ะ แล้วก็คิดทบทวนเรื่องที่ผ่านๆมาอะไรอย่างเงี้ยค่ะ ปัญหาของชีวิตตอนนี้ก็คือ Baby TZ ค่ะชอบกินของกินแล้วอยู่ดีก็เอาขยะมากองไว้ที่โต๊ะของโพลี่อย่างเดียวเลยค่ะไม่ยอมเก็บชอบเยลลี่มากกว่าไข่มุกค่ะ ไม่เคยกินมัฟฟินเลยค่ะรู้จักแต่ชื่อแต่ไม่เคยกินเลยค่ะ ก็เลยบอกไม่ได้ ชอบฮอตพอตมากกว่าค่ะ ชอบอะไรที่แบบมันสดได้อะค่ะรู้สึกว่ามันไม่ค่อยเลี่ยนเท่าไหร่ถ้าน้ำซุปที่มันอร่อยแล้วก็กินได้นานค่ะ ถ้าชอบที่สุดของพลอยน่าจะเป็นซีรีส์ Game of Thrones ค่ะ ชอบมากสนุกแล้วก็ดีที่สุดในใจแล้วค่ะ ก็ถ้าอยากคิดว่าแบบอยากจะเข้ามาแข่งเกม แล้วก็อยากจะมาเป็นฟิลอะไรโปรเพลเยอร์อะไรอย่างนี้แบบที่พลอยกำลังทำอยู่ก็แค่ อยากให้มีความตั้งใจจริงๆค่ะ แล้วก็มีความขยันฝึกฝนตัวเองขึ้นมาค่ะ ส่วนใหญ่ก็คือหลักๆเลยคือความตั้งใจที่แน่วแน่ค่ะเดี๋ยวก็ประสบความสำเร็จเองค่ะ ส่วนใหญ่พลอยจะไม่ค่อยได้ทำงานอดิเรกอะไรค่ะ ก็มีแค่เล่นกับหมาประมาณนั้นนะคะ เล่นกับหมาแล้วก็นั่งดูซีรีส์ค่ะ แล้วก็มีไปรีแลกซ์เล่นเกมอื่นบ้างค่ะ
X teams versus X teammates, and here we go again. Heyimquack, this is Tash, and we are here with the VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ lower bracket. One of these teams are gonna have to go home, and I think we're rolling back to the last round of the first half because there were some technical issues.
Honestly, really curious to see how it's gonna go out. Because it was 6-6 from what we saw earlier. Is it gonna be a 7-5? It's gonna be the question here that we wanna answer. Regardless, we've seen some really big plays. Some players to look at right now. Yamori, still very much cracked. At the same time, if you look at ARF, Crescents, those big picks are just so good.
I mean, she's certainly been finding a lot of impactful moments, like you said, like high impact potential. Sometimes she just knows how to read situations perfectly. Wraps back around, like even if they have the A site captured and the spike planted, she'll go all the way through catwalk just to flank the her opponent's big scythe on the retake. Like it's kind of smart, but you know, it's only one or two impact frags. Sometimes they don't win the duels, and that's where we find these even scenarios. Okay, we're actually sticking with 6-6, so into the second half we go, Tash.
I'm curious to know what exactly happened there. But for now, looking at stats here, it's all very close when you think about it.
Yeah, like I said, right? Duelist versus duelist on top, and then like initiator versus initiator on the second.
That's how it's supposed to be. For now, look at where Rue is. Not afraid to take up space here. Usually we see Jet do this just because she has that dash. As for Rue, she must be very okay with taking her time with the satchels. Logic Queen, gonna use the C's, does take the damage from that shock dart. Regardless, you do hear the orb farm. It's gonna be toward Mochi. I'm curious to see if Mochi is gonna be using that orb to just kind of like play around with their minds in terms of where they want to plant, or is she gonna just kind of like teleport the backside, catch them off guard with those flanks? Regardless, you see the repositioning coming through from Presence. And Presence was like, okay, we heard something, I'm just gonna go straight to mid now. Imagine, they're like, I was about to go to B, guys.
Margot kind of heard something too. That's why she was pinging out to her team to hold that position. However, what they were really doing was just to use that dark cover to rotate over onto A short.
Rotating away.
It's gonna be an A split right now.
30 seconds left.
Much space, but the P-shells come through. Rue still gets
Wow.
it. 40 HP though, regardless. There's still a bit of work for her teams to do. Gravity well, just buy some time. But look at how much things have already taken. But Shabby good for one, but Giver not gonna allow her another one. That Haunt gonna show
they have
exactly
no
where
idea.
everyone is. But Mochi with the flags. Mochi good for two. No one knows she was there, but Margot out rotating her. What an inception of events.
Recalling my bow.
I rotate, you rotate.
But suddenly, it's quiet. Here,
player
Ray's on the
standing.
corner,
One
but
enemy.
here's Giver against one. Is it gonna be two?
Oh,
Not quite.
my-
Was with Digit Queen. Just a little bit better. Gonna get that defuse. I have to say, it's still closer than ever in terms of their scores.
Push a button. Save the day.
Incredibly close again. It comes down to the last lone survivor. This time it just happened to be Legit Queen because ARF had the sensibility to leave Margot around on the lurk. I mean, the rotations were already underway, so they were all coming in from defender spawn rather than B lobby or anything like that.
Player
But
standing.
it just happened to be that Margot was going to outflank Mochi.
That was a rotate on rotate. What time?
Bring them down.
Probably Mochi could have done more damage if that wasn't stopped. Regardless, the C's does come through just to buy some time. Nano Swarm as well, but Margot not afraid to push out. So it makes her so
Oh,
great.
boy.
But how many people is gonna go? They know they're close now because of that Prowler, but look at his phrase. One doesn't bring anyone down. Legit Queen one, Giver does got one in return. And that's a frenzy kill.
Where are
Haunt's still there.
Mark
They
3.
check them out. They know they're there. Unfortunately, no Odin. Can't wallbang that.
Or an Ares, but whatever it is, still big info, and it's good enough for them to know that they're either going to be hitting towards B main still, or rotating back. That said, though, this is a 4-on-4, so you're going to have to be very considerable about how you want to commit your resources. Over-rotate, and that could be a big problem for ARF as well.
Skyrim is still waiting. They have a nice cross here.
Here.
But without Margot, mid, completely bare. Just gonna wall that off. Gonna be broken.
30 seconds
Thankfully
left.
able to just cross, but Haunt does pick off one. No reaction yet from Legit Queen. Still takes the damage from the shock dart regardless. They already have so much space. No resistance. They would rather just wait to retake instead of going in and dying one by one. But for
Okay.
now, Green shells clearing out that area, satcheling through here. And Rue knows at least B main is clear. They're not taking any chances. Just taking their time to take that space. They know there's at least one inside a boathouse. And Giver had to move all the way back in the corner. Shabby fights Mochi, but for now, look at that cross coming through. From does fight Shabby, and
enemy
Giver fights Legit Queen. Rue, good for two! I am loving the fact that they take the time to clear everything before finally committing.
Yeah,
I love
Big Scythe playing some of these angles and unorthodox positions, all of them on site, which might seem a little bit unusual, but it's really just because they have those pistols. They work better in those close-range duels. Some of them looking at other ways being exposed meant that they would lose some players, but really, the spike being planted and doing enough economical damage to ARF in that round was big enough for them, because now they got all those rifles. Meanwhile, ARF, sheriffs, frenzies, and specters. Literal water guns, just because some of them have the Neptune skin on.
Funny for you to say that. But look at that combo. Fortunately, no one came through
C's
there.
plus paint shells.
Painful.
No one, yeah. All of them headed towards A main right now, where only Shabby is there to stop them.
I'm not too sure if they actually have the intent to. Never mind. Picked it up eventually. The door. Spots out Shabby here. Immediately She's gonna react by putting up the nebula. It's gonna be really hard to push in that. So let's hit it up. Change our minds again. Where do you want to eat? I don't know.
Yeah, it really is like that. It really is though, because like Big Scythe, it's like, where do you guys want to go? I don't know. Let's try A. They see something, a little bit of resistance, like, okay, well, maybe not this place. Let's try something else. And it's this very loose back and forth style that kind of actually leaves gaps in their attack.
Shabby is training for the Olympics.
Okay.
Just waiting for time here. They do know spot the knife. They know that at least it's not there. Immediately, Yamori taking up space
30
there.
seconds
Immediately
left.
closing the door. Clearing out the area, trying to take up CT. Mochi eventually does find Shabby in return. 46 HP left for Scaru. We do hear the teleport come through though. We also have the lockdown as well. Combo Wombo coming through. And Scaru, she has the heal, bringing her back to 100. But
Careful
if you
here.
look at ARF, they're okay with taking time. Just to kind of just play together. But look, Yamori spot the one, maybe two, not quite. Margot was there with the Mini Spectre. Gets a nice upgrade, I have to say. Used the turret just to kind of like sneak on there, but Giver was ready to receive it. Mochi as well. Mochi, we love seeing her step up. And this is her doing that. Look at that. Let's going together on A main and CT. I wish I had teammates like that.
Finding those frags, but still, when it comes down to it, I thought it might have been a little bit of a gap, but really it was an intentional play by dropping Mochi off on A site to lurk, knowing that as soon as they hit the B site, the rotations would come through, allowing for Mochi to find a frag. It's a smart play. That said, ARF this time actually not as tight on the defense. They're leaving some spaces open, and that's what allowed Big Scythe into the site itself.
I'm liking that idea. I never thought that it would be possible. Omen, lurk, teleport, play with team. Don't expect them there. Would have thought she would have though. Because Ultimate is there. And immediately gets spotted out by that alarm bot.
Wow.
You saw some shots come through as well.
Good time.
Immediately she gave away that space, but that's okay because now you know that alarm bot is not there to be used.
Turret down.
Shots coming through. She's ready to flash out, but here's the haunt. Gets destroyed. Andre just waiting. Ooh, onto Yamori. Big pick for them. Straight to the head, but look at Mochi as well. She has a headshot of her own. Both teams just exceeding expectations when it comes to these picks.
Oh, I love it. Again, incredibly evenly matched. Both sides trading one frag. Not even in the same spot, though. All across the map. One mid, one B main. And we're back to a 4-on-4. A little bit more room to work with.
30 seconds left.
However, the footsteps have been heard. It comes down to whether or not Shabby as well as Crescent can hold down the site.
No Yamori, hard to take up space on the site.
20
They have
seconds.
no choice but to play with each other. At least running off from info. Running through right now, sprays come through. Look at Crescent is a firing range as ARF just takes up all of those members of this side.
A firing range, a bloodbath, a grinder, whatever you want to call it. My MVP of that round is definitely Crescent. Not just because of those frags, but also the fragment that she dropped at the right time. Big Scythe really wanted to push past A main in that instant, despite the nebula, despite spawning Shabby towards the back. But because of that one fragment, they couldn't push through. They were all relegated to the back, and it's set up for the perfect off-angle duel. And ARF stand at 9 and 7.
Really great on defense. Because they were able to take up so much space, especially on attack. The flash does come through, spray and pray! No one gets anything, but Crescent still got one, and Margot there to assist! Nano Swarm is gonna not allow them to get onto site as they reposition. Legit Queen playing aggressive. She knows that she can. Just wait for them to just push in, but here's Giver. I think she spots out that gun barrel. I didn't quite see them cross just now. For now does spot out one, sees Mochi. But for now, for Giver, Pain Shells does not reach her. Only a tiny chip damage is enough. Prowler, as well as the Roomba. Just gonna give them enough information. They have to back away. They're running out of time. They have to take up this space. It has to be this side. But Afrolin, still waiting. She does still have the recon. Mochi. Just gonna try and get one shot out. Try to get some information here. Take some time. Wait for Nebula to go away.
30
Wall
seconds
banging
left.
through. But for now, look at Crossfire. But Giver still faster. Ooh, Shabby does straight out. Shabby good for 2.
Spike down A.
Shabby? It was Crescents that will get the last one. It's looking real good for ARF.
Their defense has actually been secured better than ever before. Just because of the utility setup that they have, and not to mention, again, Crescents. A sudden push, and it's something that Big Side didn't quite expect. And they're very hesitant about pushing out of the Nebulas, which allows for Shabby to pull off shenanigans just like that.
I was expecting them to at least, because you don't have a flash, they only have the paranoia. If they had perhaps a KO, the flashed out, push in, different dynamic, different agents. But now, it's back to where are we going again?
It's not just that though. This is ARF now, the first team to hit double digits. Plus Big Scythe on the eco, we're very likely going to see an 11. ARF are sitting on 3 ultimates as well. You cannot deny that they have so much momentum on their side.
We've seen some really great thrifties from them. Yamori is out of the way, so that's not gonna happen. Sprays out. Look at how she plays with her utilities.
One enemy remaining.
Insane! As well as Margot getting Mochi. Just playing off of information. Immediately, that reaction comes through. Now here's Rue. Finds Giver in the end.
Beautiful.
You don't have to play those big flashy plays.
It's a flawless win. Big maybe not like insanely big flashy, but definitely flashy in the form of Crescents and her pop flashes. Her flash point. It's crazy.
So
And now
good.
11 to 7, Tash, you know, we called it. If Big Scythe don't win this round, that's it. It's over. Because that means ARF are sitting at match point. Big Scythe economy in shambles. It's a problem.
The most horrible thing is letting the enemy go up to 12 points and you be on eco. It's so hard to land that thrifty.
And 5 ultimates, I just noticed it. 5 ultimates, all available, all online for ARF.
They don't have to use all of them. They can use just a few now and a few later. Just to really, really secure the round.
Exactly.
Just the fact that Crescents is just such big impacts with how she uses her utils. I thought it was going to be an issue at least for her, because having her as initiator got them so much space on the site. But even on defense, how she uses her utils has been huge. More selfish. Very similar to what we expect from Famous. Regardless, let's show you what Big has figured out. It's not really the biggest point deficit.
Big Scythe desperately need this round. Oh, and here comes Drew. Instantly double satchling over on the tiles. She's got her showstopper, might want to use it. Just thinking twice. They have control over the middle, and this means that Big Scythe has no choice to push into the main.
Get those picks, Yamori and Mochi. Shabby is good for 1 though. You have control of Spike. Not allowing that popping. The Nano Swarm doesn't allow them to rotate, at least through mid. Skaru taking that ultimate, trying to get that revive out. It's gonna have to wait a little bit though. It's gonna be 7 seconds that they have to. They need to get some teammates back. In this case, Mochi back in the game. And as for ARF,
Nothing
down
left.
for 2. They still can do something. They do have the ultimate. They can get those picks if they want.
I think it's a little bit risky. Rue's certainly thinking about it, but because of this one wall, now she can't anymore. Scaraboo just completely blocking it off. It's a 3-on-5 retake, and a single moment of hesitation from ARF cost them 2 players.
Got punished for their aggression. For now, here comes an ultimate. They use that, but there's also the lockdown as well. Gonna use everything to or die. Scaru good for 1 Giver as well. Rue, but Yamori and Giver, they're saying we want this round. Keeping the dream alive.
What? I was not quite expecting the lockdown. That is such a heavy commitment for a 3-on-5 retake.
I would
can see what they were going
personally
for.
have waited for the lockdown to take effect first, because where are you gonna go? You don't have to push it with the lockdown personally. Imagine if all of them were on the site stuck. It's already an instant win.
You could see what they were thinking of, or what they were going to go for, but I think they just quite weren't expecting Big Scythe to fight back that way. They're back into it now, and once bitten, twice shy, ARF not pushing aggressively anymore.
Learning from their mistakes, not wanting that over time. Yamori knows that Legit Queen is mid, but Mochi does get spotted into the knife. Gets rid of one Prowler, at least slows to the back of sight so that no one can swing together. Seize comes through. Thankfully does not hit anyone. Skaru's still waiting here.
It's so much.
And they're both out of Prowlers. No more Prowlers for ARF. Presence, this is a log area, and we know that if they don't check the area, it's very detrimental. Shabby, unfortunately, doesn't hit her shots there onto Skaru.
It's a lot of utility spent just for this one position.
Oh my god!
Here comes Crescent again! What?
Catches them off guard! What a play! Here comes the showstopper. Doesn't get any value though. Just trying to buy space and time. But it's only Giver and Afron left.
30 seconds
they
left.
need to get match point to put themselves in the right mindset.
I need a replay of that play from Crescents, but here it comes. Back towards the middle, and Rue and Shabby both know where they are, setting up for the crossfire now. Big Scythe, this is so dangerous.
Flawless.
Come on!
How can you not check pizza?
Match
Pizza
point.
is there. You look at pizza, you feel happy. And
think-
you get a kill.
Look at pizza, you feel happy. I think they got distracted by the initial, the other peak that they saw.
Yeah, they didn't realize that there's another one waiting there.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Bait and switch is what they were known for yesterday. So, I'm surprised that they're doing it again today.
it's unfortunate, but here we are in this situation. Big Scythe, they have some ultimates to work with, but again, not the best weaponry. One Sheriff in the hands of Aphrodite. She's gonna have to play back and make use of the Hunter's Fury if she really wants to make this round count. But again, this is match point for ARF.
They're
You
all
should
fully
run.
locked and loaded. Here is the lockdown. ARF, are you gonna give the site, or are you just gonna wait? Patients are gonna come through, but look at the fake. Look where Mochi is. They push out of B. They're already expecting it at least a mid-site.
And Yamori's going into the site.
They're not believing it, at least. Just yet. Just the bait is there. But look, they're still waiting. It's nothing
Oh,
is
no.
real. They do find Yamori, Crescents, quick with her shots. Really sees the slow come through, and they said, okay, this is the real hit. We saw a teleport coming as well from Mochi, but Mochi gonna win that gunfight. Legit Queen just waiting, not able to get outside. They do get the mark at least. Coming in there from Crescents.
Spike
Still
planted.
wins it regardless. Doesn't matter if you check out pizza or not. Okay. Check the area, but they do know there's at least someone on B main. Giver still wins this gunfight. Mochi waiting. Marco rotating inside, finds Giver. Mochi on the one side, still
20
finds Crescent at least. But for now, they're just
enemy
playing with
remaining.
the wall. Legit
Nice.
Queen still there to trade out Mochi. There is a Prowler just to clear out backside. 2-on-1. It's only Skaru. Good for one, Skaru. Make this happen. Good for two. Are you gonna clutch this?
This is what I trained for.
She keeps the dream alive. 9-12.
In a 1v2 scenario, Skaru just comes up for her team. And that's exactly what you need, especially when your backs are against the wall. A good attempt with Aphrodite holding off on the lurk towards Pizza, but with a Sheriff, unfortunately, it's just the shot would not land. It's not accurate enough. So off the win, now they get to buy back in. Some light shields, but because it's all Vandals, that's okay. It's Aphrodite with the Bulldog, and still with the Hunter Shrew, still with the ultimates that just might be able to bring them back into overtime. Big Scythe now. This is their round.
It's only round number 1. First game of the series is already this explosive. shots being traded here and there. Nothing to really deter anyone just yet. I do see a gravity well being used there, just to kind of help Crescents get the pick, but immediately you see Giver just back off. Haunt, hear that happening. Not gonna mark anyone. But look at where the spike is. It's Afrolin, all alone with it, taking the long rotation. Here comes Rule! We don't realize that she's all the way in the back on Wine. Knife
What
as
a
well,
setup.
not hitting anyone as well.
So they know that it's not coming towards A. They know that there are players towards middle or B, which is why I think, well, Margot should be
God,
prepared for
Margot.
this. She does get that first one, and now expects for even more.
She waited till the last second, but Legit
30
Queen was
seconds left.
waiting. Nice
Oh,
angle.
no.
I don't think she realized still though, but for now Margot playing in the area. 1-2! Not 2. Afrolin was good for the trade with the Bulldog. Fine,
Here
that's
we come.
coming through. Immediately going
One
forward
enemy
as Crescents
remaining.
with 1. Teammate on the backside. That is the pain shells, and the defuse will be coming through. Unfortunately, this first series going to ARF isn't really an unfortunate
Defenders
though.
win.
This is their map picks, and they're gonna be happy with this win.
Rather close, but when it came down to it, especially at the start of the second half, ARF chained enough defense rounds that put them out on top in terms of momentum. They had so many ultimates and they had so many pieces of utility that really came together, and at the end of it, I think Big Scythe just had a tough time working against that. So that's what it is now, 9-12. I mean 9-13, excuse me.
9-12 is what we're hoping for the comeback to happen. It did come back for a little while, but that's the thing about ARF. They still managed to change it up a little bit. I have to say, we don't really see a lot of movement from them early. You can go default as many times as you want. They're not gonna be baited. You are gonna be seeing some aggressive, at least some proactive plays, but they're gonna make sure that they at least survive those initial sort of picks. And I think the idea that Big has is get one pick immediately hit the site. But when you are playing so far back or so far forward, catch them off guard, what can you do?
Yeah, then there are also some of those rounds where you can see that they're trying to go for some kind of big brain play, some kind of a fake, but unfortunately it wasn't really sold completely. And that's why at the end of it, 13-9, you have to give credit to Crescents. I mean, so many scenarios, not just with the highest number of frags, but also the highest number of impactful frags. Timing of some of those flanks, the timing of some of those pop flashes, the fragment just to throw it down, blocking off A main completely against Big. I mean, she certainly is the MVP of this entire map.
Using Margot on attack for flanks has been one of the most interesting yet amazing things I've seen. But when you look at how they play, it's a flank on flank there. Margot's timing has been absolutely impeccable because they are already expecting a flank coming in, at least from Mochi. But it's closer than we thought, despite the stats. Every round is close.
It really is close, but again, ARF had the momentum. Like round 16 onwards, or maybe even round, I think, 13 onwards, that's where we saw ARF come up huge. It's a dark night for Big Scythe, and Crescents is shining brightly like the moon. So that's what we have for now. We're gonna have to see what happens when they go on into the next map, Tash. It's tough.
It's honestly tough, but when you see how they play, both teams have very similar gameplay and mindset, especially on how they hold the site. When you look at both Big as well as ARF, it's very similar positioning. So it's kind of easy for them to actually kind of anticipate where each other is going to be, which is why those trades on trades are just constantly happening.
Yeah, so many of these trades, so many of these fights are incredibly close. But then again, we see some standout performances. Yamori in this clip right now. I think she could have done maybe a little more in the second half, though.
I think
on the attacking side, yeah.
I think what was the difference between Yamori on, say, probably I would say a high impact agent like, say, a KO or a Sky, is the fact that when she's able to play up utils like Crescent, that is when we really see Yamori truly shine. Now the problem with her being on Jet is it's not like she's not great at getting those shots, it's more that her teammates are not able to assist her to get the information for her to play, so she's not enabled. It's not really anyone's fault, it's just more of like the defenses coming in for ARF, which is a little bit too much.
I wholeheartedly agree. It's just it's a different agent. You don't have that combo potential like a C's plus paint shell sort of thing. You have to just dash in alone, and you need your teammates to back you up in that form. Unfortunately, it didn't happen, but you know, we're just gonna have to go into Icebox to see what happens on that map. That's the second one that we've got. Are we going to see Big Scythe get sent home? Or are we gonna see ARF lose one map and then we're gonna map number 3? Who knows, Tash? But for all of you guys at home, you're just gonna have to find out after this break. Don't go away, don't click that X. We will be back pretty soon.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Well, Come back to the VCT Game Changers APAC. Sorry, Dash. LCQ. Once again, Big Scythe versus ARF. It came close, but towards the end of it, ARF just showed that they played defense a little bit better than Big Scythe. They came in with a win streak, and now on towards Icebox, another map that kind of favors that defensive style. Who knows who will really come out on top?
Personally, the fact that Ascent is picked by ARF and won by ARF is already really telling it how well they know the map. But now we're going into Big Scythe's pick. And as I said before, I mean, this earlier in the day when we saw first series, I was taken aback because I thought that Icebox would be a super fun, high hit, fast map because it's a map that we usually see people play aggressive. But X10S showing us that there is another different way to play this map. And I'm really hoping to see if Big is gonna go aggressive or are they gonna play it very, very slow and just take their time.
Absolutely. I mean, there are many different ways to play this one, and just judging by how they played in group stages, both teams have actually performed rather well. I mean, taking 13-2s against other teams. The thing is, though, they have very different compositions. Big Scythe, based on what they've played before, they go in with a double duelist setup, something like a blast from the past. I don't know how effective that actually could be. I mean, pulling out Arena.
We've seen it.
Yeah, they make it work, but it's something that we don't see that often.
I mean, one thing I noticed from Game Changers is that the girls really like Reyna, and I understand why. It's not because that Reyna takes up space, but rather Reyna can just do her own thing and just go away from her team, play on her own, get those picks because she's able to just go in and out, while the other members could just play together. So it's a very versatile pick. But other than Reyna, if you go Jet as well as Raze is also really good as well. Jet taking up space, Raze falling from the back. You take up two different parts of the site, which can also be really good. Maybe a Jet behind yellow, Raze going on to site itself. So it's a very, very versatile pick. But what you trade out in terms of having a double duelist means you don't have those utils. So you really need those agents that have really high impact in terms of their utilities instead.
So then the question becomes, right, does Big Scythe have that? Do they have that in the form of the other agents that they pick? We've got Mochi on the Viper instead of Omen this time, just because it's Icebox. Aphroline still on the Sova, and then Giver on the Chamber. Is that enough, Tash? What do you think?
Giver on Chamber has been getting a lot of value. So it's gonna be really good seeing them play on that. And on top of that, if you look at how they play in terms of how we've seen yesterday, just the fact that we're seeing that, you know, those usual staples on the map as well is really good. I mean, it depends on how exactly they want to play this map, slow or aggressive. It depends on how exactly they want to place these utils. I think the best placements of utilities we've seen today have been from X10S on how dominating they can be on the map. But then again, they are running this comp without a duelist. They prefer those utilities over that firepower.
Yeah, it's a little bit different for sure. Utilities versus firepower is always the kind of trade-off that you want to go for. And that's why I think when we compare them, Big Scythe, to ARF, it's Chamber versus Chamber right now, and Shabby versus Giver. And I think, honestly, Giver might actually be the one that comes out on top of that. Taking a look at some of the statistics that we have, yeah, Giver actually comes out with higher ACS scores, higher headshot percentages, higher kill deaths. It's rather different, but then again, this could come down to the fact of the different teams that they play against.
Literally,
or the number of times they play.
I think Chamber was made for Giver. Just from how you see her play, on how she gets those headshots. I can see Aphroline, but honestly, why move Aphroline to another agent when she's doing so well on the Sova already? So it's really honestly a question of how exactly the execution is going to be, and I'm really curious to see what exactly they're going to do. Regardless, this is only speculation. Things can still change as the agents come through. I think Legit Queen has been really good on Fade.
That's true. We can theory craft as much as we want, but down into the server, that's where we start to see things shape up. Again, I'm just curious if Big Scythe are actually going to go in with that double duelist, because I think that while you are trading in a lot, while you're trading in a lot, you're also giving away a lot, and that's where we might see ARF come up huge. That's how we saw them perform on Ascent. It's gonna be a rough ride. I mean, Sage, Crescents, the walls that she could use.
So many off angles, so many rat plays she can do as well, defensively and aggressively. It suits her playstyle. But when you look at the other side, personally, I just like that Sage wall for those post-plant diffusals. Really gives your team so much space for that diffuse. But on the other side, we're not seeing a Sage for Big Scythe. And my question is, I mean, yes, they do have Yamori. I guess their idea is take up space so you don't need that utility to protect the teammates. But as for Mochi yesterday, she has been very impactful on the Viper on Breeze. So I'm kind of hoping to see that again from her. But Margot, her track record has just been impressive, whether it comes to Sentinel or Controller. She does it both with style.
Well, that's what we get from the ex-Alter Ego Celeste player after all. That said though, looking at ARF's defensive setup right now, this is a little bit worrying, Tash. They only have Margot on the A site. If Big take her down instantly, that's it. That's all we get.
Believe in Margot and what you can do with her toxic wall. She hasn't actually put it up just yet. So this is good, but they don't know that she's there. I wanted to believe. Never mind. I believe now. That's a lot of damage as Afrolin will be opening it up, getting Crescents out of the way. That's perfect for them. No Sage.
Oh man.
Means no defensive walls, and no Crescents mean no headshots.
Rue is down to 1 HP too. This is very easy for Big Scythe just to overrun the B site. This might even bait out some over rotations if you think about it. Big are rotating back towards B. If they can take Rue, if they can take down Shabby, that's the whole site that belongs to them.
Big, play it quiet, cut the noise. B is where they want to hit.
Scaru?
30
Look
seconds
at that.
left.
Really shooting out is gonna be Shabby, not landing the shots, but Margot does find Scaru in the end. It's rough.
B site though.
Look at B site, full control, 1 HP. I think Shell took on 2. Just buy some time. Have to just move away.
10
Plant
seconds.
does come through. They do have some time. Rue, but look at this area that Mochi is covering. Straight to the head. Doesn't matter if you're full life or not. You are gonna be going down. But Shabby does find Yamori in the end.
Teleport's ready.
She's so low.
She is low. 13 HP
Surely
left.
they can find her.
Margot, she can play just behind this toxic screen. Gets the upgrade. Unfortunately, bounces off. Not a good time for her. But Legit Queen is ready for the trade. Has to push out. Moves it back. She did manage to get it. Sprays out. Give her gets 2. Give her with the headshots. Applin gets 1 more. And Big starting off real strong for that.
That's not what we wanted. Margot, big value in blocking off the A site on her own, by the way. But with the poison cloud, it's just happened to bounce off the spike. That's not meant to happen. And then it comes down to Big Scythe just being able to find a lot of these opening shots, opening picks, as some players from ARF pushed out of Garage. Rue being down to 1 HP, Shabby being banged up and down to about 10 as well. Let's see what happens on the next one. They've got 3 Bulldogs to work with.
No buy at all.
Wait, what?
Oh my god. Still gets Yamori. It's Giver on Chamber.
We hunting for hits.
Yeah, she sees 1. She gets it. Shabby does get picked off by the Recon. Really repositions, takes back the space. Shock Dart, just to clear out that area. Now Big playing it very, very slow. Without Yamori, no one to play those aggressive, big impact plays, especially take up space. But that snake bite gonna clear out the area on the backside. And now Big Scaru. But I say Big, no clue. But she did manage to take some of the site there. They do know Shabby's in the backside. They don't know there's two. Rue gets one. Giver gonna go up top. But for now, Skaru gonna quickly invite your friend. Crescent finds Giver in the end. 30 HP left for Giver. All she has to work with is a satchel. Her teammates are there. There comes the heal as well. But Afrolin from the top side. Spray and pray. Rue from the side as well. Finds Skaru in the backside. Afrolin from the side.
enemy
Sprays
remaining.
down.
Oh my god.
Finds Rue. 1-on-1. Closer. And I thought despite the gun diff, 8 bullets is all she has left. 95 HP as well. But all she has left is spray! But doesn't really matter when you hit the head.
Oh my god.
Lost all of their guns. And you have to remember, ARF did not buy, not even shields.
That came way too close for comfort, but thankfully Afrolin saved the day along with her team as well. Again though, this puts us in a bad spot for the next round. They won't be able to buy back with that much. Sheriffs is all we get. They hit the site and they got it good, but when it came down to the retakes, they started to get a little bit greedy, hunting for some frags, and in close range scenarios, ARF will be able to do quite a bit of damage. So now, full arsenal, they're playing further back.
Skaru,
ARF.
look at her utils. It only has pain shells. No satchels. Use up space. They're playing it a little bit more slow. They want to pop some heads. They want to make it expensive as they can. Give her, we know that she can pop heads if she wants. Wall is expended to buy some time. Gonna break it. Snake bite gonna buy more time as well. Hard to push in when there's so many utils in the way. Crescents, they're not going to be over peeking either. They're not gonna go over aggressive. They want to be able to play it slow. They know that Yamori can pop hits. It's gonna be Margot with the opening shot onto Mochi. No more smokes for that. Give her.
There.
Moving away. Yamori is all alone onto B, and I think Yamori is probably saying it's empty for now. We do know there's at least 3 or 2 on A, but Shabby is the one to find Yamori first.
And this is starting to look like a similar setup to what we saw from X10 earlier on. ARF, we've got the chamber, we've got Shabby locking down B site, and she's doing it by herself.
Giver does find
Just
Legit
enough to
Queen.
hold them back.
Goal, so finds Giver return spray and pray from Shabby. Didn't quite get it. 40 HP left, waiting for her teammates instead. The slows do come
player
through.
standing.
Skaru gonna be found by Crescent instead. Everyone at the bottom, but Shabby, she jumps down. She still gets it. I know they want to make it expensive, but only Legit Queen went down.
And giving the defuse to Shabby as well, so she'll have Porter Force for next round. What a play from ARF. I mean, it's that barrier orb from Crescents that we see towards pipes, towards maze, completely blocking it off, and even if they break down a panel, it's going to be so precarious for them to push on through because crossfire setup. And it's comboed with Margot as well. Remember the snake bite plus slow orb that we saw from the first series today? It's so good that Big Scythe have no choice but to go back to B, and that's where Shabby's lying in wait. I might have talked up about Giver being a better chamber, but I think I'm proven wrong. Shabby's actually landing so many of her headhunter shots, as well as those vandal headshots.
This clears out the entire B long area.
Oh, this time playing towards bottom 2.
Look at those walls.
Positions changed up. Yeah, different walls as well. This is a very aggressive wall that just blocks off A site, and Big aren't even there.
I'm not really sure. They're already hitting onto B. Yamori, we haven't been able to see those big plays just yet, just because she's been playing alone and just gets caught off guard by Shabby. Again and again, Toxic Orb will go down eventually. Mochi just watching for those flanks here. For now, Shabby might get it. She does. It's gonna be oh my god! Mochi as well. Yamori. Big timed them all. Unfortunately, third one not gonna hit though. It doesn't really matter. They lost so many in that mid rotation. Let's find Rue though.
Huh?
So we'll give her an Afrolin.
Okay.
They can make the value if they're able to isolate.
30 seconds left.
We'll be trying to stop in the air against getting the chip damage. It does hit, but not a lot. Doesn't get any value, at least from the Aldro, as they're all hiding after playing this corner. She's already swatted down, and she does them the headshot, but Shabby with the 3K to pocket to Aflin. That's 4. just Shabby with the tour de force. They're like, thank you for letting me have all these orbs.
They gave it to her in the previous round, and she fully utilized it this round. What a way to come back in. And now she's sitting at the top of the scoreboard, eight kills and 2 deaths. it's just big. I mean, a little bit interesting for how Giver was able to sneak past pipes that way. But still, I mean, look at this
How
flick.
fast is that? It was a very close corner. It's very hard.
Quadruple kill.
We believe
So now
in
Big
Shabby
Sci forced back to Eco.
You want to
Change
play?
your mind, right?
Let's
No more
play.
Giver supremacy.
Yeah.
It's a little bit
And
hard
that's-
to
that's
do
all.
that on attack though, on defense.
Oh,
It's a little bit better to utilize.
This toxic screen is very.
Wow. Why is there a...
Also,
Oh, sometimes a little bit of a gap just because the.
the shape of the terrain?
Hmm.
It's probably all planned, honestly. When you think about it. You never know what these pro players could come up with. Especially in terms
I
of
like it.
lineups. Me too.
It makes it a little bit tougher to slow them down as they try to push past Maze, but if they want to peek into you, they have to do it while decayed, and that's the value that it provides. Not to mention this barrier coming up from Crescents now as well. It's stalling and holding Big Scythe back. 50 seconds left. They need to make a decision soon.
That is an interesting wall. They can see feet there. So they can just like, spam the bottom side, but it's gonna be Rue. Managed to get this headshot to go Staru straight to the head.
Down
Doesn't
A.
need a rifle. All you need is a sheriff giver. Does find Margot's hit. In return, Crescents finds
30
one, but
seconds
Yamori
left.
gonna trade it out.
Come on.
The overheal as well.
deploying drone.
Legit being left. Give her the tour de force. She's happy to just say, I too can pop hits, just like Shabby.
Teleport's ready.
Spot out one.
Nice.
That's a very nice angle to work with. Just try to bait them out. But
Repeat
look
it.
at Afrolin. To try help her teamate.
All those
That's
shots are
recon as
spent.
well. Do you know that Afrolin is there? No, she doesn't! Beautiful bait and switch. Yamori finds Legit Queen behind the box.
What
Beautiful
on
thrifty.
earth?
Listen, we saw these thrifties yesterday, and Big says, let's bring it back today.
All right, that's great. Bring it back. And just on time, too, to put themselves back on top. Completely changing things up. It was 4 sheriffs and 1 tour de force. And that's all it took. ARF has such a strong setup. I mean, that diagonal toxic screen. We were talking about Crescents with that sort of one-way sage wall. But it still wasn't enough. They just didn't care. They pushed up front really close, and somehow ARF weren't quite able to out-duel them.
Thrifty! You get that value, and that value first is gonna come from Shabby. Without Afrolin, it's gonna be really hard to get onto the site because you don't know, you can't get the information. What more do you have other than Afrolin? Scaru's stuck.
Teleport's ready.
Man. Pins down. The only way she can get out is to use this blast pack, but still.
Shabby still gets her though! Look at that!
Well, give her finding one towards yellow is good enough. Question is, will she be able to take down Crescents as she rotates back around, repositioning?
Battle stage? Not quite. It's Mochi.
Aw,
Wins out that
Deploying
wall
drone.
banging through. Beautiful sprays.
good sage wall though.
It really is. Buy some time. And she does have the Viper's Pit. Just waiting first. Putting out the toxin. Recon, they get a value, immediately gonna drop that. Now, they're able to just at least plant a little bit deeper if they want
30
to.
seconds left.
That snake bite, just to kind of buy time. When you never do that. Look at that Roomba as well as the shock dart! I feel so sorry for Giver! You do it! You do, Mochi! So I was hoping that she can go forward and get that pick. When we have 3 people running at you, what can you do?
That's one way to deal with the Viper's Pit, Tash. Send in that Roomba.
Send in a shock dart! Everything!
And we are back into it again, 3-3. Once again, incredibly back and forth between the two teams. And this time around, once more, my MVP, Crescents. She might have lost her life, but this one wall bought enough time for a team to rotate over, and not to mention just the utility that they were able to play off of. It's just so back and forth. Shabby with the operator still as well. You never quite know where she could be. She's been playing on A for the past 2 rounds. This time headed towards mid.
It's a good place to be when you think about it. Catch them if they're rotating away from A, because they can't exactly go into A anymore. The walls from Crescent, you know that she loves doing this.
Oh.
Sneaky corner. They do know. Here comes the party! Gonna find Crescents! Yes, it does! Legit Queen on the top. Finds her in return. That is gonna be a trade at least. Shock Dart. Let's get some chip damage. Legit Queen will be chipped in return. Rue also has a showstopper of her own, not using it quite yet. Legit Queen trying to see, but doesn't get any value, at least from the Owl Drone. The plant does come through eventually, but look at that Legit Queen watching her teammates back, making sure that no rotation is gonna be happening.
Giver
is waiting. She thinks she does. Margot finds her mid-rotate. I'll be very happy with that pick. They know that she's mid now. So at least they have to ready, but here comes that counter showstopper. Is it gonna get any value?
Satchel out.
Satchel out. Doesn't get value. Here comes the Hunter's Fury as well. Yamori and Mochi get 1 each. Athlin. Does it get anything? Not quite, but Mochi was there. Beautiful way of playing it. They have to swing out because of the Hunter's Fury.
They really do, and again, it's a very purposeful setup from ARF, but just because they weren't quite able to hold them off, just because of some misplays and not checking clearing for lurkers, it enabled BIGG to actually fend them off. The Hunter's Fury, like you mentioned, and not to mention just finding some frags here, Mori able to make use of her utility as a Reyna that way. So 4-3 now, and ARF, they're relocated towards worse weapons. It's gonna be tough.
Seen thrifties from BIGG. They're back home at least. For ARF. But look at that, Scaru really getting that. But look at Athlin as well. Nice trades from them. They don't want to lose any of their weapons. This aggressive play from them is the perfect counter to those shares at least. Naru taking up the space. Mori does find Crescents in return. Mori as well. Gonna get her life back.
Spike planted.
It's only gonna be Legit Queen and Shabby. They can at least make it expensive. Headhunter. And you can't really do much with the frenzy from that area, and the blind. Gonna get Legit Queen as well as Shabby.
It's another clean, flawless round for BIGG, especially off the back of ARF's broken economy. It's something that we might just see change and turn the tides of this map. BIGG, off of these wins, might just be able to find the momentum that they were looking for. I mean, look at the economy on some of these players right now. Giver with 8,000. ARF, if they lose this round, that just might be it for the first half.
The fact that they managed to get 3, they get 4, it'll be okay. It'll be a little bit better at least as they go on to attack. But as for BIGG, they're very happy with the lead. Looks really well for them, especially on how they played. I really like what you said about them. Their how their setups are very purposeful. At the same time, when you need to play off each other, BIGG Scythe, they take advantage of that. They want to make sure that you're not able to do that.
And it's not even like, I mean, not to discredit Yamori, she's still able to find quite a bit. Her Leers have been useful. But so many of these rounds are won because of, for example, Scaru with the mobility, able to find a lot of first kills. And also just Giver and Aphrodite, their utility and some of the setups that they have. Giver lurking around corners at times. Aphrodite finding a lot of useful information. ARF really need to find a better way to come for retake scenarios. If not, that's going to be a problem.
Rue, it's aggressive angle. Gonna have to give away that area. Does get caught in the recon. Shabby. Yamori coming in through. Shabby immediately finds that he has to teleport away. Information is enough. They know that Yamori is there, but Yamori being there, not necessarily a lot of information. Oh my god, she doesn't spot out the hit. Immediately jumps down, only good for 1. Might be good for 2, but doesn't want to risk it. Margot, watching them. Case of a mid-rotate. Giver is right there. Just a little bit on high ground. But look at this nasty angle she's playing as well. Mochi from the backside. Maybe she'll spot out.
Oh,
Let's get
that's
spotted.
The intel that's what ARF were looking for. Now they know that there's a potential for Big to actually hit the B site, and that's why we see Shabby now watching the angle, pushing back in towards yellow. She has to be very careful, though, making use of her rendezvous. She wants to find one and then get away. There she is!
Spike down.
That's the opening that she wants immediately.
30
Empress is
seconds left.
up. So much space, she's not scared. Gets the headshot, repositions. Margot gonna trade it back.
No charges left.
Yamori can't find Margot. Margot, where are you looking? Because Yamori says, you don't look my way. I will take you down. Hunter's Fury gonna delay that plant at least 13 seconds to go. The plant does come
10
through
seconds
regardless.
Spike
Now it's only Giver
planted.
Yamori left against 3 players from ARF. The revive comes through, make that 4. Giver taking the top side here. Yamori with the overheal, just waiting. Get another pick if she can. Yamori on the side there will be found by Yuru eventually. Does see the tap. Gonna be spraying through. And ARF will get the defuse.
Team
This is
Ace.
what they needed. The change in pace that they wanted.
And it truly came in full swing just because they had that information. Smart positioning across the entire map, and Margot able to call it out to her team that, hey, this site hit is going to be on B. Shabby was prepared for it, and value was provided. On the offhand, though, not to be mean or anything, I really do think that Reyna is not the agent for Icebox. They could have gotten so much more value on some other agent. Yamori popped the Empress, able to find some frags, but it's not enough. You really need to get more frags in order to make Reyna count. And that's a very conditional thing.
Oh, you don't peek, Giver! Giver peeks you! Well, she didn't peek. She held the tentacle. But anyways. Are you gonna get in value?
Good
What a
placement.
great opening shot. And it's legit queen. No intel.
Ooh.
Yamori! What reaction? I thought Marco had that.
Okay. I thought so too. But what started out with ARF being a little bit more confident turned into a 5-on-3. Shabby has her tour de force though, so I don't want to count them out just yet. The problem is that with 2 players gone, a lot of space has been created. ARF has no idea where they
My
could be
god,
positioned.
Yamori!
Stealing sight.
Presence. Lear comes out. Buy some space.
Cutting the vision.
Another one. Can she swing out? That's the question.
enemy
Mochi
remaining.
finds them in the end. Actually, no. It's Yamori. Great swing together, pinching her in the middle, and suddenly is Shabby all alone. She has the tour first, and for long range, for short range, she has the shorty. But I think everyone is pretty aware where Shabby might be.
I think I cursed it, Tash. I jinxed it. I talked about Yamori and the Reyna, and now she's pissed off. She gets 3 frags, and Shabby has no choice but to hold back.
At least she gets a gun out of that, so good
True.
enough. She can bring it back. Oh, but you might look to your left, my friend. Oh no, they're not gonna be rotating that way. They're just watching the backside here. I'm really liking that respect coming through as well, not searching or allowing themselves to be isolated.
Yeah. But, well, at the very least, with such a decisive hit, with such a sneaky play in towards the tube, in towards kitchen, Big Scythe has secured themselves 6 rounds. And that means they are pretty much good enough. It's equal towards the second half. And of course, Giver still holding on to her operator as well. That's even more value. ARF are going to have to find a different way to defend against this. They need to watch out for that big old gun.
Recon? I didn't get anything. Roomba does come through. That's all the intel they need. Immediately gonna give away that space. Snake bite as well. Not allowing push forward. No rotates yet from the teammates. This is great conditioning coming in from BIGG. You don't see rotates fast because you're not exactly sure if it's a Yamori hit, is she really gonna be there with the teammates? But all of these walls is enough to let them know that yeah, it's gonna be here. You see how much damage is coming through. Survives with her life though. Afrolin, she tanked that snake bite like a champ. Or now Yamori will be found out. They know exactly where she is. Destroyed by Mochi, catches them off guard. Good, she's good for one. Good for two, not quite. Presence wins that at least. As Giver and Yamori get one each. Staru as well with the wall bang. Suddenly just legit queen. And BIGG take this one home. Gonna be very happy.
Last round.
7 rounds on attack.
Just elated for sure. I mean, jumping for joy. Big Scythe. They hop their way onto site, and it's really because ARF have no other way of stalling or resisting against them. Margot had no choice but to just pop up her toxic screen, drop up some poison clouds, some snake bites, and really run off because she can't hold them off on her own. And when it comes down to it, once Big Scythe are in position, it's game over. Might be setting up for the same thing right now as they head onto A site.
Enemy tag.
Squeeze, she does get tagged. No follow-up. Skaru is deering. Yamori does get one. Skaru pushes forward. Yamori 17 HP. She needs a kill. She needs a heal. And look at that. Viper's Pit is out as well. Gonna get the plant by Mochi. As long as Mochi stays alive, that's all they need. Giver does find Margot and Shabby. And suddenly there's only legit Queen and Crescent playing from the outside. This aggression coming through. Crescent sprays through the smoke, still goes down eventually to the snake bite. That's all she has to be happy with. Legit Queen, can you make this happen? All you have is a Guardian!
Teleport's ready.
But it's Giver with the op that seals the deal.
Can't quite compare Guardian to an operator, and that's 4-8 at the end of the first half. Big Scythe. With a lot more decisive hits onto sites. I mean, you can see how much more comfortable and confident they are, especially with Scaru, the tip of the spear, double satcheling in. It really forces ARF off, and once they are off site, they have such a tough time trying to come back in. Such a tough time trying to find some form of a retake, and it just never quite works out. I mean, it's all written in the book. Big Scythe now, they're in the lead.
There's a reason why this map is their pick. And on attack, it looks real good for them. But I have to say this map is attack biased. Now my question is, why did ARF choose defense? And I think it's because they wanted to have the explosive second half if possible. 8-4 is not a terrible score moving forward. 4 is enough for you, especially on the side that you might not necessarily have the advantage on. Now, when you look at their comp, or at least for the side of ARF, what are you expecting as we move on to the second half?
I mean, as we move on in the second half, I'm definitely looking for players like Legit Queen to do a lot more with the utility, provide some form of intel, some kind of combination with your teammates. Like, if Rue can play off of her utility, double satchel in, and break open a lot of these sites, it will work out for ARF. Not to mention Shabby as well. Potential lurker, potential hit hunter, just to open things up with some frags. That's kind of how I think Big Scythe were playing at some points. The difference is, though, Big Scythe, with their composition on the defense, it could be a real problem because Yamori as Reina, unless she's doing a lot of different movements across the map, if she's just holding and watching angles and she doesn't find those frags, you're as good as like not any agent at all. So you're just a gun. Like that's going to be a little bit difficult to work with. If she can find some picks though and then dismiss away, different story.
It's a bit tough when you're on defense, but I can see her at least play aggressive. She can be enabled by her teammates, get a pick, maybe even dismiss away, or perhaps she can play lurk. There are Reinas that do play lurk, and there's a reason why. They have a great escape if they get that backstab. But I don't know. I mean, it's strange to see a Reina on this map. And I'm just curious to see what exactly are their plans moving on to defense, and perhaps we might see a new meta. I mean, we did see a Phoenix yesterday, and they played it really well.
No.
So I'm really excited to see how exactly Yamori can surprise us with this Reyna.
It's so weird. Phoenix is coming back in, but well, it works in some LCQs. Maybe it works here as well.
As I said before, we saw only one time picked. It was MYSG VCT. So seeing him back again, I was like, wait a minute. It's been a while.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my
Here it
god,
is.
Shabby gets it straight to Giver. Yamori will trade it out to Crescent. Legit queen. Unfortunately, those pain shells does destroy the owl drone, but you see the other members, Margot does get picked off as well. They know they're exactly right behind A. No rotations yet from the other members. Look at where Yamori is, under tube. Easy access for information to B, easy access to A through mid. They do have mid control as well. And I'm liking the fact that they're holding this mid control.
Toxins going up.
Good hold. They got no information on B side though, and that's what it all comes down to, the utility on the A side that really gives it away. What I like is
Look at
Shabby
this
on the lurk.
Not Shabby on the lurk, but Yamori is also on the lurk, but Shabby only has half health. Pushing forward here will be Marco. For now, the sprays come through. Ruga Pro 1 Scar gonna treat it out.
Spike down.
Yamori gets one as well, but
enemy
look at
remaining.
the right clicks from Legit Queen! It's huge! They know exactly where Yamori is, just from that overheal.
30 seconds left.
Oh.
Yamori, if she can get the isolate,
planted.
she can get the dismiss, she can do some
together.
big plays. But they're playing together, all the way on screens. They're separating.
Wait.
One going to screens and one going up to the top back side. Good call, but for now she's gonna spot one out.
Oh, come on.
Yamori? Tap. And for now she gets two! That's a 4K for Yamori! Setting up big! There's a reason why she's on Reyna, and this is exactly it!
Clutch.
A smart call, seeing that not a single player was on site, not a single player peeking her. They're probably trying to make their way onto Raptors, and that's why she hopped on over, found the first one, and that's already dual isolated. Incredible smart plays coming in from Yamori, and it gave her team the pistol off a 1v2 clutch, 9-4, and we might actually see them. We might actually see Big Scythe reach double digits first. That's going to be a problem for ARF.
My jaw is on the floor. What a read!
I really have to eat my words. I mean, Yamori, 16 kills right now.
Give any agent to Yamori. He will do well. Oh, check your corners. Teleports away.
Just in time. Now this is the setup
Spike
for
planted.
the retake scenario. They've got all the Spectres to work with. They don't have the wall though,
It's broken.
which means that this is going to come
Skaru?
down to some frags.
Garu!
Stealing sight.
These lurks. Yamori to look. No, it's Garu this time. Yamori pushing forward. She's not afraid.
One
Gets one to
enemy
the top.
remaining.
17 HP. Arslan gets 3 though. Yamori was just a distraction.
Thanks.
I like how that works. A little bit of a distraction, and she's still able to get those spray conversions. And towards the very tail end of it, of course, I mean,
Say hello to my
ARF
little
just didn't quite
friend.
have it. Yeah, the
Sprays
little
out.
friend being the Spectre.
Yeah, I know. She just sprayed. She was not intending on getting anyone. She was just baiting for Afrolin.
And what is this, Tash? Big round 3 on the second half, and Giver already has an op.
What on earth? Giver didn't buy, so she can op.
Yeah.
Scanning ahead.
Just waiting.
Now she's locking off B. Anyone who peeks out of garage probably did. If not, she could just rendezvous away.
Oh man.
So it's always this strong setup that we see from every team. What's interesting this time is Afrolin all the way under tube.
She got big guts, pushing through, playing close like that. They don't know she's crossed.
I like the little default from ARF though, because this is giving them a little bit of space to work with. They know that nobody's really pushed out yet, which means they have time to make a decision. Do we want to overwhelm B side? Can we actually take Giver down with our peaks? They managed to push her back, and now they have to go in with a call. It's either B or A at this point. Can't go through mid anymore.
I was hoping for Crescents to wall up backside at least. We'll get deep. Take up more space. But they're very patient. It's knows that that's actually Giver in the backside there. Lear does get deleted though.
Where's the smoke?
Giver's still waiting. Waiting for that push. Waiting for that peak. Crescent's moving up forward, not afraid to take up space. Millie finds Aprilin with the owl drone out.
Down B.
Oh my
Look
god.
at how much space they've
15
got. They're
seconds.
just clearing out the backside. Shabby still gets it, but the running gun doesn't really
10
matter
seconds
when your
left.
teammate is waiting on you. That comes through as well.
And that's ARF with the decisive hit towards the B side once they managed to push Giver away.
That op just now on Giver. They thought they could get value out of it. Now she has
It was
nothing.
a good idea, but unfortunately just the whiff kind of forced her back. It weakens her position. And who knew Crescents would be able to play Battle Stage that way? Going in with some walls and then finding the first frag, pushing into Snowman just to take Giver down, allowing for her team
Standing
to
ahead.
breathe a little bit more.
There's a reason why Shabby is planting and not her.
So back into the start of the round now, and ARF trying to hold off a bit of default in case Big tend to get a little bit cheeky. They're not quite moving
Standing ahead.
out though, the only one being Yamori in towards Garage. If she spots out that the entirety of Garage is clear, she's going to call out to her team that the hit's coming
Shabby
towards
just
A.
found Yamori. That's huge.
Oh, that's good.
Yamori
Now
not
they can
able
rotate to A.
get
To B.
the pain shells.
Toxins
Get some
going
chip
up.
damage.
Oh,
Now, gonna buy some time.
Era.
Oh, the slow plus. These
committing to
shells. But they don't know Sparrow is playing this very close angle. Blue clearing out screens. Now be careful there. She does not know how many is behind it. But for now, Evelyn, they're on winning it. 21 HP left. He breaks the wall, but Crescents and Margot get one each. Gotta get the plant. There's Shabby. Doesn't get any value teleports away. Evelyn's so low. She just needs to spot the head. They know that she's on the top side. Give her. Swing out there. It's a little bit hard when everyone is playing on the other angle. Spots out Legit Queen on the second one. Some sprays come through. Doesn't get any damage though. Spots her knee. No reaction. But Lee sees one.
Out of charge.
Maybe Crescent's out of the way. They're too low. They cannot tank. Snake fight. Shabby does get one more.
no.
And for now, Giver, what are you gonna do? There's a crossfire coming through. It's going Marco. I'm gonna be happy with this. They bring it down all the way to 6.
And now 2 rounds lost at the start of the half. 2 rounds gained back by ARF. They are not backing down without a fight, and this is what we love to see about them. Showing that they also have the versatility to play post-plant lineups with Margot. It's extra preparedness that gives them this potential. They were able to take some of those guns away, and as soon as they saw the space that they had, they went in and took it. And now Big Scythe relegated to nothing much left in their pockets. Just sheriffs and classics, maybe some utility.
I like how they put Legit Queen as the baiter this time. They didn't even know that Margot was on pipes. Great teamwork. For now, the question is, ARF, they have that win. They have the economy. How exactly are going to make sure that they can bring this momentum forward? It's 4-point deficit. They have some wriggle room.
And they are the ones calling a timeout off a win as well.
This is really good mindset. That's why I say keep up the crate work.
Forward thinking. But they have to be very careful. Again, I mean, we saw some rounds go into Thrifties.
I think Big Scythe has one of the most impactful Thrifties we've seen so far. Not yet seen from ARF.
Yeah.
Toxins
Oh,
going
wow,
up.
okay.
This is a very interesting wall. It's just straight up. Look at where Mochi is. It's very dangerous though. Oh, they know she's there. She eats that damage. Nah,
Toxin
not
screen
like
down.
this.
Here.
Interesting attempt from Mochi, but still cleared out by the Boombot, and it just comes down to the picks at this point. Big can't afford to aim duel against ARF, but wow, just a blast
One
back
enemy
in.
remaining.
Nothing to worry about. Look at how many picks has come through. It's a firing range. They immediately reacted off the information. For now, they have no clue where Afrelin is. Playing on top of rafters. At least you get one more, but everyone's ready for her. Shabby with that opening pick onto Yamori gives so much value.
Bit of a firing range, and also a bit of an ankle breaker with Rue just flying onto the site that way. Big Scythe, I mean, it's just unfortunate that round they really didn't have the weaponry to deal with it, but also just completely being overwhelmed. I mean, they had the right number of players stacked up, but those players couldn't do much against the full weight and force of ARF.
It's rifles versus your sheriffs. You can get value of sheriffs, but
Give her tour de force.
yeah, there is the tour de force as well. You know that Giver can pop hits. They know where she is as well. She did get scanned. She's not moving though. She's still holding on to the area. And she does get tagged. That's the second time they know she's there. They're not allowing her that space at all.
I'm curious. She was tagged up, but Legit Queen didn't commit the Hunter's Fury for it, possibly saving it for site execute instead. They've managed to pull off 4 players onto A site though, and that's the big thing. Now, they will be able to take down B because Mochi's all the way behind.
Still waiting. Can see Mochi spraying through the smoke, waiting for her teammates to get there onto the site with her. She is walled off. That's a very deep wall. It's so much space they've taken. But here comes the Hunter's Fury finally being used to delay that plant. At least she does get Margot. Yamori finds Crescents. That's the 2 picks they want. Does find Yamori. In the end, Mochi is gonna trade that out at least. Gonna break out that wall. They want to be able to see at least
30 seconds
information.
left.
4 on 2. A bit hard to get onto the site. 2 plant here. And now all they can do is just wait. Wait for the misplay. You also hear the tour de force coming through, but for now Barskaru's gonna find Shabby in return.
Spike down B.
Where are you? Finds one more Legit Queen. Aflin's gonna trade it out.
Fortunately, you can't wait all that long, because when you wait too long, Big Scythe come into position, and they are ready to strike. I mean, it's surprising. They had the site, they had so much going in for them, but as soon as that wall was broken, it was so easy for Mochi to pick them off one by one. And I think ARF just kind of got a little bit complacent, thinking that the wall would save them completely. They weren't prepared for the hit that was coming next. Right now, 7-11, give her back on an operator.
You want to play?
ARF,
Let's play.
They really need to make this round count, or it's going to be match point.
Unfortunately, Giver whips that shot. Don't worry. You have all the information you need to play with. Naru has to move. Here comes the Hunter's Fury. Does not get about almost getting Yamori. Here comes the showstopper. Who does for Yamori in the end? Vargo finds Garu. Trade on trade. There is the Viper's Pit as well. Plant will be true. But for now, Giver, where are you looking? Find one. Ruger for 2. A 3K in the pocket. Gonna get that space with the ping shells as Afrin does find her in the end. Afrin finds 1-2. Legit Queen secures it. A little bit too close for comfort, but they don't get it in the bag.
I got a little bit scared
Same
with
here.
Shabby getting picked off that way. But well, 8-11, and that's the decisive hit that we're looking for. This time, Legit Queen with the Hunter's Fury that I thought she would have committed from the previous round. It actually, here's the thing, great players can always dodge all, like, if they might get hit by the first beam, but they can always dodge the next one. Because you're stuck into one spot, right? But you can also use the Hunter's Rouge to block off space, and aiming it towards screens really pushed Big off site, and that allowed for Rue to find what she did. Back into the A site this time though, and let's see if AF can do it again.
Find that. Oh, she got distracted by the owl drone. What a swing. Look at Rue. She already got Yamori for the top. Crescent by Applin. Giver does trade it out to the Crescents in the end. Plan could have come through once again. So it was very safe one. Because there's only 2 members of BIGG to deal with. Post plant. So long as they don't allow themselves to be isolated, that's all they need.
I know what Rue stands for now. Like she's a kangaroo with the way that she hopped over on the top of Icebox that way. I mean, on the side of rafters and whatnot. It's so good, and she does such a great job at entering that way. So much so that BIGG only has 2 players left now, and it's an easy way for them to trade. Marco getting first one, jumping in, looking for the last Mochi, running back and forth, but it's way too overwhelming, and a team ace for ARF. 9-11 Dash.
Too close for comfort. BIGG hasn't gotten a single round since then. What's great about this is that because Rue took up so much space so fast, you can't exactly tell where exactly she is when you're so distracted by the other members.
Yeah. Not to mention with so much like utility being dumped in as well, right? The owl drone just to bait out the peek from Shabby, like you mentioned, and then all the toxic screens, the shock darts, the recon bolts flying all over the place. You're so overwhelmed. And now they're switching things up, headed towards the B site. They take down Giver, and that is it.
Do you know that Giver is there? And she didn't even get the hit onto the owl drone. Crescent's moving forward. She's not scared. Very fast. Nearly walling it off. This time they learned a lesson. Not gonna go for the deep wall. Can't see anything on that side. What a great toxic screen. They're gonna spot out one though. Does find Shabby. And Shabby does find Giver as well. Right
Watch
before
your back,
the teleport. But look at how many people are coming in from the main. Yamori with Clear. Now here comes the Roomba as well. Look at this shorty coming through. So far away to get the alley. He really finds Mochi as well. What can you do when you're an eco? You can't come even close. Afflin, maybe she's gonna come ahead. Not quite. Look at how many of them are going around. They're just wrapping around, trying to find her from both sides. Where are you gonna run? No isolation allowed.
Flawless win. It was a team ace earlier on. Now we got flawless. It's 3 rounds in a row. And Big Scythe, despite getting to 11 rounds, not quite able to reach match point yet. The gap is so close right now. And ARF, they can smell it. They can smell the equalizer coming soon.
I think that there's a lot of respect given to ARF too big. You can see that every time, even there's one player left, they're still moving together. They're not getting greedy for kills.
They're being very careful and very patient as well. And sometimes just decisive with how they want to rotate. Or how they want to hit some sites. And it's mind games that we're seeing as well. Because Big Scythe right now, they're trying everything that they have in their playbook. 3 players down middle,
Marco.
no one defending B. This is very unorthodox.
Here's Yamori. They know that she's there. Trademark is there as well. Immediately finds Garu. Smargo got distracted by that trademark.
Wall raised.
Falling up for the
Your
revive.
duty is not over.
But this is not good because it means that for that post plant, you're not gonna have that wall. Or safe than sorry though, numbers advantage is always better. Quite get that recon dart out of the way fast enough as Mochi pushes forward.
Oh, there we go.
So
It's up to Scaru actually right now. She
He's
pushes down
empty.
mid, catches them off in a rotation. And that's intel being gathered by BIGG. No more smokes and no more walls to work with. It's going to make it tougher for ARF to actually get the spike planted. They're still going to try and stick it though. Wow.
oh, he used that just to buy some time. Does find Yamori in the end. That's Shabby. Pop it heads. Gets the plant. For post plant,
That might be enough.
it is. They managed to do that even without the wall. They do get
Teleport's ready.
found out. The defuse does come protect the diffuser for the trade on trade. 2-on-2 still equalized.
One enemy.
Look at that. Rue
Wow.
finds Giver in the end. Beautifully done. ERF equalizes it. 11-11.
How mentally insane do you have to be, Crescents, to dare to stick the spike plant that way? And I think that has to be an enemy's poison cloud, right? Just because it's red color. But at the same time, as soon as the spike was down, all of them knew what their jobs were. They held on the other side of yellow, on the side of green, and they peeked together. And I'm not sure if you caught that. There's the one moment, one peeked out from the top, one peeked out from the low. So coordinated that it just managed to trade out just on time, just perfectly.
Oh, she's there. Teleports away. For the first time, give her caught off guard there. She doesn't want to die there. Look at the look at that! They didn't know that Giver was on the other end. Does fight her at least in the end. Ashlyn, you want to be careful. Rue good for 2. Gru good for 3. Make it 4. Give us 5. Give us our ace. Where are you, Mochi? Hesitation coming through from Mochi. What can she do? Economy wise, they got nothing. We know exactly where she is. It's gonna take a miracle for her to do something. Let's pop 1 hit! Denying that ace! But at least they win the round.
Match point.
You were big Scythe, you have no idea what just hit you. But here's the answer. It's a kangaroo with a big old rocket. Exactly, the movement with the double satchel, and she knew exactly what she was doing. She knew where to look as well. They were kind of scared to peek her, even after the showstopper was spent. And I think that's one of the things that bit them in the back. It's 12-11 right now, and they are kind of broke. Giver with the tour de force has to be instrumental right now.
Look at those force buys. Immediately gonna drop pop. That Viper's Pit. Not changing up the way they play.
Oh, they're backing off too.
As well, they're just trying to spray through the smoke, hoping that's gonna be hitting Margot. Sorry, not Margot, Mochi. Mochi's staying safe. Look at that! Giver once again not hitting those shots. If she doesn't hit those shots, she can't anchor the site, especially when she's alone. Yamori playing for mid this time, just to provide that extra cover, at least on that side. We do spot her out. Immediately gonna pop that poison cloud. Oh, Quest just pushing forward. They know how many people's there, Ashlyn?
Are they gonna peek together?
2, 3. Naru gets 1. Gonna trade out. Shabby gets 1 each. Not looking good. That advantage, Mochi! Too aggressive there! Too much!
30 seconds
They have
left.
a site.
Just like that.
Again, that's 3 rounds left for Giver to work with. 3 rounds for 3 players. If she can land all of them, that would be great, but it's tough.
Here comes the counter, but for now, Yamori does find Shabby. At least overheal comes through. There is a little bit of a silver lining. Rue is pretty low, but when you can get those 1 shots, doesn't really matter. Those headshots are more important than your HP. Yamori clearing off everything. And look at that. Margot,
Will Margot be
too
prepared for
close.
this?
She is prepared, but where is she? They pass by each other. She's outside. They do hear the defuse come through. Margot finds 1. Can she fight through too? Behind the box, going through. Running out of time here. Does for Michael yet, but Rue's gonna trade that. 13-11. ARF, bring it back.
Victory.
It's looking so good for them and how they play on this map.
Rue the kangaroo again, and also with Margot in the Viper's Pit. Just perfect setup. And it's not just the Viper's Pit as well. I mean, you have to have a little bit of experience, a little bit of game sense to be able to tell that there is a chance that Yamori and her teammate could come in around the back of the Viper's Pit. That's why she stepped out of it for a second and just came in at the right time to catch them off as they turned around. It's such a smart play, and it came so close. If they lost that round, we would have went into overtime, but unfortunately, it was Big Scythe that lost, and it's also Big Scythe that gets sent home.
It's very an unfortunate moment when you think about it. Just the fact that those big plays are just all coming in from ARF. On top to what you said about Margot, you also have to remember Rue. She was playing straight in the back, didn't make a sound, didn't trade until it matters. So the discipline is there from them. And that comeback was just so strong. They learned so much, but let's look at the stats here as Yamori will be the MVP. 19 kills a pocket, but is it enough though when Shabby is landing all of her headshots as a chamber?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say again, like, I'm gonna seem really mean saying this, but I really do think that even with that many kills, you're just not providing that much utility, not that much support to your team, because something like Crescent with the Sage and those walls, buying time and other resources for a team does so much more. But that said, she did do such an incredible job finding a lot of these opening picks, being able to dismiss back and forth. It just toys with ARF just enough to bring her team to 11. ARF, on the other hand, though, I mean, what a way to close out that final round. And you can really see that this team, they have some form of leadership, they have some form of potential to come back in huge for future games, because the way that they dismantled that Viper's Pit for Mochi, the way that they actually broke all the way through middle onto site itself was so deliberate. Such a combo play from all the team working together.
That's the reason why they're very, very brave. They're just playing through smokes and just pushing out together. They're not afraid to take up that space. And on top of that, the idea that they're just, the way they use their utilities playing together gives them so much more. And end of the day, I think, I hate to break it to them, but that pick on the Reyna, I think it was already figured out by ARF as soon as round 2 or round 3 happened. They saw those lurks coming through from Yamamori and they were prepared for it so many times. And Shabby is always there to catch them in those mid-rotations. Because they're not afraid to take up space, because they're not afraid to play together, you start seeing this very aggressive situations come through. And they're very, very confident in their firepower and their abilities as well.
Yeah, a little bit different. But that said, it's still not a small feat for Yamori to actually come out on top like that as a Reyna. It's very impressive. I do think there is a time and place for Reyna, and it is possible for you to do that on Icebox. You just need more deliberate strats to be able to make that work. Just playing off standard with the Leers and Empress dismisses, I don't think that's enough.
Honestly,
but still, yeah.
It's just a situation where, yes, you are gonna get that value from a lurk, but when have we actually seen that big plays come through, those double or triple kills that we saw from her from the previous rounds and yesterday?
She did get some. She did get some in the first half.
Yeah, she did. But as you move, that's the reason why ARF chose defense. Because they are very confident in what they're able to do. They knew that, okay, this is the benchmark we need to hit on defense. And on attack, we could just go crazy. Because that is when Yamori, she's gonna find a little bit of trouble trying to get onto the site as a defender, as opposed to having a chamber. Regardless though, congratulations to ARF for surviving that as they go forward.
Surviving.
It is.
Yeah, we really almost went to overtime. Really,
That was
almost.
one of the closest things we've seen so far. And I have to say, because it's just that close, that Reyna pick would have been possible. It just needs more work.
Yeah, I think, like, as an individual performer, and if you move out and do a lot more, it could be something interesting. But that said, I mean, ARF, the combination of Rue, for example, with the satchels, absolutely insane. Almost got the ace. But also the rest of her team just to back her up as well. I mean, like, legit Queen Shabby, who was, you know, the MVP of the map. It's incredible. And we end the series with a 2-0, Tash.
2-0 both times today. I have to say that it's been incredible watching these teams, how they play. It's very different than what we would see previously from stage 1 or stage 2. But for now, this is the bracket. And for now, we're going to see X Team BO going to be meeting up on the upper bracket with X10 Sapphire. And this is actually really funny, as yesterday, if you watched the broadcast, Donut actually nearly called X Team BO X10 Sapphire as well. Not X and X. It's going to be very confusing. But for now,
X's and O's.
X's and O's. Wow, that's nice. That's very nice. But if you look at the bottom.
It's a song.
Oh, okay. I did not know that. I'm an uncultured swine. Okay.
No, you're not. Don't do that.
But coming
yes,
into the
bottom.
lower bracket here, it's going to be BMG and WSF.
Yep.
And I believe this is going to be the second time they're meeting, as ARF will be meeting with BSX.
Yeah, a little bit of a long journey for the teams in the lower bracket as they have to make it all the way to the lower bracket finals. But if they do, they might just be one of those top 2 teams that qualify again for VCT Game Changers APAC Elite. And that's the slot that you need. That said, though, I mean, I think XNS, are starting to shape up to be some of the favorites throughout the entire tournament. Apart from that, congratulations, because ARF, as a newly formed roster, a newly formed org or team, performing this way already, it's pretty impressive. Like, it's a step up. Nah, that sounds so mean, but they beat their ex-teammates, you know? And like that's something to be said about that.
That's a whole statement right over there. But if you look at this tomorrow, I'm really excited for the blue streak FE versus Black Magic. I think it's definitely a match not to be missed. But for now, I'm Tashbunny alongside Heyimquack. This is the VCT Game Changers APAC LCQ. I will see you guys tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
Bomb grenade. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike. Spike. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. They're dead. One enemy remaining. Attackers. Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. Spike down. One enemy remaining.
Funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it drunk, with a cover on the
Enemy remaining.
funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club,
Attackers
funk in
win.
the club, funk in the club, with a cover on the club. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, yeah, everybody round, everybody
30 seconds left.
everybody round, yeah, no we get it. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round,
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a get it drunk, with a couple on the thugs. Funk in the club, funk in the club, with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, with a